2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने ये कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है। क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही है। उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं, उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है। हम बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है। हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है। हमारा एक रिश्ता है। वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है। पार्टी का रिश्ता खून का रिश्ता है।
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है। उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे, नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी। अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है।
जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि ना सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में, और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं।
देखिए, हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है। उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए। जाने दो, कागज पे विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है। विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं। 2 बार बगावत हुई है। नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की। उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया। महाराष्ट्र में उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है। आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए, उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है। ये तो एक स्टेप है, आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है।
All right, viewers, right now on the network we have with us Deepak Kesarkar. He is one of the rebel MLAs of Shinde Sena or the Shiv Sena. He is joining us from Guwahati. Kesarkar ji, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमसे जुड़े। सर, सबसे पहले यही बताइए, 38 MLAs कह रहे हैं कि आपके साथ वहाँ हैं। आप अपनी ही सहमति से वहाँ से हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं और बात कर रहे हैं, केसारकर जी?
Yes.
Sir, you are joining us of your own volition and there is no pressure from anyone.
Nothing. Yes.
Sir, the other thing which has been said right now, is there any pressure? Because, you know, every time and again since the morning we are hearing that ED pressure on the MLAs. Is there a pressure by any central agencies?
I don't think such pressure is there, because we have been demanding that this alliance should not continue and our old alliance should continue. That was our only demand, and this is not for today. Last 1.5 years, everybody is telling our leader, Honorable Uddhav Sahib, that he should discontinue with the earlier alliance and he should go with the natural alliance which was there, and we are elected in the same alliance, either our MPs or MLAs.
Right. Sir, tell me something. Earlier on, there was indication that Mr. Shinde and some of you are going to fly down to Mumbai to seek an appointment with the Deputy Speaker. Why was that cancelled? When are you going to come back now?
No, it is for the Deputy Speaker to give us an appointment if he at all wants to recheck the signatures, because all signatures are with the Deputy Speaker's office, and he can very well verify whether there are 38 signatures or not. Along with that, we have sent the videos also. So he should not feel that we have not signed. We have testified that we have signed, and we have signed the affidavits also.
Kesarkar ji, till when are you going to be sitting in Guwahati?
No, unless they give a recognition to our group, which is our constitutional right. The constitution says that you must have 2/3 majority, and we have 2/3 majority. So one must, honor the constitution.
But sir, there are
in the
lots of
democracy.
loopholes even in having two-third majority. But that aside, now the Shiv Sena has mooted 16 of you, including you, be disqualified. Now that will mean, sir, this will go into the courts. The rest of you will, yes.
Do you think 15 people could disqualify 40 people? Is it a mockery of democracy? Anybody who will go to court will win, and they have not disqualified us as yet.
Yes.
Because there is a principle of natural justice. By just claiming by Sena that we are disqualified, the honorable speaker will have to give us hearing. That is
But
the principle of
Kesarkar ji, they've
natural
been
justice.
the
We cannot
Shiv Sena.
do that to anybody.
Sir, the Shiv Sena
Right, they
has been
have.
smart in that thing, in that aspect. They haven't disqualified all of you, no, not 38 of you. They've disqualified only 16 of you.
No, this is just when people lose their majority. They play tricks like that, and that happens everywhere. So you will have to accept the democracy. You will have to accept that you have lost the confidence of the most of the MLAs, and then you should step down.
But sir, you know, one thing which was said yesterday, when Sanjay Rautji came and said, we are even open to leaving the Maha Vikas Aghadi. What you are saying right now, that we wanted them to go back to the original alliance. They are saying we want that if the rebel MLAs come to Mumbai, we are even open to leaving the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Why didn't you come? You had the, you had a 24-hour deadline.
Why didn't they dissolve the Maha Vikas Aghadi, first of all? And they should have, because there are only two options in Maharashtra, either to go with NCP and Congress or go with alliance with BJP. Those are the only two options available in Maharashtra. So they should adopt one of the options, and we'll be back. What is the problem?
So you want them to dissolve the assembly first, show intent.
We were not elected as a Maha Vikas Aghadi by the people of Maharashtra. We were elected as NCP Sena combined, which is called Yuti in Maharashtra.
But sir, tell us something. They are not dissolving
BJP,
the house.
Sorry, right. Let me correct. Between BJP and Sena. And that was originally when we fought the elections, we were together. May it be parliament, may it be assembly. And that was the verdict of the people. So if you go back, people will say that you have come to the original verdict of Maharashtra, which was given by the people. We are elected by the people and not by the party. Party gives you the symbol, party gives you the support, but people elect you, and they elect you for the development of your state. And right now what is happening in Maharashtra, it's the financial capital of India. And if it don't progress, India also don't progress. So my humble request is that stop everything, think over again, and go on the path. You are saying that you want to save, you are made of Maha Vikas Aghadi. With whom? Those people who have broken your party 2 or 3 times. I know it for myself. It was 3 times, not only 2 times. And how they are going to save your party?
Kesarkar
we are doing this to save our own party.
Right.
We have highest respect for Honorable Baba Sahib. We have highest respect for Uddhav Sahib. But we are not ready to go with the same people who have broken Shivsena thrice.
Right. Kesarkar Sahab, I'm going to bring in my colleague Sahil Joshi into this conversation as well. But I want to ask you a question, Kesarkar Sahab. You are saying that, Uddhav Thackeray should dissolve the assembly. The other question can be, you are saying you want to go with the BJP. What is stopping the BJP to come and say that dissolve this government, it's in minority?
Of course, it is in minority.
But why isn't the BJP who you want to go with coming out and saying it, sir?
That is for them to decide. Madam, I am not the leader.
Sir, I will bring in, yes.
Uddhav Sahib has announced on the previous day was that he has made an appeal to his MLAs. Do you want my resignation? The answer is no. Nobody asked for your resignation. What we are asking for is you should not have a tie-up with Congress and NCP. You must have a tie-up with the BJP. And every MLA, even those who are staying back, have the same thing in mind. The MPs who are not concerned with this particular issue. But if you want to ask them, you can ask them confidently, confidentially, what is your opinion? 99%, 95% of them will say that BJP and Shiv Sena is a natural alliance, and that is their first choice as well. They are also suffering, but they are not ready to speak.
Right. Kesarkar ji, stay with me. I want to bring in my colleague Sahil Joshi as well. Sahil, you know, even if it goes to court, is what Mr. Kesarkar is saying, they will stay put in Guwahati. So the MLAs will be missing from Maharashtra and be waiting for things to be sorted out.
Well, I need to ask certain questions with to Mr. Kesarkar, because you know, he's the one who had complained about BJP in 2019, that how the BJP along with Mr. Narayan Rane, who had just joined BJP at that time and a strong opponent of Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, how BJP is trying to sabotage Shiv Sena's candidates. The complaint which the Shiv Sena MLAs are making today, the similar complaint was made by same Mr. Deepak Kesarkar against BJP, but in 2019 Shiv Sena and BJP contested elections together. Now Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, what is your opinion about that? What you had complained in 2019, now you are saying that the Congress NCP alliance should not happen. That time you had a complaint against BJP. How that thing has changed, and now how suddenly you want to have an alliance with the BJP when Mr. Narayan Rane is still there, who is your opponent in the district?
Honorable Mr. Joshi, can you say that I have ever demanded for a alliance with NCP and Congress? If it is happening between your alliance partner, I have every right to say that, because in my constituency, an independent candidate was filled, and including Goa's chief minister, 10 of the ministers of BJP were campaigning in my constituency.
Exactly.
So that is my right. I have not joined hands with Rane. I had very good relations with Honorable Devendraji Fadnavis, which I have mentioned so many times, and I have worked under him for 5 years. Whereas he don't have any complaint against me, neither I have any complaint against him. Why this yuti was broken was because of some promise that 2.5 years, the CM's post would be divided. That was the only dispute between them. And then my fight for the peace was always there, and it continues to be there, because you must understand that when I stepped out of Adityaji's car, and when I was going to my residence, my wife is not keeping well. So when I was going to my residence, 150 around 100 or 150 party workers, they surrounded my car. I'm a senior member. The dream of Babasaheb in bringing peace to Konkan was fulfilled by my principles, my way of thinking, and I was successful in doing that. So disrespect to a senior
Mr.
person
Kesarkar,
like me,
basically what you want is that Uddhav Thackeray should resign.
And that day itself, let me complete, sir. The same day I announced that I'll not tolerate this. Whether Narayan Rane is doing it or Yuva Sena people are doing it, it is immaterial. In politics, you should not have muscle power used against politicians or even a simple person also. And my fight continues, whether it is a political worker from my own party or those are the political workers from Narayan Rane's party. And today, there is a peace in Sindhudurga.
That is BJP.
Because of my stand. And my stand continues. This is something else that we are talking about. We are talking about the natural alliance they had. And we never had any problem of Sena and BJP coming together. They were already together in the state. And if they continue together, it is the question of coordination between the Honorable PM and the CM, because it's the financial capital of India. It will have to progress. What is today happening is it is standstill. So I think that these are
so basically you are saying that
mixed.
Mumbai and Maharashtra have not progressed. No, sir. Let me now ask the question.
Say that, but today everything has come to an halt. We have faced Corona successfully.
It has come to the halt under your chief minister. Your chief minister Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray is the chief minister. No,
yeah, so
Uddhav Thackeray is a non-performing chief minister. Is that what you are saying? Mr. Kesarkar says Uddhav Thackeray is a non-performing chief minister.
Let me complete my sentence. Otherwise, it would have a different meaning. I have said that there should be a coordination between the Honorable PM and the Honorable CM. May they be of different parties, but that coordination is very much essential for the progress of the state. And today, state has come to a complete halt because nothing is happening, just allegations. Allegations against each other. Every day there is an allegation.
Now, can I ask a question?
Not the state.
Now, can I ask question?
The people of Maharashtra is not interested in what your political parties are doing. They want their right to progress. And for that, there got to be a coordination. And we sincerely feel that the coordination between the three parties which were ruling Maharashtra was not there. Our complaint is not today. It is for the last 1.5 years. I was instrumental in bringing high-level meetings where it was promised that they will have a pact, they will go together. It was not fulfilled, and that's why this has come to this stage. Why people, so many people who love, the respect Shiv Sena have come to Guwahati otherwise, not for the power. Many of them are the ministers. Why they have come? So you will have to understand that. That
can I ask questions, sir? You are making a speech.
Saying,
this is a question answer. Mr. Kesarkar, now let me ask question. I heard you. I heard you. Now let me ask question. What I'm trying to ask you is that we are trying to understand your demand. Okay, so now imagine a scenario that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, resigns. Is that what you want? Or you want Uddhav Thackeray to say, okay, I don't want Congress and NCP, let BJP come to us. Shiv Sena and the BJP will form the government. Uddhav Thackeray remains to be a chief minister. Will that be an acceptable scenario for the rebels, or that is not an acceptable? Uddhav Thackeray should resign, support BJP, and let the BJP make the chief minister. Is that what you want?
No, it is for Sena and BJP to decide who will be the chief minister, and that time was there when their dialogue was going on. It was not decided, and that's why it has come to this stage. And speaking of the legacy of Babasaheb, who rules Maharashtra is not important, or who is CM. Originally, Uddhav Sahib wanted to be Shivsainik to be CM. That is what he also openly saying, and that is what Babasaheb has done. So there is no question of who is the CM or who is the deputy CM. It is the coordination between the two parties where the party leaders will have to come together and decide over it. And I'm not the person who will have to decide it. So it is for the party leaders, and whatever small initiative that was to be taken is taken by us. I'm evident to it.
Okay. Now, third question. My third question is that now Uddhav Thackeray has said, he had challenged all of you that contest election without using Thackeray and Shiv Sena's name, you will not get elected. He is saying that he is the original Shiv Sena. The party is with him. The legislative party is broken. The legislative party has 2/3 majority. The legislative party may get recognized as a separate group, or maybe the Shiv Sena legislative party in Maharashtra Assembly. But the original Shiv Sena party with the bow and arrow symbol is still with Uddhav Thackeray. Now what happens? Eventually, will you keep your Shiv Sena group separate, or eventually you will merge yourself into BJP and go further? What is your opinion about that?
I think that the party is separate. Arrow and bow is their symbol. We have never claimed on that symbol. We have asked the speaker to give recognition to our breakaway group. He should do it immediately. Why you want to play this game? Try to destroy somebody.
So you don't want to break the party. The party will continue to remain with Uddhav Thackeray. You will form a separate group in 2024. When the time will come, you will decide what you need to do. Because Shiv Sena is not going to give you a ticket. You will have to contest either on BJP or independent supported by the BJP. Is that what will happen in 2024 after 2 years? Is that what you are planning to do later?
Sir, I was elected as an NCP candidate also, as an MLA, as Shiv Sena also.
Right.
I have won. So it is not a question of winning. It is also matters for the people who is your representative, whom you love. Everything now is not based on the political symbol or anything. If he thinks that way, it is, sir, it's a different story. He may think that everybody will lose, but losing and winning is not the question. Today, the government will have to function, and that will have to function in the interest of the people of Maharashtra.
So basically, you want Uddhav Thackeray to resign and end this government and let the new government to form. Is that what you want at this point of time? That is the demand made by the rebels. If we say that will not be wrong, correct?
That nobody has demanded for his resignation. Actually, what was the dispute between the Sena and BJP? It was division of 2.5 years.
So without he resigning, how can there will be a government with the BJP? He has to resign first. Only then there will be a BJP.
So that is his option. No? That is his option. But he always wanted a Shivsainik to be on the post of CM. when it came to becoming CM, he has accepted the post. So Shivsena had 2.5 years.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Preeti,
Sahil, we're going to
Yeah.
go into breaking news. Appreciate you joining us, sir. Thank you there.
Thank you. Thank you
Hoping,
very much.
I would reckon,
Namaste.
especially
Thank you.
your own constituency, be hoping that you return quicker. There are going to be BMC elections coming up in September. Sahil is smiling away, but I want to bring in Sahil back into the next news break that is filtering in viewers. Now, the latest coming in from the Eknath Shinde camp is he's moved into strike against the deputy speaker. The Shinde group has now filed a notice to move resolution for removal of deputy speaker Narhari Zirwal on 21st of June. The rebel camp claims the deputy speaker accepted Uddhav Sena's demand for removal of Shinde and the disqualification of 15 other MLAs without consulting the other side. It's interesting, viewers, how things are actually panning out as the Shivsena rebel crisis is hurling Sahil towards a possible test of strength in the Maharashtra Assembly. Earlier on, removing of the deputy speaker was mooted by 2 independent MLAs. The latest now, the Shinde camp has gone ahead and said, remove the deputy speaker. Would it be possible, considering, because, it's not that majority has been proven on either sides yet?
Well, this is a very interesting game, Preeti Land. Let me try to break it up for our viewers.
Right.
On 21st of June, without informing anybody, the Shinde group sends a letter to the Deputy Speaker's office as well as to the Assembly Secretariat demanding removal of Deputy Speaker. It's kind of a no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker that we don't have a trust in you. Now, after that, today, the 2 MLAs supported by the BJP, Vinod Agrawal and Mr. Baldi, Mahesh Baldi, who are independent MLAs who have supported BJP, goes to the Assembly Secretariat and the Deputy Speaker's office and submits another letter saying that on 21st of June there is already a resolution, there is already a motion to remove Deputy Speaker from his post. When that motion is already there, the Deputy Speaker cannot hold any kind of hearing on the petition filed by the Shivsena. The Shivsena has filed a disqualification petition against the MLAs of Shinde camp. Now, as per the Supreme Court order of the Arunachal case of 2016, the Deputy Speaker or the Speaker does not have right to hear the disqualification petition if there is a disqualification, if there is a no confidence motion against the Speaker. So that is the game now which is being played. Shinde camps, submits a resolution, a motion to as a no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker. The MLAs supported to the BJP have submitted another letter saying now that the Deputy Speaker shouldn't hear the disqualification petitions filed by the Shivsena. So the game is getting interesting and bigger.
Yes, no, but I want to bring you in because it's interesting because, the Supreme Court order in the case from Arunachal Pradesh has been quoted saying the Speaker cannot decide on disqualification pleas if a no confidence motion is pending against the government. But the fact is, Sahil, now the Eknath Shinde camp is saying that this letter was sent on the 21st of this month, which is 3 days ago. The press didn't know about it. Nobody knew about it. How is it proven? Is the Deputy Speaker going to come and confirm whether this was sent at all? Who confirms that this letter came in?
No, okay, so I have confirmed, let me tell my viewers, I have confirmed this with the Assembly Secretariat that such kind of letter has been submitted. The resolution, the no confidence motion has been submitted in the Assembly Secretariat. So of course, technically it is right that today is 23rd. So on 21st, this letter was submitted. So what Mahesh Baldi, the independent MLAs are saying that there is already a pending petition against you. So you should not be hearing the disqualification petition filed by the Shivsena, which was yesterday. So obviously, technically this is sound. There has to be some ruling on that because this is going to go into the Supreme Court, High Court and then of course Supreme Court. So there is going to be a legal tangle.
Is this the reason why, Sahil, the Deputy Speaker has not moved in on the request of the Shivsena to disqualify these 16 MLAs? Is this the reason?
It looks like that this might be the reason because now that there is already a motion, a letter submitted by these 2 MLAs that citing this Supreme Court order that Deputy Speaker shouldn't hear the disqualification petition. Of course, that he will have to wait and watch. He will at least have to take the legal course in this, take legal opinion about this, that what exactly should be done about it. So this is getting interesting and interesting. The BJP, please understand, till now, there is no reaction from the BJP. The BJP has not made any kind of a letter at this point of time. Neither they have made any kind of a comment.
But the leader of opposition has sent a letter to the governor. Sahil, I'm going to come right back to you. Just stay on with me. Just stay on with me. I want to quickly cut into the latest news break that is coming in now from the huddle that was taking place at the Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has said in that meeting, viewers, a family member cheated us. Those who left us got a lot of money. A person who grew with us has cheated us. The Chief Minister has said, don't stop people who want to go. Rebels have left with price tags on them. All right, so Uddhav Thackeray and Sahil come in on this, now alleging earlier on the biggest charge on the rebel MLAs were that they were acting the way they were because they were scared of central agencies being misused against them, like the ED. The latest, Uddhav Thackeray has told the loyalists in that meeting that horse trading has gone on and all of these MLAs have been bought over.
Well, this is the new allegation which has been made. Even Uddhav Thackeray, while speaking to Shiv Sena district presidents, have made the similar allegation, saying that there is a price tag attached to all the MLAs who have gone there. Of course, there are some MLAs, like say Yamini Jadav's husband. Against Yamini Jadav, Income Tax Department had submitted a letter saying that her affidavit is not up to the mark and her membership to the Legislative Assembly should be disqualified because there is a black money involved in that. There was income tax raids on her husband Yashwant Jadhav.
All right, I want to, Sahil, cutting across to Ajit Pawar's press conference. Listen in.
ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं. बैठक में कल ही हमने जो बताया वही हमारी पार्टी की लाइन है. हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे जी के पीछे राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब विधायकों ने उनको सपोर्ट देने का. और आज हम चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को, क्योंकि बीच में उनको कोरोना हुआ था, इसीलिए उनको हमने वहाँ मिलने के लिए हम गए नहीं थे. लेकिन आज 6:30 बजे पवार साहब, प्रफुल्ल भाई, मैं और जयंत पाटिल उनको मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं, बात करने के लिए. उनका क्या कहना है, उनका आगे की लाइन ऑफ एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए.
दादा, अभी लगातार शिंदे ग्रुप की तरफ से मीडिया से फोन पर जो बातचीत की है, उनका कहना है कि 40 शिवसेना के विधायक उनके पास है, साथ साथ में इंडिपेंडेंट भी 9-10 है, लगभग 50 के करीब. अब सवाल ये उठता है कि 2/3 बहुमत शिंदे ग्रुप के पास में है, तो ये सरकार तो अल्पमत में आ गई.
अरे वो शिवसेना के हैं ना, आपने भी क्या बताया कि वो शिवसेना के विधायक है, तो अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर भी शिवसेना के हैं और उनको सपोर्ट दिया है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने और कांग्रेस ने, तो पूरी मेजॉरिटी है ना.
दादा, सवाल यहाँ ये उठता है कि उन 40 विधायक लगातार ये कह रहे हैं.
उसके बारे में उन्होंने क्या कहना चाहिए, क्या नहीं कहना चाहिए, वो उनका अधिकार है. उन्होंने पार्टी फ्लोर पे पार्टी के जो चीफ है उनको बताना चाहिए.
लेकिन दादा, एक नैतिकता के सवाल पर सवाल ये उठता है की क्या
जे पत्र म्हणजे बोलणं झालंय, त्यांचं म्हणणं असं आहे की आमच्याकडे 40 आमदार जर आहेत तर आम्ही मेजॉरिटीमध्ये आहे आणि जे आमचं गटनेतेपद रद्द करा असं म्हणतायत ते स्वतः त्यांच्याकडे आमदार नाहीये, तर मग याच्यात तांत्रिकदृष्ट्या
मी त्याच्याबद्दल तुम्हाला आत्ताच सांगितलं की विधिमंडळाचा जो एरिया आहे, विधान परिषदेच्या बद्दलचा काही इश्यू निर्माण झाला तर त्याबद्दल विधान परिषदेचे विद्यमान सभापती रामराजे नाईक निंबाळकर साहेब निर्णय घेऊ शकतात आणि विधानसभेमध्ये काही निर्णय झाला तर विधानसभा अध्यक्षाची जागा रिक्त असल्यामुळे प्रभारी अध्यक्ष हे उपाध्यक्ष आहेत, ते त्याबद्दलचा निर्णय घेऊ शकतात. आता त्यांच्या पुढं काही पेपर्स आल्यानंतर ते त्यांच्या सगळ्या ऑफिसची चर्चा करू शकतात, ॲडव्होकेट जनरलला सल्ला मागू शकतात, तज्ज्ञ वकिलांचा सल्ला घेऊ शकतात, कारण ते सगळं त्यांना उत्तर देत असताना त्या पद्धतीनंच दिलं गेलं पाहिजे. कायद्याच्या नियमाच्या सगळ्या चौकटीमध्ये ते असलं पाहिजे की नाही.
दादा, एक सवाल यहाँ पर ये उठता है कि लगातार जो शिंदे ग्रुप के विधायक हैं वो ये आरोप कर रहे हैं कि एनसीपी
सरकार खतरे में है, इसलिए राज्यपाल को हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए कि गलत फैसले ना लिए जाएं.
आज गवर्नमेंट मेजॉरिटी में है इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट को पूरा फैसला लेने का अधिकार डेमोक्रेसी में है और गवर्नमेंट ले रही है।
उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया है कि जिस तरह पुलिस भर्तियों में पुलिस के ट्रांसफर में भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे, फटाफट जो ट्रांसफर और फैसले हो रहे हैं उसमें कह रहे हैं भ्रष्टाचार की गुंजाइश है, इसलिए राज्यपाल नजर रखें।
नहीं, उसके बारे में ये जो आप अगर गवर्नमेंट में होते और मेजॉरिटी में होते तो आपको अधिकार ही है, मिनिस्टर को अधिकार है ना, उस मिनिस्टर को जिस डिपार्टमेंट का काम हो रहा है उस डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर को अधिकार है। फाइनल अधिकार तो चीफ मिनिस्टर का रहता है।
दादा एक सवाल और उनके ग्रुप में
तो उधर है, तो ये कैसे इतने सारे जीआर पास होते जा रहे हैं?
कौन सारे मिनिस्टर्स हुए हैं? अजित पवार यहाँ है, उद्धव ठाकरे जी यहाँ है, जयंत पाटिल यहाँ है, दिलीप वळसे पाटिल यहाँ है, राजेश टोपे यहाँ है, अशोक चव्हाण, बाळासाहेब थोरात, वर्षा गायकवाड, सब हम यहाँ है।
दादा एक सवाल सिर्फ बताइए, लगातार शिंदे ग्रुप के विधायक आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी उन्हें सहयोग नहीं करती थी और कहीं ना कहीं उनके विधायकों को, मंत्रियों को मदद नहीं मिलती। ऐसा क्या चल रहा था कि आप लोगों को
ये देखो ऐसा आपको एक मालूमात होनी चाहिए। आप समझो अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर हो, ये होम डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर है, वो आरडीडी मिनिस्टर है, तो वो मिनिस्टर को पूरा अधिकार उनके पास रहता है, दूसरे किसी को नहीं जाता। एक दफ़ा फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने बजट पेश करने के बाद और दोनों फ्लोर पे यानी विधान परिषद और विधानसभा में वो जब मंजूर हो जाता है मेजॉरिटी विधायकों की तरफ से, तो उसके बारे में उसका पूरा अधिकार अलग अलग ट्राइबल का ट्राइबल डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्टर को जाता है, पीडब्ल्यूडी का उनके मिनिस्टर को जाता है, इरिगेशन का उनके मिनिस्टर को जाता है। ऐसा होता है, ये आपको भी पता होना चाहिए।
तो आप लोगों से नाराजगी क्यों है?
अभी उनके मन में क्या है, उन्होंने एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे जी को बताना चाहिए कि ऐसा ऐसा प्रॉब्लम है।
इसी से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है, आपने 2019 में कहा था, नवंबर 2019 में कि 3 पार्टियों की सरकार चलाने में बेटर है 2 पार्टियों की सरकार चलाई जाए, 3 पार्टियों की सरकार चला पाना जो है मुश्किल है। तो क्या ये जो कुछ भी हो रहा है ये उसी का नतीजा?
आपको एक पता है, जब अपने एनडीए की सरकार वो देश में थी तो 25 पार्टियों को लेके वाजपेयी साहब ने सरकार चलाई ना। उसके बाद डॉक्टर यूपीए के सरकार आई, 10 साल मनमोहन सिंह जी ने चलाई, तब कितने पार्टियां थी उसमें? बहुत पार्टियां थी। ऐसा तो चलता है।
नहीं, मैं आप ही की बात कर रहा था, आपने बयान दिया था ऐसा 2019 नवंबर में।
क्या
3 मुकाबले 2 पार्टी की सरकार ज्यादा अस्थायी होती है, आपने कहा।
मैंने दिया था
जी,
कब?
शपथ लेने के बाद करें वो जो बाइक।
ये देखो, शपथ लेने के बाद जब पहली शपथ ली थी ना, उसके बाद मैंने कब मीडिया के सामने आया ही नहीं। मला काही वाटत नाही। कालच आमचे नेते आदरणीय पवार साहेबांनी सांगितलं, मी महाराष्ट्रापुरतं बघतो, सगळ्या मीडियाला माहिती आहे, सगळ्या प्रेसला माहिती आहे की अजित पवार महाराष्ट्राच्या संदर्भामध्ये काही असेल आणि त्याला वाटलं की याच्याबद्दल आपण बोलावं, माहिती असेल पूर्ण तर मी बोलतो। बाकीच्या आउट ऑफ महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर बोलण्याचा मला अधिकार नाही। त्याच्याबद्दल आमच्या पक्षाच्या तर्फे प्रफुल्लभाई असतील, सुप्रिया सुळे असतील, आदरणीय पवार साहेब असतील, ये सगळे लोग बोलत असतात।
एकनाथ शिंदे ग्रुप ने डेप्यूटी स्पीकर पर नो कॉन्फिडेंस जताया मीडिया से बात करते हुए, उसके बारे में क्या
है? उसके बारे में आप किसी के भी ऊपर नो कॉन्फिडेंस जता सकते हैं, लेकिन वो मंजूर होना चाहिए ना। ऐसे तो मैं 32 साल हो गए विधायक हूँ, बहुत दफ़ा स्पीकर के बारे में, डेप्यूटी स्पीकर के बारे में, सभापति के बारे में, उपसभापति के बारे में ऐसा प्रस्ताव आता है और बाद में विड्रॉ भी हो जाता है, कभी कभी मंजूर हो जाता है। मंजूर होने के
All right, viewers, interesting self-deprecative humor where Ajit Pawar is concerned, making fun of his 5 a.m. oath taking. But having said that, let's get you the biggest news break from this. There is a huddle now between Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel. They would be meeting at Matoshri at 6:30 p.m. this evening. What's also interesting is clearly the Mahavikas Aghadi, in whichever form it is right now, should have known that there is a no confidence motion that has been moved with the Deputy Speaker where Eknath Shinde's faction is concerned. All right, let's cut across to Ravi Shankar Prasad, the BJP leader.
और बाकी जो है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस एसआईटी को प्रोटेस्ट किया गया तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने से ये रिपोर्ट जाएगी, आप चाहे तो प्रोटेस्ट पिटीशन कर सकते हैं। तो ये जाफरी जी और तीस्ता से तलवार और ये सारा जो गैंग है पूरा, लेफ्टिस्ट, लिबरल्स, कांग्रेस सपोर्टेड, इन लोगों ने पूरा वहां पर अपनी गवाही दी। 10-10 साल तक ढूंढ के लाए, मजिस्ट्रेट ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया। उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट गए, ये लोग हाई कोर्ट ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया। उसके खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट आए और यहां उनके वकील थे श्रीमान कपिल सिब्बल साहब। 8-10 दिन बहस किए पिछले साल सितंबर-अक्टूबर में, उसका फैसला आज आया है। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो 2-3 बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें कही है कि इसमें कोई दम नहीं है, बल्कि मैं चाहूंगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कुछ टिप्पणी आपके सामने पढ़ूं। We hold the appeal is devoid of merits and deserves to be dismissed in the aforesaid ground. और देखिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या कहा है। The proceeding have been pursued for last 60 years to keep the pot boiling, obviously for ulterior design. जानबूझकर करके कुछ लोग पड़े हुए थे कि इसको हमेशा जिंदा रखा जाए। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने और क्या कहा है? It appears to us that a coalesced effort of the disgruntled officials of the state of Gujarat, along with others, was to create sensation by making revelations which were false to their own knowledge. झूठे जानकारी पर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की कोशिश की गई और बहुत सारी टिप्पणियां हैं। आपको याद होगा कि इन लोगों ने दुनिया में कैंपेन चलाया, क्योंकि उनके कई कुछ मामलों में मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में वकील भी था उस समय। और याद रखिए हमारे पत्रकार मित्रों, ये सारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन यूपीए सरकार में हुआ, 14 के पहले हुआ, 11, 12, 9, ये आप स्पष्ट जान लें। क्योंकि यूपीए सरकार और कांग्रेस पार्टी का एकमात्र उद्देश्य था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी को किसी प्रकार रोकना है, और कहीं वो सफल नहीं हुए। याद करिए इन लोगों ने कैंपेन किया कि मोदी जी को यूएसए का वीजा नहीं मिलना चाहिए। याद है आपको? एक इलेक्टेड मुख्यमंत्री और बाद में भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में अमेरिका और भारत के संबंध कितने ऊंचाई पर हैं आप सभी जानते हैं। कि आज हमें बहुत गर्व है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की अगुवाई में भारत को दुनिया में एक बहुत विशेष स्थान मिला है। आज हम कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहते हैं, आज हम वामपंथियों से पूछना चाहते हैं, और आज हम सभी कॉर्टेज इंडस्ट्री से पूछना चाहते हैं जिनकी पूरी दुकान पिछले 20 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विरोध पर चल रही थी, अब कितनी देर और चलेंगे आप? 60 इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो हो गया, 12 साल प्रधानमंत्री, 9 साल 12 साल मुख्यमंत्री, 9 साल प्रधानमंत्री। सुप्रीम कोर्ट बार बार रिजेक्ट करता है और बस वही तीस्ता से तलवार, उनके लेफ्टिस्ट फ्रेंड, एक विधवा जो जाफरी जी है उनके पति की दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण उस पूरे राइट में शेष हो गए थे। तो ये क्या मतलब है? हम देश को बताएंगे कि किस तरह से कुछ लोगों की दुकान चली है और उसके पीछे कांग्रेस पार्टी, वामपंथी, यूपीए, आरजेडी सबों का सहयोग और प्रश्न रहा। और ये लोग बार बार रिजेक्ट होते हैं, बार बार असफल होते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी प्रयास नहीं छोड़ते हैं। इसलिए कानून तो जो अपना काम कर रहा है करेगा, लेकिन हम लोग का एक विचार हुआ कि देश को इस निर्णय की सच्चाई को बताना जरूरी है कि ये षड्यंत्र जो देश के लोकप्रियतम नेता नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ किया गया, जो 2001-2 से चल रहा था, आज तक चल रहा है, वो अब समाप्त होना चाहिए। और एक बात और ध्यान रखिए, वो कोर्ट में भी हारे हैं और वो जनता की अदालत में भी हारे हैं। ये बात मैं बहुत विनम्रता से कहना चाहूंगा। वो कोर्ट में भी हारे हैं और वो जनता की अदालत में भी हारे हैं। गुजरात में मोदी जी हमेशा विजेता है, वो 14 जीते, वो 19 जीते, आगे फिर 24 जीतेंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश में भी जीते हम लोग, दोबारा जीते उत्तर प्रदेश में। तो इसीलिए ये सच्चाई देश के सामने आनी चाहिए। और अंतिम बात जिसको कह के मैं आपके प्रश्नों का स्वागत करूंगा कि मोदी जी ने इस 20 साल के टॉर्चर में कभी अपनी शांति नहीं खोया। उनका लक्ष्य सिर्फ एक था कि मुझे देश के विकास के लिए काम करना है और गुजरात के विकास के लिए काम करना है, और वो काम करते रहे और सच्चाई सामने आती रही, न्याय प्रक्रिया के द्वारा या जनता के द्वारा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हम एक एक करके प्रश्न लेंगे।
आज मैं बहुत विनम्रतापूर्वक आग्रह करूंगा, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है, इसी पर सवाल करें तो बड़ी कृपा होगी।
इसी से रिलेटेड पहले एक सेकंड रुक जाइए, आग्रह कर रहे हैं। इस विषय से संदर्भित साकिब जी हो जाए।
चलिए, मैं तो बहुत प्रसन्न हूं कि आपने इस विषय को ठीक से समझा, सुना, और मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने इसको प्रसारित भी किया होगा। और अपने प्रिंट के लोगों से भी मेरा आग्रह है कि सिंस इट इज ए न्यूज ऑफ नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस which we feel it is, it should be given the same kind exposure from Patna for national byline.
ये एक सवाल ये है कि ये जो बहुत ही लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आज का, तो आपको हम लोग से बात कर रहे हैं, हम लोग के माध्यम से जनता तक जाएगी, लेकिन एक सवाल ये है कि पार्टी के स्तर से कोई राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कोई कार्यक्रम करेंगे ताकि आम लोगों को पार्टी से डायरेक्ट उसको जानकारी दी जाए कि देश को गुमराह किया गया या पब्लिक को मिसलीड किया गया या उसका अनड्यू एडवांटेज देने की कोशिश की है।
जजमेंट आज ही हुआ है, जजमेंट आज हुआ है, तो आज जजमेंट की वो जजमेंट कहाँ है? देखिए, ये काफी पतला जजमेंट है, मैं इसको लेकर के आया, तो इसको पढ़ करके इसका नोट बनाना पड़ा। इसके बारे में पार्टी जरूर विचार करे, और ये बात मैं बहुत विनम्रता से कहूंगा, ये सच्चाई देश के सामने आनी चाहिए। देखिए, मैं आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूं, भारत में इतने राइट हुए, कांग्रेस के रिजीम में गुजरात में 50 राइट हुए हैं, यूपी में हुए हैं। राइट कहीं भी वो गलत है, तो राइट पे जो दोषी हैं उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, और गुजरात में भी की गई है। लेकिन ये पूरी कार्रवाई नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ दुश्मनागत की कार्रवाई, उनको फंसाना है।
सर, महाराष्ट्र में जो उद्धव ठाकरे उसके बीच चर्चा थी कि बीजेपी सरकार बनाने जा रही है, क्या कुछ है?
आज का जो विषय मैंने बता दिया था, इसी पर है। इस
All right, we're moving on to the latest news break coming in. The Agadi allies now clearly continue to stand with Uddhav Thackeray. NCP now to hold a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray at 6:30 p.m. In attendance will be Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. Ajit Pawar says still the Sena rebels are still part of the party. The Maha government is in majority. It's a bizarre statement to say the least, but meanwhile, Shinde's return to Guwahati Hotel. So Eknath Shinde is back to the Guwahati Hotel. We're going to give you visuals coming in from there. We're going to cut across to those. You see Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs inside the lobby of that hotel in Guwahati. He's returned back to the hotel. There was word earlier that he would be coming down to Mumbai with two of his aides, but that's not happening. He's decided to stay put in Guwahati. But what's happening in Mumbai is a rather strange statement, viewers, which has really come out. And Ajit Pawar was being questioned, and when he asked that his government is in minority, understandably, because the kind of numbers from the Shiv Sena that lie with the Eknath Shinde faction, he said that they are still with the Shiv Sena. Interesting, to say the least. Meanwhile, the Aghadi allies, like I said, they have pledged support to Uddhav Thackeray. 6:30 this evening, to strategize further, is a face-to-face meeting with Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. It's going to be at 6:30 p.m. Meanwhile, these are visuals of Eknath Shinde. You can actually see him there. And his other MLAs. Eknath Shinde was earlier on in the morning. There was indication that he might just be flying to Mumbai, meeting the Deputy Speaker, but not so much. He's returned back to the hotel. He's going to be staying there for a while, is what we are being given to understand. There's also news, viewers, which is developing right now, that there is a no-confidence motion that has been put forth against the Deputy Speaker by Eknath Shinde faction. It's all playing according to script. It happened apparently on the 21st of this month. There was no public knowledge of it, following which today two independent MLAs that have sided with the Bharatiya Janata Party have asked that the Deputy CM be removed because he's compromised. It's interesting because the Deputy Speaker has in front of him from the Shiv Sena a demand that 16 of the rebel MLAs be disqualified. Now, as per law, the Deputy Speaker, if there is, or as per a ruling of the Supreme Court in a similar case in Arunachal Pradesh, says if there is a no confidence motion which is already at play, the Deputy Speaker cannot move for disqualification. Is that the reason why the disqualification has not taken place? Lots of questions. This question was also answered by Ajit Pawar. Listen in.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी के पीछे राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब विधायकों ने उनको सपोर्ट देने का, और आज हम चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को, क्योंकि बीच में उनको कोरोना हुआ था, इसीलिए उनको हमने वहाँ मिलने के लिए हम गए नहीं थे, लेकिन आज 6:30 बजे पवार साहब, प्रफुल्ल भाई, मैं और जयंत पाटिल उनको मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं, बात करने के लिए। उनका क्या कहना है, उनका आगे की लाइन ऑफ एक्शन क्या होनी चाहिए।
So Ajit Pawar addressed a press conference just a short while back, stating that the NCP stands firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray, that at 6:30 p.m. this evening there is a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel and himself, Ajit Pawar. Well, this would be the first face-to-face meeting that possibly of all four of them together. Supriya Sule is missing. Let's cut across right now to Aditya Thackeray, who's now stepped out of that huddle which was taking place at the party president meet, district party president meet at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. He's once again flashing the victory sign, waving to the crowds but refusing to address the public. There you have it. Aditya Thackeray leaving the Shiv Sena Bhavan. A lot of cameras were fixed trying to get in a word, because this is the first address, viewers, that Uddhav Thackeray, who joined from and chaired the meeting through video conferencing, tried to boost the morale of the loyalists, saying that they are going to fight to the finish. If 2 days ago it was an emotional appeal to the rebel MLAs, today was an emotional appeal to his own loyalists, where he spoke to them, said he's happy to step down from party presidentship. But he is now in for the long fight. It would be hard, but he might have left Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence, but he's not left his determination to fight it out. Meanwhile, I want to cut across to Guwahati. My colleague Polumi Saha is joining us right outside the hotel where Eknath Shinde. Polumi, ever since rumors went wild that Eknath Shinde would be coming to Mumbai, he's now gone back to the hotel.
That's right, Preeti. Eknath Shinde, in fact, left from the hotel a little past 12:30 this afternoon. Between 12:31 is when he left in one vehicle, almost hiding his face behind the dark windows of the vehicle with an escort car. And after over 3 hours, he's finally returned to Radisson Blu Hotel behind me again with the same escort. Now, at that point of time, of course, we tried to speak to some of the MLAs inside as to where Eknath Shinde had gone. Some of them, of course, pretended like he's with them, which we knew was not the case because we'd seen the vehicle leave. And some, of course, saying that he had gone to the Kamakya temple to seek the blessings of the goddess over there. But then, of course, what we eventually learned is that he was, in fact, in meetings here in the city of Guwahati itself. He'd gone to, this is Radisson Blu Hotel, Preeti, is on the outskirts of the city. So he had gone into the city of Guwahati for some personal meetings. What were these meetings? Of course, we'll try to find out those details about, but the fact is that he spent over 3 hours engaged in those meetings before he returned to Radisson Blu Hotel. So Eknath Shinde is quite busy, of course, engaged in these meetings and trying to strategize his future course of action. In fact, the MLAs inside did tell us also that they were supposed to have at least 2 sets of meetings today. Earlier, one at about 9 a.m. and then something that they slotted at about 12 noon as well. But that did not happen. Eknath Shinde left a little past 12:30, like I said, for some personal meetings, after which he's just returned to Radisson Blu Hotel. Preeti?
Polumi, in midst of all of this, what's really interesting, and that has come out right now, is that hark back to 21st of this month, the Eknath Shinde camp has already moved a no confidence motion, which we've only got to know today.
That's right. So, Preeti, it's very clear right now. So looking at various steps in terms of trying to, of course, pull off the stunt.
Go ahead, Polumi. We lost you for a bit. Go ahead.
Okay. What I was saying is that this was definitely being planned for a while in terms of course, first seeing if the experiment really works during the Rajya Sabha elections, and then, of course, subsequently during the MLC elections, when, of course, we saw that at least 12 Shivsena MLAs had cross-voted, leading to the victory of all 5 BJP candidates in that election, and a loss for the Congress candidate, the second Congress candidate. Clearly, this has been something that he's been planning. Now, of course, what we are understanding is that he's seeking legal advice. He's trying to, of course, try and project forward in terms of the steps that he has to take, because there are several challenges that are coming his way.
आकडे विधिमंडळ जसं राऊत साहेबांनी सांगितलं असतात नसतात, सत्ता येत असते जात असते, हे सगळ्यांबरोबर होत असतं. पण परवाच्या उद्धव साहेबांच्या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर मला एक कळलेलं आहे की ह्या महाराष्ट्रात आणि ह्या हिंदुस्थानात आकडे असले नसले तरी ह्या 2.5 वर्षात जे आपण काम केलेले, मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांनी जे काम केलेले आहे, प्रत्येकाच्या हृदयावर सत्ता करणारा एकच माणूस.
The work that we've done over the past 2.5 years, the work that the CM has done, one man, Uddhav Thackeray.
काल पण मी बघत होतो, परवा पण बघत होतो, ट्वीट सगळे असतील, जे काही लोक मेसेज करतायत, अनेक ठिकाणी अनेक लोक मला सांगतात,
there can be tweets, there can be stuff on social media.
मोर्चा काढलेला आहे, आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत.
There are many people who are praying for us. We are working for you, we are standing for you.
एडिटर्स करत आहेत, काही इतर राज्यामधले लोक करत आहेत. जगभरातून ज्यांनी बघितलेलं आहे की गेल्या 2.5 वर्षात महाराष्ट्राची प्रगती
from across the world, those who have watched our work over the 2.5 years of the past, they've seen the works during COVID, our work during the pandemic. Everything is before the people.
तो ती व्यक्ती आणि अर्थात महाराष्ट्रात अखंडता शांतता ठेवणारी व्यक्ती, म्हणजे तुम्ही बघितले असेल अनेक ठिकाणी राज्यात नाही देशात अनेक वेगळ्या राज्यांमध्ये दंगल पेटवण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. काही बरं वाईट करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, लॉ अँड ऑर्डरची काही वेगळी स्थिती
Across
आणण्याचा प्रयत्न
states,
केला.
there were attempts made to
ही समीकरण हे
create communal clashes, law and order situation. We did not allow that to happen in Maharashtra.
बरं परवा पण
In
असाच प्रसंग होता,
such a
म्हणजे मी बघत होतो
person
रावतेसाहेब
is
अक्षरशः
being betrayed.
आम्ही जेव्हा
A lot of people are feeling bad about
मी
it.
माझ्या वर्षा निवासस्थानातून मातोश्रीला चाललोय, माझ्या मातोश्रीला चाललेलो आहे, तेव्हा अनेक लोक असे असतात आणि आता पण गेले म्हणजे आपण 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी बघितलेलं, सत्ता जेव्हा बदलली अनेक व्यक्ती असे
When
होते
CM said I'm leaving Varsha for Matoshri,
3 महिने राहायला द्या, 2 महिने राहायला द्या, माझ्या बॅगा पॅक करू द्या मला, आणि
many people would never leave their bungalows even if they ruled for 3 months.
निघालो. पण जे चित्र मला तिथे दिसलं, मला वाटत नाही कुठच्याही मुख्यमंत्र्यांसाठी दिसलं असेल. तिकडचे पोलीस रडत होते, सीएमओचा स्टाफ रडत होता. तुम्ही
The kind of pictures I saw that night, I hadn't seen for any other CM.
तसं असतं की जेव्हा असं काही पक्षात फूट पडते, विधिमंडळात फूट पडते,
Across the road, people were appreciating us, welcoming us.
जोश होता, जल्लोष होता, ताकद होती.
When people see the kind of betrayal, they see it.
तिथे सामान्य शिवसैनिक आणि मुंबईकर आणि महाराष्ट्राचा नागरिक
No, there were no MLAs or MPs. Common Shivsainik and the common people were out there.
तुम्ही जेव्हा तिथून गाडीतून बाहेर पडलात मातोश्रीला, आणि मला हे पण माहिती नव्हतं, कारण बघा असं एक थोडं हे असतं.
Many people called me that Aditya, when you stepped out of your vehicle at Matoshri.
तेच सांगत होते, आई हेच बोलत होती की धोका मित्रपक्षाने दिला असतं तर समजू शकलो असतो. हे काही आपल्याला नवीन नाही की चला मित्रपक्ष कुठचं तरी सोडून दिलंय, पण 2 मित्रपक्ष.
My mother was saying that we would have understood if a friendly party had possibly betrayed us. We would have understood. But they came forward and in fact said that we're supporting you.
आपण पुढे आणलं, आपण डोक्यावर बसवलं, आपण तिकीट दिली, आपण यांच्यासाठी प्रचार केला, आपण यांना.
But who betrayed us? The same people who we in fact pushed forward, helped forward.
म्हणजे ज्या माणसांनी महाराष्ट्राला, अखंड महाराष्ट्राला कोविड काळी सांभाळलं,
and when Uddhav Thackeray is suffering from COVID at such a time, the man who in fact took care of Maharashtra during the pandemic.
मला काल पण सांगत होते की आदित्य मला काही सिम्पथीवर कोणाचं जगायचं
नाही. They know me as a young person, as a child they've known me as.
उद्धव साहेबांची सर्जरी झालेली, मी त्यांचे जे काय आहेत ते कसे बाहेर पडले हे मला माहिती. कोणी हिम्मत करत नाही ते करण्याची सर्जरी.
When Uddhav Thackeray went through a surgery, I know how he fought through it.
आपल्या साहेबांना आहे की आपल्याला कळलं.
Nobody knows.
पण ज्या मिनिटाला सर्जरी झाली त्या मिनिटाला नंतर कोविड वाढत गेला, दुसऱ्या दिवशीपासून मला माहिती, आणि काही त्यावेळी प्रसंग असे आले जेव्हा सगळ्यावरचा विश्वास उडेल असे प्रसंग आले. पण त्या ठिकाणून देखील उद्धव साहेबांनी पहिली सही करत होते, मदत करत होते लोकांचे फोन घेत होते. महाराष्ट्रात कोविड वाढतोय तर दुसऱ्या दिवशीपासून
Uddhav Thackeray would help people, watch out for people.
काही ठराविक आपले लोक.
He took a cabinet meeting in the next week itself.
बबल होतं, सर्जरी होते, ते बेडवर.
People couldn't meet him at that point of time, but it was a pandemic time at that point of time.
स्वतःचे फायदे करून घ्यायला आणि स्वतःला विकून घेतलंय. त्याचा मला राग येतो की अशा प्रसंगाचा त्यांनी गैरफायदा केला आणि स्वतःचा फायदा करून घेण्याचा
group then took advantage of that time.
घेतलं पाहिजे. हे प्रत्येक
I feel angry about it. They worked for their own advantage. This is what Maharashtra needs to understand.
कोणासाठी स्वतःचे कोण नातेवाईक आहेत वरती केंद्रात बसणार आहेत काय हे मला माहिती. काही ठिकाणी असे पण फोन जातात की अरे या आपण सगळे सोबतच आहोत, हे साहेबांनीच सांगितलं आपल्याला करायला, तर आपण कशाला करू. पण हे जर असतं तर स्वतःच्याच मुख्यमंत्र्याला, स्वतःच्याच नेत्याला धोका द्याल का, हा माझा तुम्हाला प्रश्न. आणि म्हणून जेव्हा परवा मी मातोश्रीच्या बाहेर देखील आलो,
will you betray your own CM, your own person?
हा प्रसंग आम्ही, मला वाटतं विनायकराव साहेब आपण दोघं तिघं बसलो साहेबांबरोबर आणि हेच चाललेलं.
When I stepped out of my vehicle at Matoshri, I'm like, it's okay, even if we have someone or not with us.
लोकांच्या भावना आपल्या सोबत आहेत, आपण चांगलं केलं, कोणाचं वाईट केलं नाहीये.
I said don't worry about anything. What people will decide will be the final word. Their sentiments are with us. That is what we need to just keep in mind.
त्यांचं काय करायचं, आपण सगळे हॉटेलमध्ये त्यांना थांबून ठेवलेलं आहे. उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं जणू काही भगवान श्रीकृष्ण.
Raut Sahib asked me what should we do about our MLA? Should we also get them into a hotel?
तर उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं कोणालाही हॉटेलमध्ये वगैरे थांबू नका, आणि त्यांनी आमदारांशी थेट बोलणं पण केलं त्या दिवशी फोनवर.
उद्धव
कोविड त्यावेळी झालेलं काय.
Sahib said nobody needs to stay in a hotel.
थांबून ठेवणार नाही, कैदी करणार नाही, कारण ही लोकशाही.
No, we will not put them in a hotel.
पण ह्याच्यात कुठच्या पक्षाने तुम्हाला पुढे
This is a democracy.
केलेलं आहे,
they have their rights.
पुढची गोष्ट दुसरी, की जर सोबत राहिला तर
You
आनंद
should
आहे, गेला
remember
तरी ठीक
which
आहे.
is the party
कारण
that put you
किती
forward,
अडवून
who
ठेवणार,
helped
किती
you
लपवून ठेवणार.
garner
आणि
your
जी कुरबुर
votes.
होती, हे जे काही त्यांचे हावभाव होते, त्यांना जे काही जायचं होतं ते
How
जाऊन मिळणार
much
तरी
are you
काय?
going to
हा तरी
keep people
विश्वास
behind
आणि
locks?
विचार करणं गरजेचं आहे. ठीक आहे, 1-2 लोकांना, 3-4 लोकांना आत्ता तात्पुरते काहीतरी मिळेल, पण पुढे
How
गेल्यानंतर
will they
जसं
go back
इतर
and meet their own
बंडखोरांना
people?
संपवलेलं आहे,
They
तसं
should
ह्यांना
think about
देखील
it.
संपवणार नाही ह्या कुठच्या विश्वासाने तिथे गेलेले. पण ज्या लोकांना प्राइस टॅग लागलेलं असतं आतापर्यंत.
All right, viewers, you heard Aditya Thackeray in the speech. Let's listen into Uddhav Thackeray. He chaired the same meeting through video conferencing.
त्याच्यात जास्त काय मला गुंतायचं नाहीये, पण कोणी कोणी कोणत्या वेळेला कसं आपल्याशी वागलंय या गोष्टी मात्र आपल्याला लक्षात ठेवणं गरजेचं आहे. मी नितीनजींचं भाषण ऐकलं, दिवाकरजींचं ऐकलं, आदित्यचं ऐकलं, आपल्या निलमताईंचं ऐकलं.
I heard the
तसं
speech
बोलण्यासारखं
of
काय आणि
Aditya,
बोलायचं
Nitinji,
काय
Divakarji.
हा एक महत्वाचा विषय आहे. परवा मला जे काय बोलायचं ते थोडक्यामध्ये मी फेसबुक लाईव्ह वरती
What to
बोललो.
say is extremely important.
काय परिणाम झाला किंवा काय परिणाम
Whatever I had to say, I said over the Facebook Live.
नव्हतं. मी नेहमी माझ्या मनातल्या गोष्टी मोकळेपणाने
What were the results of it?
बोलणार. आज सुद्धा
Or
बोलणार.
what should be the results of it?
परवा मी बोललो आणि
I don't know. I spoke from the heart.
माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये
And even today I
काही
speak
जणांचे मला
openly.
फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत की
I left Varsha and came to Madhushri.
म्हटलं का
Some people called me
त्या लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली.
that
म्हटलं,
Uddhavji,
मी
you
जिद्द
shouldn't have
सोडणार
left
असं नाहीये.
Varsha.
मी मोह सोडला पण जिद्द नाही
Like you
सोडला.
left your turf.
आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच,
I didn't leave
त्या
my
सोडायचा
zid, my absolute
मोह.
stubbornness. But no, I have no
असू
more.
दे
I
का?
have nothing that I am
सोडून
attached
देतो.
to.
त्या सोडायचा माझा मोह आहे. त्या सोडल्या ज्या वास्तूत किंवा ज्या पदावरती स्वप्नात सुद्धा नव्हतं मी कधी जावं किंवा जाईन. आदित्यने जो थोडा उल्लेख केला माझ्या हॉस्पिटल,
What attachment to something that I never even dreamt of.
त्याला थोडं बोलूनच टाकतो त्याच्यावरती तुमच्याशी. जेव्हा मी
Aditya just told you
ठरवलं
about the
की
reality
ऑपरेशन
of my
करायचं,
hospital
कारण
time.
ऑपरेशन करणं गरजेचं होतं. ते केलं नसतं
When I decided to go through the surgery
तर काय
because it
झालं
was
असतं?
important. If I hadn't
एक
done it,
आपल्याशी मी आपुलकीने बोलतोय, आपला कुटुंबीय
we don't know
म्हणून
what would have happened.
कारण दिवाळीच्या सुमारास मला उभं राहता येत नव्हतं.
I'm
हालत होतं.
speaking to you as a family.
मला असं वाटत होतं की मुख्यमंत्र्यांची
After
खुर्ची
around
गडबडीत आहे.
Diwali, I couldn't
पण
even
मला
stand.
उभं
Such
राहिलं
was
ते
my
गडबडीत
state.
वाटायला लागलं. म्हटलं नाही, मुख्यमंत्री
I
पदाची असं
felt
काही घेणं
my
देणं नाही.
chief
आपल्या
minister's
शरीराची
post
काहीतरी
was under
भानगड
thread.
आहे. आणि मी MRI करून घेतला तेव्हा कळलं की माझी जो स्पायनल कॉर्ड आहे तो दाबला गेलेला आहे. चालायला त्रास होत होता, उभं
My
राहायला त्रास
spinal
होत
cord
होता.
had been pressed,
अशा परिस्थितीत
It was
MRI केल्यानंतर मग डॉक्टर
giving me difficulty walking, standing.
ऑपरेशन गरजेचं आहे. म्हटलं कधी?
After MRI,
तसं
doctor
घाईचं
told me
कारण नाही, पण 15
operation is
दिवसात केलं
important.
पाहिजे. अरे म्हटलं 15
I
दिवसात
asked him
केलं पाहिजे
when.
आणि घाईचं कारण नाही म्हणजे काय, एकूण एकच आहे.
He said not very important in 15 days, but
आणि म्हटलं 12 तारखेला करून टाका.
I
काही
said
जणांचं
15
काय
days
बघा,
is
असं होऊ शकतं,
in a
तसं
hurry.
होऊ शकतं. म्हटलं मला सगळ्याची कल्पना आहे, पण ऑपरेशन हे करावंच लागेल. अगदी काल परवाकडे जेव्हा पंतप्रधान मोदी भेटले, हे विशेष.
I said, okay, I realize the operation needs to be done.
उद्धव भाई, आपने ऑपरेशन किया, बहुत अच्छा किया, हिम्मत का काम था लेकिन आपने किया. म्हटलं हिम्मत और मैं कभी जुदा नहीं हो सकता हूँ. हिम्मत ही माझ्या रक्तातच आहे, त्याच्यामुळे ते काही वेगळं होणारच नाहीये. ते ऑपरेशन झाल्यानंतर
Himmat, strength is in my blood.
हे आता मी काही
After the operation was completed, everything was fine.
थोडं पाणी तर नाक कधीतरी गळते. नाहीतर उद्धव ठाकरेनं झाले अश्रू.
Okay, I'm not crying over here, okay? It's because of COVID. I have some water in my eyes.
ऑपरेशन केल्यानंतर अनेक काही वेळेला इतर काही ऑपरेशनच्या अनुभव घेतले असेल. वेदना तर प्रचंड होत्या. एक 4-5 दिवसानंतर डॉक्टरांची माझ्या खोलीत बैठक झाली. मला डॉक्टर म्हणाले, उद्धव अभी आपके मन के अनुसार 2-4 दिन में घर भी गए, तुम्ही कुछ फरक नहीं पड़ता, कुछ सब ठीक हो गया है. तोपर्यंत व्यवस्थित होतं, माझे हात बीत हालत होते. अचानक एक दिवस सकाळी उठलो आणि आळस दिली तेव्हा माझ्या मानेत जो प्रचंड असा क्रॅम्प आला.
Suddenly,
त्याच्यानंतर माझ्या लक्षात आलं माझी खांद्यापासूनची तळपायापर्यंतची हालचाल पूर्ण बंद झाली होती. पूर्ण बंद. म्हणजे मी श्वास घ्यायला बघितलं, मी एक बघितलं की
that
पोट सुद्धा हालत
I'd
नाही,
lost
सगळंच
any
बंद.
sort of sensation
आणि मग
from my
तातडीने
shoulder
दुसरं ऑपरेशन
downwards.
करावं लागलं. ही माहिती नाही म्हटलं तरी बाहेर गेली असेल नसेल.
Immediately we had to get another operation done.
असं हे झाला की आता काय
Maybe
पुढं
this
उभं
information was
राहत
leaked or
नाही. आता
not.
आपल्याला
I don't know.
काही जण मी बरा व्हावं म्हणून देवावरती अभिषेक करत होते, काही जण बरा होऊ नये म्हणून देव पाण्यात बुडून बसले होते. हे
Some
प्रत्येकाच्या
people were
वृत्ती
praying
असतात.
that I
काय
should get
करायचं, देवावरती अभिषेक करायचा,
immediately,
पाण्यात
that I
बुडून
should get better
बसायचे.
immediately.
ज्याचा त्याचा प्रश्न आहे. आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या प्रेमाने आणि आशीर्वादाने मी परत तुमच्यापर्यंत आलो. म्हणजे मी हातवारे आज करू
Because of your
शकतो,
love
पण
and
तेव्हा तुम्हाला सांगतो
blessings,
ही बोटं दोन
I
माझी
came
जुळत नव्हती.
back to you.
म्हणजे हात निश्चल पडले होते. आदित्य परदेशात होता. आदित्य आला तेव्हा तो
My
आवाज
hands had
बसलेला
almost
माझ्याकडे.
turned lifeless.
ठीक आहे, ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीला मी तोंड दिलेलं आहे. मला त्याची
Aditya
पर्वा
would
नाहीये,
look at
कारण
me
शेवटी
surprised.
माझ्या खांद्यावरती ज्या कोणी जबाबदारी दिली असेल ती जी काय ताकद
don't
आहे,
care for all of
जगदंबेची
it.
हे फोटो लावलेला तो काय उगाच नाही लावलेला. माझे वडील, माझी आई, तुम्ही
These are the
सगळे,
blessings of the
ती
goddess.
जबाबदारी ज्यांनी माझ्यावरती सोपवलेली आहे तो बघून गेली. जसा मी
My
इथपर्यंत
father,
आलो,
my mother, all of
ध्यानी
you.
नसताना म्हणजे आणखी
You
एक
have given me a
ऑपरेशनची गोष्ट सांगतो.
responsibility.
ऑपरेशन देण्यापूर्वी ते अनेस्थेशिया देणारे डॉक्टर म्हणाले, उद्धव डोंट वरी, मी इकडे आहे. म्हटलं तू अनेस्थेशिया दिल्यानंतर तू तिकडेस का इकडे, मला काय फरक
Another
पडणार आहे?
operation.
पण
Let me tell you a
त्याचं
story.
म्हणजे
Doctor
तुला
said,
एकदम
Uddhav, don't
चांगला
worry.
मस्त स्वप्न येईल. म्हटलं येऊ रे. अनेस्थेशियातून उठवल्यानंतर मला पहिला प्रश्न विचारला, उद्धवजी वर्षा की मातोश्री? म्हटलं मातोश्री.
After anesthesia, when I woke up,
अनेस्थेशिया दिला असताना प्रश्न विचारला तरी मी हेच सांगितलं असतं मातोश्री.
I was asked Varsha or Matoshri. I said Matoshri.
मला म्हणाले कैसे
Even
उद्धव जी,
under
क्या सपना है?
anesthesia
पार्लियामेंट
influence, I
आया कि
always say
असेंबली आया?
Matoshri.
मतलब कुछ सपना नहीं जो मेरे सपने में भी नहीं आ सकता, वो सपना कभी मुझे
क्या सपना आया आपको?
ऐसी स्थिती में भी नहीं आ सकता. माझ्या डोळ्यासमोर पूर्ण अंधार होता, काही नव्हतं. मला मी शांत होतो, म्हटलं मला काही झालेलं नव्हतं. तर जी स्वप्न मी
I
बघितली
couldn't
नव्हती,
see much
बघणार
at that
नाही
point of
माझ्या
time.
स्वतःसाठी, त्याच्यामुळे त्या गोष्टीचा त्याग अजूनही मी केलेला नाही. कारण मी म्हटलं मी जिद्द
What I
सोडलेली
didn't
नाही,
dream
जिद्द
for
सोडणार
myself.
नाही, मी मोह सोडलेला आहे. मोह सोडलेला आहे. आता प्रश्न येतो हा तुमचा.
I could easily give up that
आमदारांना
attachment.
बोलवलं होतं, खासदारांना तर आज सुद्धा येत आहे.
Now the question is about you.
काही आमदार त्या दिवशी हो
I had
हो
called
कापलो तरी
MLAs
जाणार नाही. आता
the
एकदा
other day.
कापता तिकडे गेले, तो भाग वेगळा. कारण कापलो तरी म्हणजे कापल्यावरती जाणार कसा, हा एक प्रश्न आहे. कापूनच टाकलं तर जाणार कसा, तर कापलो तरी जाणार नाही. पण हा न कापता काही लोक आपल्या इथं गेले. ठीक आहे, जायचं तर जाऊ द्या. ही गोष्ट साधारणतः
They told me we will not go.
आली होती. लोकांना पैसे वाटले जात होते. अगदी मी स्वतः सांगितलं होतं की शासकीय पातळीवरती आमदार
Money was being distributed.
म्हणून पैसे देतो. जिल्हा प्रमुखांना विचारा, त्यांना कुठे कुठे फंड पाहिजे, त्यांना कुठे फंड पाहिजे. तर जिल्हा प्रमुखांना सुद्धा फंडचं वाटप
I mean,
हा करायला मी सांगितलं होतं.
MLAs
झाला
were
होता की
getting
नाही मला
money,
माहिती नाही.
okay? Zilla Pramukh were being asked, where do you want funds? Where do you want money to reach you?
एक मदत म्हणून पण करा. कारण सगळे मला कल्पना आहे की रक्ताचं पाणी करणारे शिवसैनिक आहेत. पैशाची झोळी आपली नेहमी रिकामी असते. तर अशा शिवसैनिकांना सुद्धा काही
But I know
मदत केली
शिवसैनिक्स.
पाहिजे. आता ही मदत कुठून करत होते, तर जे खातं आपण त्यांना दिलं होतं त्याच खात्यातून करत होते. म्हणून मी परवा जे बोललो ना की बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना
They were
आता
using
संपली.
just the funds that we had given them.
शिवसेना संपली. बरं, संपली शिवसेना. मग 2012 नंतर ती शिवसेना संपायला पाहिजे किंवा 2012
They would say
मध्येच ती
Bala
शिवसेना
Sahib's
संपायला पाहिजे.
Shivsena is over.
त्याच्यानंतर शिवसेना एकदा नाही तर दोनदा सत्तेवरती आली आणि दोन्ही
If that was the
वेळेला
case, it should have ended in 2012.
दिलं. आणि मंत्रिपद कुठलं, तर जे खातं नेहमी सीएम
In both cases,
ते खातं
we
मी त्यांना
gave
दिलं.
him
कारण मला या पैशाच्या भानगडीशी
ministerial berths.
दुरान्वयाने संबंध नको होता.
Whatever portfolio he wanted, I gave it to
हे जे
him.
काही पैसे होते ते शिवसेनेच्या मुळे मिळालेल्या मंत्रिपदाचे, ते तुम्हालाच मी बोललो होतो की माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना मदत करा म्हणून. ते दिल्यानंतर जर तुम्ही त्याच्यावरती स्वतःच्या गांधीजीच्या ऐवजी स्वतःचा फोटो लावणार असाल तर ते मात्र चूक आहे. तर ते चूक आहे. तर आता हे असं भासवलं जातंय, ज्याचा उल्लेख थोडा मला वाटतं आदित्यनी पण केला, की त्यांचीच आता पोरं टोरं सगळे फोन करतायत, अरे दबरू दादा तुम्हाला काय वाटतं, काय वेळ लागले काय मला? अहो आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनीच सांगितले करायला. आम्ही कुठे उद्धव साहेबांना सोडत नाही आहोत, आम्ही त्यांच्याच सोबत आहोत, पण तुम्ही आमच्या बरोबर या, आपल्याला करायचंय. मग ही सगळी लोक आलेत ती शिवसेना भवनमध्ये वेळ लागले काय यांना, की तुम्ही बोलवल्यानंतर तुमच्याकडे येत नाही आणि उद्धवनी बोलवल्यानंतर उद्धवकडे येत आहेत.
All of these people who've come with me, despite you calling, are they mad?
सरळ देईन मी तुम्हाला. त्यामुळे त्यांना फुस लावून कशाला सांगितलं की असं असं करा, मग हे अंदर की बात है, ये हमारे साथ है. हे अंदर बिंदर की बात नाही, जे आहे ते खुल्लम खुल्ला आहे. हे शिवसेना फोडण्याचं पाप हे करायचं आणि वरती एक तर सुरुवातीला आता या गोष्टी ऐकून मला कंटाळा आला. की बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना संपलेली आहे, उद्धवची शिवसेना वेगळी आहे, ह्याची शिवसेना वेगळी आहे. अहो ठाकरे आणि
I'm
शिवसेना
tired of listening that Balasaheb Thackeray's Shivsena is over.
शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच.
Thackeray and Shivsena
सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. काढा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरताना मी तर नालायकच आहे, माझा फोटो लावूच नका, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
I am nalayak, I am incompetent, don't put my photo.
कशाला छेडछाड करायची, हे का करायचं?
Use
तुम्ही सांगितलं फार
Shivsena portfolio and work.
समोर सांगा, प्रेसनी सांगा की शिवसेनेची मान्यता, अधिकृत मान्यता ही विधिमंडळ, ते ठीक आहे. मी जे परवा बोललो ना की किती आमच्या सोबत किती तुमच्या सोबत, माझ्या दृष्टीने हा विषय गौण आहे. ज्यांनी शिवसैनिकांनी तुम्हाला मतदान केलं,
The matter is not how many with me, how many with you.
जी काही तिकीट वाटप केली ती बाळासाहेबांनी,
The people who voted you into power.
आणि तसं शेवटच्या मनोगतात बाळासाहेबांनी तुम्हाला
I didn't go ahead and distribute tickets on my own. That was the responsibility Balasaheb gave me.
मध्ये मी तुम्हाला ही उमेदवारी दिली होती. त्या
He told
उमेदवारी
you
नंतर तुम्ही
take care of
निवडून
Uddhav and
आला.
Aditya.
आता तुम्ही सांगता की ती शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची नाही.
After that, after those distribution of tickets, you were elected.
ही कोणत्या शिवसेनेने तुम्हाला दिली?
I gave you
बाळासाहेबांची
ministerial berths.
मंत्रिपद तेव्हा का नाही नाकारली तुम्ही?
Which Shivsena gave that to you in 2014?
आम्हाला ही शिवसेना मान्य नाही, या शिवसेनेने आम्हाला दिलेली उमेदवारी मान्य नाही, मंत्रिपद तर दूरच राहू. करताय, करू शकताय, पण एक महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला
You don't want to accept Shivsena. Can you stay away from ministerial berths? Are you accepting that?
ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये, ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची
You took MLAs with you. That's what you did. Maximum, take more with you.
ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत, ती काढू शकत नाही.
You can break away fruits from a tree, but you cannot pull away the roots of the tree.
रुजलेली आहेत, रुजवलेली आहेत, ती जोपर्यंत घट्ट माझ्यासोबत आहेत.
And I don't worry. As long as Balasaheb sowed the seeds of my tree,
बहर येत असतो. म्हणजे काल परवापर्यंत मी ज्या वर्षामध्ये राहत होतो,
it will
तिकडे त्या वर्षामध्ये
fight off any adversity.
बदामाचं झाड आहे. 1-2 महिन्यापूर्वी मी बघितलं की ते बदामाचं झाड नुसतं
Varsha has a couple of trees.
बहरच गेलेला त्याचा पान आणि पान, म्हणजे खाली रोज सकाळ संध्याकाळ सडा पडत होता, पानाचा सडा. आणि 1-2-4 दिवसानंतर ते झाड बोडकं झालं. लोक सगळ्यांना म्हणजे काही यायचे ते, अरे झाडाची पानं कुठे
That badam tree
पडली. म्हटलं येणार त्याला पानं,
turned pale very soon.
शिशिर असतो, ग्रीष्म असतो,
all leaves had fallen off.
आता मान्सून सुरू झाला, आपला वर्षा असतो, आणि वर्षामध्ये तो वर्षा असणारच, तो कसं जाईल. तर ती झाडं पानं गळून गेल्यानंतर अक्षरशः काड्या राहिल्या होत्या त्या झाडाच्या. 4 दिवसामध्ये पुन्हा ते झाड, त्याला कोंब फुटले,
only branches remain.
हिरवगार होऊन गेलं, पुन्हा हिरवगार. आता पुन्हा त्याला बदाम आले. गुलमोहराचं झाड सुद्धा गुलमोहराच्या फुलांनी डवरून गेलं होतं. हे पानाचं किंवा निसर्गाचा नियम आहे, सुकलेली पानं गळलीच पाहिजेत, गळलीच पाहिजेत. ही सुकलेली पानं जोपर्यंत गळत नाहीत तोपर्यंत नवीन पालवी आणि नवीन पालवी जोपर्यंत त्याला फुटत नाही तोपर्यंत झाड
leaves turn brown and they fall.
ही पानं गळून गेलीच पाहिजेत. आणि जी पानं सडलेली असतील, कीड लागलेली असतील, त्यांना ही,
and if that doesn't happen, a tree will not turn green one more time. It has to happen.
त्याच्यामुळे हाच तो आताचा काळ आहे.
We'll have to break away those leaves, otherwise the insects or the will in fact eat into the tree.
जसं मी म्हटलं की वर्षा सोडताना मला काही वाईट,
take away as many as you want.
माझं नाहीच, ते सोडायला मला वाईट वाटायचं.
I did not feel bad leaving Varsha.
गेलेत, जाऊ देत. जे माझ्याकडे नव्हते,
nothing
ते सोडून
affects
मला
me.
वाईट का वाटावं?
And those who have gone, go.
तर मला का वाईट वाटावं? म्हणजे जे माझं नाही ते सोडायला मला वाईट वाटत.
Why should it feel bad? Why should I feel bad about it?
गेले तरी मला वाईट वाटायचं कारण नाहीये. मुळं माझ्यापर्यंत सोबत आहेत.
What wasn't mine, I didn't feel bad leaving it. So those who weren't mine, if they leave me and go, why should I feel bad?
आणि जेवढा माणूस मोठा होतो त्याचं स्वप्न मोठं होतं, त्याचं स्वप्न मोठं होतं. या सगळ्या मोठ्या माणसांची स्वप्न,
these are people who've grown, they've become big people, they have big dreams now.
मला शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी
maybe I can't fulfill their dreams.
महाराष्ट्राच्या शिवसैनिकांच्या स्वप्नासाठी म्हणून ही माझ्यावरती जबाबदारी दिलेली आहे.
That wasn't the job Balasaheb Thackeray gave me to fulfill their dreams. It was to satisfy the people and take care of the people of Maharashtra.
आल्यानंतर मी एकदा थेट बोलूनच त्यांना विचारलं की असं असं कानावर येतंय. नाही 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 मी असं कसं वागेन. ते म्हटलं खोटं असेल आणि खोटं असावं असं माझं म्हणणं आहे. खोटं असेल तर काहीच मुद्दा नाहीये, नसेल तर स्पष्ट सांगा. नाही आपण भाजपसोबत जायला पाहिजे असा काही आमदारांचा माझ्यावरती एक दबाव आहे. म्हटलं ठीक आहे, मला मान्य आहे. पण ज्या
Some MLAs are putting
भाजपाने
pressure on me to go with BJP.
त्यांच्यापैकी बोलतो,
Okay,
तुमच्या हा शब्द
fine.
तुमच्यासाठी नाहीये, तुमच्या
But this BJP?
त्यांच्यापैकी किती लोकांच्या कुटुंबियांवरती, जसं माझ्या कुटुंबियांवरती घाणेरड्या शब्दात आरोप केले, तसे आरोप केले ते सांगा. आणि जनाची नाही तर मनाची मी जनतेसमोर जाईन.
Bad language to make allegations against you, your families.
मातोश्रीवरती म्हटलं आरोप केल्यानंतर तुमचं रक्त नाही सळसळत. मातोश्रीवरती वेडवाकट काही बोलल्यानंतर तुमचं रक्त गरम होत नाही. कसं
This BJP made allegations against me and Matoshri, and your blood doesn't boil.
त्या तळपत्या उन्हामध्ये तापलेल्या रस्त्यावरती बसते की मातोश्रीवरती कोण आहे तुम्ही बघतोय, आणि बाकी सगळे मोठी झालेली षंड भाजपसोबत जा म्हणून सांगतात. म्हटलं मी षंड नाहीये. माझ्या कुटुंबियांवरती आरोप केले, मातोश्रीवरती आरोप केले. हे ह्याच्यावरती करेक्शन काय? आणि मी नालायकपणाने निर्लज्जपणाने पुन्हा मांडीला लावून बसू आणि माझ्या बाजूला कोण तो तोतला बसतात. म्हटलं माझ्याकडनं नाही होणार.
I should just crawl back to them like an incompetent person.
पण एक लक्षात
Those who made baseless allegations against me, against Matoshri.
वापरतील आणि काम झालं का फेकून देतील.
This use and throw is a policy. They'll use you and they'll throw you.
ही यांची एक रीत झालेली आहे. त्यांच्यामध्ये आपल्याशी लढण्याची हिंमत नाही, धमक नाही, म्हणून आपलीच माणसं फोडायची आणि आपल्या अंगावरती सोडायची. तुम्ही लढत राहा, आम्ही आमचं काम मोकाटपणाने आम्ही चरत राहू. तुम्ही एकमेकांना भांडण, मग त्या राणीला सोडायचं, आता ह्यानं आपल्या अंगावर सोडा, आरोप करायचे, आपण आणि हे चरायला मोकळे. म्हणजे उद्या काय कारवाई झाली किंवा काय झालं तर आलेला मेला, आम्ही मात्रच आहे. यांचं नुकसान काहीच होत नाहीये, होणार नाहीये. कारण बाहेरचे भाडोत्री लोक
if some action is taken tomorrow, they are safe. We are the ones who will be in trouble.
भाडोत्रींना भोगावं लागेल. त्यांच्या मूळ गाभ्याला कुठे हातच लागत.
They have us fight each other.
कोण विचार करणार, कोण यांच्या डोक्यात घालायचं? बरं मी आणखीन काय कमी करायचं ठेवलं होतं?
And nothing even touches them. Who's going to think about this?
त्यांना आम्ही दिलं. हा काही कदाचित हे आमचं एक मिनिट माझा तो मारुसरू हे काय मी स्टाईल म्हणून नाही करत, नाही तर काही जणांना अशी शिवसेना प्रमुख करायची म्हणून त्यांना वाटेल मी पण करतोय. तर मलाच खरंच सर्दी झाले म्हणून मी करतोय बाबा, जरा श्वास घ्यायला त्रास होतो म्हणून.
Okay, this is not something that I'm doing deliberately. Okay, I am suffering from a little bit of cold and I'm feeling a little breathless. Just give me a minute.
काय बोलतो मी तुमच्याशी विसरलो तोपर्यंत. काय कमी दिलं? कारण आतापर्यंत गेले 5 वर्षामध्ये म्हणजे आपल्या सत्तेच्या आधी एक मोठं खातं दिलं, त्याच्यानंतर साधारणतः
in the last 5 years before our power,
पाहिलेलं नाही, कारण माझ्या मनातही तसं कधी नव्हतं. नगर विकास खातं कधी मुख्यमंत्र्याशिवाय वेगळं कोणाकडे कधी गेलंय का हल्लीच्या काळात? नाही. पण ते सुद्धा मी दिलं. माझ्याकडे मी काय ठेवलं? न्यायविधी. दिवाकरजी तुम्ही मंत्री होतात, तुम्हाला माहिती आहे न्यायविधी कशाचं खातं आहे.
I gave all portfolios. What did I keep with me?
आता तात्पुरतं त्या संजय राठोडवरती अत्यंत वाईट आरोप झाले. आता त्याला सुद्धा ठीक आहे, त्याच्यात सुद्धा एक करायचं ते केलं.
There were upsetting allegations against Sanjay Rathod. We acted.
आणि इन्फॉर्मेशन टेक्नॉलॉजी त्याच्यात मला खरंच काहीतरी करावं असं वाटत होतं, म्हणून पण ते करायचं कधी अवधी मिळाला नाही कोविडमुळे. पण बाकी सगळी खाती मी वाटून टाकली.
I kept IT because I felt like doing something about it, but I didn't get the opportunity because of COVID.
पण ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचं मला नाही म्हटलं तरी मला सवय झाली. वीट तर आलेलंच आहे, पण ती वीट नुसतं येऊन उपयोग नाही, ती वीट डोक्यात हाणावी लागेल. नाही तर मला वीट आलाय, बरं वीट आलाय पुढे काय नाही, ती वीट मी हाणणार डोक्यात त्यांच्या. नाहीतर वीट येऊन उपयोग काय त्या विटेचा? तर तो वीट ह्या गोष्टीचा आलाय की त्यावेळेला बाळासाहेब आणि ते सदैव आपलं दैवतच आहे, त्याच्याबद्दल काय मी बोलायचं कारण नाही. पण विठ्ठल आणि मग आपण जे काय माझ्यासोबत तुम्ही होते ते बडवे, आता हीच पद्धत ते कदाचित आदित्यबद्दल करते. म्हणजे स्वतःचा पोरगा खासदार, पण माझा पोरगा काय होता का बरे? मी कुठे शिवसैनिकांच्या मुलाला काय अडवतोय? पण ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचं आता तोच ते
Calling people middlemen
रिपीट
around Aditya. So your son can be an MP, but my son can't.
बद्दल काही नाही. पण आता ते बोलायला लागले की आता ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची नाही. ते सगळ्या जुन्या गोष्टी आपल्याला अनुभव आलेला आहे. निष्ठा म्हणजे काय असते ती आता आपल्याला दाखवायची आहे. मला वामनराव महाडिकांचं एक वाक्य आठवते. मला काय होतं आता या कॅमेराचा अँगल असा आहे की समोर दिवाकरजी आहेत, नेरुरकर आहेत, दगडूदादा, विनोद, नेरकर, विर्लेकर आहेत. नाही जास्त फिरू नका, मला सगळ्यांची नावं घ्यावी लागतील. पण दगडूदादा दिसल्यामुळे मला लालबाग परळचं जास्त आठवत आहे. वामनरावांचं एक वाक्य आठवत आहे. वामनराव हा एक प्रतिभावान माणूस होता, शिवसेनेचा पहिला आमदार. म्हणजे बोलायला लागले का वक्तृत्व अमोघ वक्तृत्व त्यांचं होतं आणि ऐकत बसावं असं वक्तृत्व होतं. अनेकदा आपल्या माथी पराभव आलेले आहेत, आपल्या पदरी पराभव पडलेले, पण पराभवाने कधी आपण खचून नाही गेलो. ह्याचं कारण का, जसं आता नितीनजी तुम्ही म्हणालात की शिवाजी महाराजांच्या निवडणुका नव्हत्याच. एक तर सरळ कापाकापी, म्हणजे प्राण गेला तरी 72. आता बोलायला ठीक आहे, देते कोण प्राण, पण त्यावेळेला निवडणुका विषय नव्हता. हल्ले व्हायचे, घरातले सगळे आबरू लुटली जायची, देवदेवतांच्या मूर्त्या बाहेर काढल्या जायच्या आणि त्याचे तुकडे करून घर पेटून द्यायचं. याला म्हणतात बेचिराख. तुला बेचिराख करीन म्हणजे काय की सगळंच होत्याचं नव्हतं करून टाकेन. पण तरी देखील त्यावेळेचा मावळा म्हणा, त्यावेळेची जनता ही शिवरायाच्या सोबत राहिली. ते लढाई बऱ्याचदा हारायचे, पण तरी एक गोष्ट लक्षात घ्या, हार जीत
the people never left the side of Shivaji Maharaj.
मन जर खचलेलं असतं,
he suffered losses in battle as well.
तुम्हाला विजय नाही देऊ शकत. पण मन जर का खंबीर असेल तर उद्याची निवडणूक जिंकायची जिद्द देऊ शकते. म्हणून वामनरावांचं जे वाक्य होतं,
but if your heart is clean, even a loss in the elections just gives you the strength to fight harder the next time.
ही तरंगते त्यांच्या बरोबर. ही विष्ठा तरंगत जाऊ द्या, पण जे निष्ठावान असतील ते माझ्यासोबत राहतील. मी तर आता या मानसिकतेत आहे की माझ्यासोबत
the people who are determined will stay with me.
तो मुद्दा नाहीये, सगळे आपले आहेतच, पण चला आपल्यासोबत मी तर म्हणेन कोणीच नाहीये. पुढे काय बोला. जसं ते बदामाचं झाड झालं होतं तसं आता झालेलं आहे. नवीन पालवी फुटणार आणि ती मी फोडणार. म्हणजे हेच शिवसेना भवन इथे.
It's like that badam tree that I was talking to you about. I will ensure that green leaves appear on it again.
तो किस्सा घडला होता. जनता पक्षाचा एक तो जोर होता आणि बाळासाहेबांना काही नेत्यांनी सांगितलं की बाळासाहेब, तुम्हाला जे वाटतं शिवसेना ती शिवसेना तुमच्या अवतीभोवती जे 2-5 सुरेमारेवाले आहेत ना, तेवढ्यापुरतीच बाकी सगळी शिवसेना म्हणे नाहीशी झालेली आहे. मग आता जनता पक्षात विलीन व्हायला पाहिजे. साहेबांनी त्यांना सांगितलं की 2-5 माझे कट्टर माणसं असतील ना, जे तुमच्या लेखी सुरेमारेवाले आहेत, ते जरी माझ्यासोबत राहिले तरी शिवसेना मी पुन्हा उभी करून दाखवेन. आणि त्यांनी दाखवली करून उभी. आज त्यावेळेला काही जण तेव्हा जनता पक्षात गेले.
There was an offer to in fact merge with the Janata Party, and at that time we were reduced to 2. Bala Sahib said it's okay 2, but as 2, if we have those 2 with me, we'll fight it out.
या सगळ्या अनुभवातून शहाणपण घेत पुढे जायचं असतं. मला आजही तुम्हाला मी सांगतो, कारण आता पदाधिकाऱ्यांना फोन यायला लागलेले आहेत, जिल्हा प्रमुखांना यायला लागलेले आहेत, सगळ्या माजी नगरसेवकांना. कारण
नगरसेवक phone calls from जिल्हा प्रमुख, from office bearers.
आता प्रशासक आहे तर त्यांना यायला लागलेले आहेत. दमदाट्या होत आहेत. आणि पुन्हा हेच की अरे आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं, ठाण्यातल्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी येत आहेत फोन की आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितले म्हणून. तर असं काही नाहीये. हा उघड भारतीय जनता पक्षाने साधलेला डाव आहे. आता आपले सगळे जे काही तिकडे गेलेले घोडे गुलाबीने फसवलेले आमदार आता तिकडे
a plot by the BJP.
आग्रहून सुटका कशी करून घ्यायची
those
बघायला पाहिजे.
rebel MLAs are now like prisoners.
समोर कोण येत नाही, सोबत कोण येत नाही, तोपर्यंत विश्वास ठेवायला तयार नाही. धरून चाला की आपल्या सोबत कोणीच नाहीये. अशा मानसिकतेमधनं तुम्ही पुन्हा नवीन शिवसेना
believe you have no one with you and walk ahead.
आपल्याकडे सत्तेचं एकही पद नाहीये, काही नाहीये.
This is my zid. This is my absolute will that I will ensure that Shivsena stands up.
समजा. आणि त्याच्यानंतर बाळासाहेबांनी उभं केलं. 56 वर्षांनंतर आज आपण या
Imagine
सत्तेमध्ये
it's
आलो.
those
ही जिद्द
circumstances
तुमच्यात
that I
असेल
just
तर
narrated of.
सोबत राहा, नाहीतर मी तुम्हालाही सांगतोय की तुम्हालाही तुमचं भवितव्य उज्ज्वल वाटत असेल,
If you
जरूर
have
तिकडे
the
जा.
same zid as me,
जरूर जा.
stay with me.
कारण प्रत्येकाला प्रत्येकाच्या भवितव्याचा
If you want to
विचार
otherwise,
करण्याचा
you know,
अधिकार आहे, निर्णय
do
घेण्याचा
something else for
अधिकार
your
आहे.
future, go
मी
there.
कोणाच्याही भवितव्याच्या आड येऊ इच्छित नाही. कारण
Everyone has the right to think for
शिवसेनेची
themselves.
स्थापनाच मराठी माणसांच्या आणि हिंदूंच्या उज्ज्वल भवितव्यासाठी झाली. त्याच्यामुळे मी जर काही चालवला नालायक असेल तर तुम्ही आता
Shivsena was founded for the bright future of Marathi Manus and Hindus.
सोडायला तयार आहे. मुख्यमंत्री पद माझ्यासाठी
If you
गौरव आहे.
want, I will leave the post right now.
तुम्हाला कृपा करून नीट समजून घ्या. मी तुम्हाला अजिबात भावनिक ब्लॅकमेल करत नाही. केवळ बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो माझ्या पाठी लागलाय म्हणून मी
trying to emotionally blackmail you.
माझ्या मोहात अडकू नका, माझ्या प्रेमात अडकू नका. जर खरंच
Don't get attached to me just because I'm Balasahab's son and because his photo is behind me.
बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो माझ्या मागचा आणि तुम्ही माझा व्यक्तिगत विचार करून जर मी नालायक असेल तर सांगा. कारण शेवटी बाळासाहेबांना जर का मी शिवसेनेच्या बाबतीत
Keep aside Balasahab's photo. Think about me. If you think I'm incompetent, don't stand with me.
तसं शिवसेना ही माझ्याहून जास्त लाडकं त्यांचं अपत्य आहे. माझ्याहून जास्त लाडकं अपत्य ही शिवसेना आहे आणि ती चालवली.
The way I am Balasahab's son,
बाजूला ठेवा.
Shivsena was a bigger son to him,
पुढे कशी जाईल
much more closer to him.
आणि तुम्ही निर्णय घ्या. बाकी मला काही बोलायचं नाही.
Think about the future of Shivsena and decide for yourselves.
धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
उद्धवजी तुम संघर्ष करो, उद्धवजी ताकत तुम संघर्ष करो.
All right, viewers, you heard that highly emotional speech made by Uddhav Thackeray. This speech, viewers, were for his loyalists. The first one were for the rebel MLAs, this one for the royalists. We're going to keep getting our viewers the very latest. It ended with slogans by those still loyal to Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hai, and ended on those notes. But Uddhav Thackeray making a highly emotional speech, talking extensively about his own surgery, why he couldn't be with who he called his people. But very important, viewers, he's put the name Thackeray along with the Shivsena, and both cannot be without each other. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is my colleague Shivaru.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 km per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 km per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States.
The whole year that I was Miss World, the first thing is that I got a lot of exposure. I understood more about the industry, and then when you know that an opportunity like this is in front of you, then there's no looking back. But I think my life has been surreal, you know. I feel like you always have these plans, and I love to plan. You know, I had my whole life planned, and I was doing something really different today, you know, according to my plans. But destiny just takes you to different places, and what I've learned is that you just need to go with the flow. You just need to enjoy wherever life is taking you, and as long as you're enjoying, that's more important.
Yeah.
It was a lot quieter than I expected it would be, and much more like it wasn't very fast, you know. And normally, you know, you practice a scene, but you realize that once you go there, sometimes certain times you feel like what you're doing is unnatural, but that's for the camera, in the way you're standing or where you're looking. But having said that, I really enjoyed my first experience. The one thing that I think I realized is that I need to conserve my energy, because it is physically exhausting when you're shooting from morning to night. It is exhausting, and I never realized that.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching.
Will the real Shiv Sena please stand up? Eknath Shinde says we have the numbers to win this. Uddhav Thackeray says don't worry about the numbers, we can replace them by raising new cadres. Both sides claim to be the true inheritors of Uddhav Thackeray's Hindutva legacy, but the people of Maharashtra and everyone watching India Today from across the country only have one question. Ye khel kab khatam hoga? I have a timeline with some inside information about how this is going to go down over the next 24 hours on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
So yes, young people we've seen in today's date are not just suffering from heart attacks, they're having strokes, they're having cardiac arrests. I mean, they're brought dead to our hospitals and nobody knows why. They all just say that, they've always been fit. The definition of fitness is different for different people. Nobody gets their pre-health checkups done. You don't know what's happening in your body. You eat all the junk food and still believe that you're young, so nothing's going to happen to you, but that's not happening. So you might have heard about symptoms like a left-sided chest pain, which is, radiating to the left arm. That is one of the most typical symptoms of a heart attack, but not everybody has those symptoms. You can have profuse sweating just suddenly while you're sitting. You can have shortness of breath. You'll have difficulty in breathing. You'll feel uneasy. You might have nausea, vomiting. So in today's date, a lot of people are having a lot of sugars, a lot of processed foods, packaged foods, refined oils. They have a sedentary lifestyle. There's so much of stress going on, smoking, alcohol. All of these, lead towards more susceptibility towards having a heart attack. So it's very important, I would suggest, to first take control of your diets. Throw those packaged foods out, throw those processed foods out, just drain out the refined oils.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Have father and son conceded defeat? Have Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray basically thrown in the towel? Well, technically not just yet, but Uddhav Thackeray, in a speech just now to district heads, has talked once again emotionally about how he never wanted power at all. And Aditya Thackeray, the Thackeray son, has said, we don't have the numbers. It is perhaps the clearest signal from the Thackeray clan that the end is near and that they may be throwing in the towel very, very soon. Both father and son speaking in tandem, speaking to the Shivsena and the Shivseniks and saying, we don't have the numbers, but of course, trying to strike that emotional chord. It's the second time in 2 days that the emotional angle has been amplified by the Thackeray's. Will it work is the big question. And all the way across the country, of course, in Guwahati, the rebel base is only swelling, with Eknath Shinde claiming to be the real Shiv Sena, which is why we're asking here on India Today and on 5 Live, will the real Shiv Sena please stand up? Because that's the question the Shiv Seniks are asking. That's the question those who voted for the Shiv Sena are asking. And those who believe in Bala Saheb Thackre's legacy are probably asking most of all. I'm Shiv Arur. Thanks for being with me. These are the headlines at 5.
All eyes on rebel Eknath Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. The rebel MLA speaks exclusively to India Today in his longest interview so far, claims the support of 50 plus MLAs, says will meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. Big attack by Uddhav on Shinde and co. 3 days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks silence. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Agadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. This is a big India Today political exclusive. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination. Prime Minister Modi and NDA bigwigs accompany her. Major vindication once again for Prime Minister Modi. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says that plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claims massive vindication. All right, we've got some breaking news coming in from Mumbai now. It's the next big huddle that's taking place in Maharashtra's state capital. Another high-level meeting with Sharad Pawar, his nephew Ajit Pawar, Home Minister Jayant Valse Patil and Praful Patel of the NCP are all going to be meeting Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri at 6:30 p.m. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. So it will have to be a meeting with all precautions exercised. But this is the highest level meeting that will be taking place so far since this story broke on Tuesday morning right here on India Today. Sharad Pawar, the Home Minister of Maharashtra, Jayant Valse Patil, Ajit Pawar, also a minister, and Praful Patel, who is Sharad Pawar's senior party colleague, will all be calling on Uddhav Thackeray. It comes just a couple of hours after Uddhav Thackeray made this speech to district heads, where he, in an uncharacteristically aggressive turn of events, Uddhav Thackeray described the rebels, the Shinde Sena, as insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. This is an emotional Uddhav who has turned angry, and he will be hosting Sharad Pawar and ministers of his government at 6:30 p.m. 90 minutes from now is when that meeting will be taking place. So Saurav Vaktania is with us live outside Matoshri, where Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray are currently. We also have Polomi Saha, who's standing by outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, the five-star fortress where the Shinde Sena is currently camping. To you first, Saurabh, Sharad Pawar, Jayant Valse Patil and others will be calling on Uddhav Thackeray at 6:30 p.m. What is this going to be about? Is this going to be another emergency strategy meeting, or could there be something big that comes out of it?
Well, Shiv, we need to understand that Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel, these are the big names of the politics in Mumbai. These people coming to meet Uddhav Thackeray at his residence in Matoshi itself makes a big statement. And this statement is by send a very good message from Uddhav Sena's camp to the rebel camp of Shinde in Guwahati. Now, what we need to understand over here is there are several rounds of meetings which are happening one after the other. The target is not just the MLAs, to bring back the MLAs, but the upcoming elections as well. Shivsena doesn't want to lose the BMC election. They don't even want to lose the ground workers of the Sena. Now what is happening is Sharad Pawar is giving a full support to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Now he is one of the most powerful leader in the state of Maharashtra. So Sharad Pawar is claiming that we have full support to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. We stand with the MVA government. Come what may the situation, we will figure out this particular situation. So now what is going to happen over here? Round of meetings are going to happen. Now Sharad Pawar coming to meet Uddhav Thackeray, and at the other moment, Shiv, let me tell you, the disqualification moved by Uddhav Sena from 12 to 16. This is going to take lot of time. Now the time is needed by the Uddhav Sena, and this will delay the whole procedure. So more delay, the MLAs sitting in Guwahati likely to get frustrated. They will get more time to convince them to come back, because there will be many calls.
No, but are they running out of patience? Saurabh, stay with me. Let's get a perspective on that from Poulomi, who's in Guwahati, right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel. Poulomi, in light of this meeting where Sharad Pawar and all the big guns, Jayant Patil, I accidentally identified him as the Home Minister, that's somebody else, sorry, Jayant Patil will be, going there for this meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. Obviously, the Shinde Sena, which is behind you in that hotel, Poulomi, are keeping track of every single thing. They've got their own people in Mumbai who are telling them what's going on. How will they see this? Is each side playing for time right now? Because like you've been rightly saying, the more this stretches out, the more precarious it becomes.
Absolutely, Shiv. It would be the case with anyone for that matter, because they're here in unknown territory. They're spending time locked up inside one hotel. Obviously, they have the entire hotel to themselves. They can move around. Security is extremely tight around the hotel, but then it's still one location, and they've been inside over here. So they're soon going to run out of patience. Also, very importantly, Shiv, because of two subsequent back-to-back bypolls that happened in Maharashtra, first the Rajya Sabha elections, then the MLC elections. Most of these MLAs, in fact, were out of their constituencies. They have been in Mumbai for a very, very long time before they were whisked away to Surat, and from Surat to Guwahati. So they've been away from their constituencies for a long stretch of time. To go back to their constituents, how are they going to go back to their constituents and explain this absolute absence from their constituencies just because they were bargaining for power? Is that how they're going to explain? So clearly, if Eknath Shinde has to do something about the numbers that he's managed to garner and muster, he will have to do something very, very soon. But like Saurabh was pointing out, there is a long drawn-out process as far as the disqualification notice is concerned. And with 16 rebel MLAs getting that notice, and likely that the Deputy Speaker, as per protocol, will call them, in fact, to hear them out. There's a possibility of a video conference as well. But then again, it's a long drawn-out process. If they're physically called, are they going to go to Mumbai? Because then there's the threat that Eknath Shinde will fear the fact that, they could be broken. And then, of course, the ranks could be broken. And if it's over video conference, again, the process is very, very long. So this is going to be very interesting, going forward.
All eyes are going to be on that 6:30 p.m. meeting. Sharad Pawar will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray for the second time in 2 days. Big meeting. There will also be Jayant Patil. There will be, Praful Patel and others who will be part of this meeting. The tantalizing question is it going to be more baatcheet, or will there be some decision, something to announce, either a resignation or revealing that they've got more numbers, more than just the usual, claim versus counterclaim war that has taken place so far? Because remember, only the Shinde Sena has now demonstrated that it has the numbers, and Aditya Thackeray, very importantly, has candidly admitted in front of Shiv Sainik just about 20 minutes ago that the Uddhav Sena, as it were, does not have the numbers. Is that a concession of impending defeat, or could there be some aces up the sleeves of both Uddhav and Pawar? Are the questions that need to be asked. Here's what Uddhav Thackeray, the man who stands to lose the most right now, here's what he said as he addressed Shiv Sainiks and district leaders just under an hour ago on Zoom. Take a look at this.
परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडला आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत, की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला, पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का? महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यान घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत.
Just look at how the numbers have increased. You know, while it is a face of defeat, a face of things slipping out of their hands in Mumbai for the Uddhav Sena, for the Shinde Sena, or Shinde's list, as one popular internet meme today has claimed, the numbers are doing all the talking. Apart from this image itself, let's take you through how the numbers have increased over the last few days. Just take a look at how the numbers have actually increased over the last few days. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 4, nothing tells a picture like these pictures. Look at this. From Surat on Day 1 to Guwahati on Day 4, this is how the numbers have actually increased. 4 days, 34, 35, 36, and then 37. And those numbers are holding steady. That's the real problem for Uddhav Thackeray and the Uddhav Sena in Mumbai right now. They claim that they've been in touch with at least 21 of these rebel MLAs, but there is no sign that any of the Shinde MLAs are actually changing their mind or having a change of heart. As of now, this is the increase, and this is what is giving Eknath Shinde the power that he is exuding, especially in that long interview that he's given to India Today. Let's go straight across to India Today. Sahil Joshi joining us live from Mumbai. Sahil, this big meeting at 6:30 p.m. Uddhav Thackeray is at home in Matushri. Sharad Pawar, Jayant Patil, Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel will all be calling on him. What is the sense you're getting, Sahil? Because this comes just, it'll come just a couple of hours after Uddhav Thackeray's speech, as well as Aditya Thackeray, where they say they don't have the numbers, which is a fact. But what are you expecting to see happen at this meeting?
Shiv, as per my information, they haven't said that they don't have the numbers. What they have been claiming yet that there will be numbers, there may not be numbers. But what matters is that how they ran the government is what they have said. What is more important right now is that that NCP wants to really understand the situation, because what has been the claims which has been, the Shiv Sena leaders have been making claims. Vinayak Rao, the Shiv Sena secretary, is making a claim that 18 MLAs are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray. Today somebody made a claim that 21 MLAs are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray. Whereas the ground situation shows that every day, few of the MLAs who have attended the meeting yesterday with Uddhav Thackeray are going to Surat and flying down in a chartered flight to Guwahati and joining the Shinde camp. Why this flow of MLAs are happening despite the meeting with Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha since last 2 days? There have been at least 5 MLAs who originally attended the meeting with Uddhav Thackeray have flown to Guwahati. So NCP really wants to understand where they are standing at this point of time. Will this government survive? Because the deputy speaker is of NCP. If they want to keep the fight going on, then the deputy speaker's decisions are going to be really important. If Uddhav Thackeray claims to have the numbers, only then there is any sense of doing this fight. Otherwise, there is no sense of doing this fight. It will be just prolonged fight, and at the end of the day, because they didn't have the numbers, they will lose the fight, and also there will be a big loss of face. Rather than that, what is the situation? What is the real situation? Uddhav Thackeray hasn't communicated that correctly with the NCP leaders till now. Day before yesterday, before Uddhav Thackeray left Varsha, Sharad Pawar and some other leaders had met with Uddhav Thackeray. They discussed certain things. Uddhav Thackeray that day claimed that he still hoped that people will come back. After that, he tried to speak to Eknath Shinde a couple of times. He spoke to Eknath Shinde also a couple of times. Eknath Shinde didn't relent. They also tried to speak to some other people. After that, the Shinde camp released a video of a MLA saying that how Uddhav Thackeray mistreated Shiv Sena MLAs who are right now sitting in Guwahati. So, looking at the whole situation, there is an apprehension within the NCP as well that what exactly is happening. Why Shiv Sena is unable to protect their MLAs. Even the MLA from areas like Dadar Mahim, which is the core area of Shiv Sena, where the Shiv Sena Bhavan, the Shiv Sena headquarters is situated, even that MLA who was standing outside Shiv Sena Bhavan just a day before and speaking against Eknath Shinde, is the next day he joins the Eknath Shinde camp. What exactly is happening? Uddhav Thackeray tried to clarify today to his supporters that he's not behind all these things. What he actually wanted is to protect the interest of Maharashtra, and that's what he has done. He also said that these people actually backstabbed him. He also said that these people will not get elected if they don't use the surname Thackeray and that of Shiv Sena. So he is trying to make clear that he has no hand in this. This is not a Janata Dal secular model which happened in Karnataka, where Kumar Swamy revolted, formed a government with the BJP, and then HD Devegowda and Kumar Swamy again came together. This is not that model, is what Uddhav Thackeray is trying to explain to his supporters. It looks like that even NCP wants to have that clarification. They also want to understand where this is going to head. If he doesn't have the numbers, why doesn't he admit it? Why he still is claiming that there are certain MLAs, after coming back to Mumbai, they will come back to Uddhav Thackeray camp. It's something they want to re-understand, and that is the reason why Ajit Pawar this time is going to go and meet Uddhav Thackeray, not Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar is going to go to Matoshri and meet Uddhav Thackeray to understand and to gauge the situation right now within Shiv Sena actually.
Sahil, thanks very much for that all-round perspective on that important meeting that is going to take place. We'll also get you an update just shortly from Guwahati as well. Here are the latest updates related to what's happening minute by minute, because things are changing so rapidly. Here's the very latest that we've gotten updated for you. Now, rebel leader Eknath Shinde, who's been camping with his Shinde Sena, has cancelled his visit to Mumbai. He was supposed to be flying back home today, saying that he will stay in Guwahati for some more time. Obviously, negotiations and all the dealings are still taking place, and he's not sure of what the end game will be. The Shinde clan continues to swell, however, so it's advantage Eknath Shinde, and it's growing stronger with one more Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, landing in Guwahati earlier today to join the rebel faction camping at the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. The total number of Sena MLAs supporting Eknath Shinde has reached 38, which is more than required to buck the anti-defection law. Now, the Uddhav faction has sought the disqualification of 16 Sena MLAs of the Shinde Sena under the 10th schedule. Maharashtra's Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal has also been approached with a plea. Narhari Zirwal is said to be close to Uddhav Thackeray. Now, Shiv Sena Supremo and Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav says that just because he had left Varsha, which is the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, it doesn't mean that he has abandoned the fight for what is right. Maharashtra Chief Minister further says that he is not attracted to power, but the way the rebellion has happened was not correct, and that he still has the will to fight back. Meanwhile, amidst this Maharashtra political crisis, two independent MLAs have demanded the removal of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal, accusing him of being biased towards the Uddhav camp. That's him on your screen. Well, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is the person who stands to lose the most, and he's decided that playing on emotions is going to be the way that he wants to handle this. He and his son Aditya just made an emotional appeal to their MLAs. Uddhav countered the rebel MLA's charge that he was inaccessible, saying he couldn't meet all of them as he was unwell and was undergoing surgery after the pandemic. That's the reason why they couldn't reach him. Remaining defiant, Uddhav says that he has left the Chief Minister's residence but will not give up the fight, reiterating that he's not greedy for power and that he never thought that he would become Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He's repeating that statement over and over again. Now, while his son Aditya Thackeray appears to have conceded defeat on numbers, not defeat overall, but as far as numbers are concerned, in an address today, Aditya Thackeray clearly said that they no longer have the numbers, but he went on to say that the MLAs in the Sena had betrayed the party towards the end. And emotional Aditya also said that their work speaks for itself and that his father Uddhav has always been approachable to every MLA.
जनता आपली सत्ता आहे, आकडे आहेत ते तर राहणार आणि आकडे विधिमंडळात जसं राऊत साहेबांनी सांगितलं असतात नसतात, सत्ता येत असते जात असते, हे सगळ्यांबरोबर होत असतं. पण परवाच्या उद्धव साहेबांच्या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर मला एक कळलेलं आहे की ह्या महाराष्ट्रात आणि ह्या हिंदुस्थानात आकडे असले नसले तरी ह्या 2.5 वर्षात जे आपण काम केलेले, मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांनी जे काम केलेलं आहे, प्रत्येकाच्या हृदयावर सत्ता करणारा एकच माणूस तो म्हणजे उद्धव साहेब ठाकरे राहणार.
Now, Eknath Shinde, the rebel boss, has slammed the Uddhav government over, this attempt to disqualify some of these rebel MLAs, saying that he will not get scared and has called it just a fabrication, a shallow threat. He further threatened action against the Mahavikas Aghadi in turn and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray personally. Here's what he said.
The Shinde Sena is getting stronger by the day. From 34 MLAs on Tuesday, Shinde on Thursday had 38 Uddhav MLAs at his rebel camp in Guwahati. Shinde now claims his Sena's strength could swell to 50 plus. Another Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, joined the rebel faction in Guwahati. The balance of power between boss Uddhav Thackeray and his former ally Eknath Shinde has begun to shift. The Maharashtra Chief Minister is trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat. His recent attempt of seeking disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs has been challenged by the new tiger of the Sena jungle, Eknath Shinde, who claimed that his supporters will not be intimidated by disqualification threats and called it a sinister plot to derail his plan.
माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं. ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास एमएलए है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं.
Eknath told India Today exclusively that more than 50 MLAs are backing him in his revolt and many more are waiting to join. The anti-Uddhav camp has reached the critical number of MLAs. That's 37, required to split the party in the assembly without facing the anti-defection law.
लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर मेजॉरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है और वो हमारे पास में है. यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है. 50 प्लस हमारे साथ में एमएलए हैं और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा. जो है
Meanwhile, independent legislators supporting the BJP, Mahesh Baldi and Vinod Agrawal, have urged the Speaker not to disqualify the rebel Sena MLAs. Eknath, however, claims that it's his fight and not the BJP's.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी के कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में. उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है. जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है.
The Sena versus Shinde fight is far from over, with many more twists and turns to come. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shiv Sainiks, people who support the Shiv Sena, the people of Maharashtra are probably, or at least some of them are wondering, what would Balasaheb Thackeray think about all of this? I mean, I don't think anyone has any illusions about which side he'd be on, considering on one side is his own son, his own flesh and blood, Uddhav Thackeray. But what about the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray? Because remember, both sides are invoking that legacy in an effort to really flex muscle and claim to be the real Shiv Sena. Take a look.
Raj or Eknath Shinde? Who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed though in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Vijay Kumar for India Today.
Now, the Uddhav Sena is, as you can imagine, in total firefighting mode at this point of time to save the Mahavikas Aghadi government. The Sena has now sought the disqualification, as I said, of at least 15 MLAs. With this, can the Uddhav Sena save itself? Because if it manages to get 15 or 16 MLAs disqualified from the Shinde Sena, then the numbers become much more manageable and will not mean an immediate end to the Aghadi government. Take a look at this report. It breaks down the numbers and tells you how they fall.
Public display of might. Massive protests.
ने कहा ना, ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी. रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी.
And an ugly warning of a street fight. Cornered, Uddhav is doing everything he can to save face. As his numbers dwindle to the teens, Uddhav is firefighting the rebellion within Sena to save the Mahavikas Aghadi. And after this emotional message on Wednesday,
समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत तर मी आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Uddhav has followed it up with another emotional outburst, hoping it'll cut some ice with the rebels. Uddhav's son Aditya also came to his father's rescue, saying there were attempts to disrupt peace and harmony in Maharashtra. He also wrote that such betrayals have been witnessed before and they've emerged on top despite it. So what is Uddhav Sena's strategy? In a bid to save the toppling MVA government, the party faction led by Uddhav Thackeray filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker, seeking disqualification of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and 15 others. Uddhav's camp is continuing to target the BJP rather than Eknath Shinde. Sena MP Sanjay Raut said the BJP was making below-the-belt remarks against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and even threatening him.
पवार साहब हमारे महाविकास आघाड़ी के नहीं तो देश के राजनीति के सबसे बड़े नेता हैं. मैं तो उनको भीष्म पितामह कहता हूँ. और पवार साहब और मुख्यमंत्री जी का निरंतर डायलॉग चल रहा है. हम सब एक दूसरे के संपर्क में हैं. चाहे कांग्रेस के नेता हो, एनसीपी के बड़े नेता हो, शिवसेना के नेता हो, हम सब एक साथ.
Raut further went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers and on the streets now, and that the Sena would win all three. But how would they do that? He never answered.
ने कहा ना, ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी. रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी. अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं. चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे.
Bureau Report, India Today.
So that Kodak moment of all those Shinde Sena MLAs, where are they actually from? I mean, it's become such a cloud of names and faces. How do we know where they're actually from? Where, you know, their constituents must be missing them. Take a look at where all these rebel MLAs are from. At least 4 of them are from Mumbai, 6 of them are from Thane. So 4 from Mumbai, 6 from Thane, 3 from the Raigad region of Maharashtra, 5 are from Western Maharashtra, 8 of them are from the Marathwada region, politically important Marathwada region, 3 of them are from Vidarbha, which includes Nagpur, 6 are from North Maharashtra, bordering Gujarat, and 2 are from Konkan in southern Maharashtra, coastal southern Maharashtra. Now, everything has been happening so far on the political battlefield. But what if this now goes to court? What if one of the sides approaches court to get their way? What is the legal perspective on how things can play out? We break it down for you. Take a look.
The Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena battle is now in the most crucial leg. The battle to be declared the real Shivsena. Eknath Shinde is going in for the kill. He's all set to parade his MLAs before the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker to prove that he has 37 Sena MLAs with him. That's 2/3 of the party's strength in the House. But it won't be a walk in the park, as the Uddhav Sena has demanded the disqualification of 16 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. And that's why one man perhaps will decide the next course of action, if it will be advantage Uddhav or advantage Shinde. Maharashtra doesn't have a speaker yet, and so it's Deputy Speaker Narhari Zilwal who has all the powers of the speaker and will take a call on who wins round 1. He will take a decision on whether to uphold Uddhav's petition to disqualify the rebels or to act on the resolution letter sent by Shinde with the signature of 37 MLAs.
कानून में जो जैसा होगा वैसा करूंगा. वैसा तो लगता है वो जज करने के लिए उसको सामने बुलाना पड़ेगा. देखूंगा, मैं अभी पढ़ रहा हूँ क्या क्या है वो, उसके बाद मैं डिसीजन लूंगा.
For now, the Deputy Speaker has delivered one blow to Eknath Shinde. He's recognized MLAs from the Uddhav Sena camp as the party's legislative party leader and the chief whip. So is Shinde staring at disqualification along with a handful of his colleagues who've been targeted by Uddhav Sena? According to the 10th schedule, if an MLA gives up membership of the party voluntarily or joins another party, he or she can be disqualified. Also, if the MLA votes or abstains from voting in contradiction to the party's stand, he or she again faces disqualification. The only exception to these rules, if 2/3 of the party decides to switch, like Shinde has managed.
पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटीशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है, वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजॉरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है. वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है.
Shinde Sena has another trick up their sleeve to take on the Deputy Speaker. On June 21st, they filed a notice to remove Zirwal as the Deputy Speaker for removing Shinde as the Legislative Party leader without consulting the Sena MLAs. And using this notice, there's a reminder being sent across to the Deputy Speaker now that he cannot decide on the disqualification, citing a 2016 Supreme Court order, which said that no decision can be taken if the Deputy Speaker's position as the Speaker is being challenged. It's clear the fight for power in Maharashtra is no cakewalk and will be a threefold one: in the courts, in the assembly and in the election commission.
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार है. जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है, वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है.
So who will emerge victor in the Maha Game of Thrones? Shinde has the numbers, Uddhav has the legacy, and both are unrelenting in their fight to be declared the real Shiv Sena. With Nalini Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
So the real Shiv Sena is still to stand up. One has the numbers, the other has the legacy, but ultimately it's going to come down to who can show the real numbers. At this point of time, Eknath Shinde appears to have the advantage, but we don't know if anyone else has an ace up their sleeve. Here are the questions, meanwhile, that nobody is asking. Everyone's asking all the obvious questions, but here, for instance, are some of the slightly more complicated questions. Question number one, will Uddhav resign before the final act? There's a meeting coming up at 6:30 p.m. Anything can happen. Does Sharad Pawar, the man who always has all the answers, does he have an ace up his sleeve? Great expectations of that from Uddhav supporters. Will Shiv Senics hit the streets to agitate? There have been some subliminal threats that, you know, the rebel MLAs will face threats from Shiv Senics once they come back. When will that mobilization actually happen? Is the Uddhav Sena keeping that as a last resort? Why is the BJP so conspicuously silent? That silence was only broken today, courtesy India Today, when Piyush Goyal had a brutal attack on this entire Maha-Aghadi crisis. And finally, who's funding this Guwahati rebel vacation? They've been in there for 3 days and counting, total luxury. You can imagine the number of rooms and the amount of money that's being spent on them. Who's funding all of this? And the constituents of all these MLAs must be wondering, when are you going to come back and represent us? That's the big question. But no matter what you say, the fact is Eknath Shinde is sitting in the driver's seat of a situation that has been unfolding since India Today's news break on Tuesday morning. And as you can see, the numbers he has in his hand at this point of time are only growing. They've been growing for the last few days, and they don't appear to be chipping away at this moment. The Uddhav Sena has said that they are in touch with some of these MLAs, but that hasn't been proven, at least so far. Eknath Shinde has given his most extensive and detailed interview to India Today, excerpts of which we will be playing out in just a short while from now. But Eknath Shinde has all the answers. He says he's not in touch with the BJP. He says he's not looking for anything apart from actually holding and taking forward the legacy of Uddhav Thackeray. But that's all just daggers in the wind right now, because he has postponed his return to Mumbai, obviously because there are still some levers that are being pulled and pushed. And Eknath Shinde is only, after all, a human politician. So he may look all powerful right now, but he is also vulnerable to possible pulls and pressures. There are many considerations that he has to take into view before the final countdown. He's hoping to have all bases covered before moving in for the kill and taking that flight back from Guwahati to Mumbai. And like I said, there's a minute-by-minute breaking on this big story. Here's the latest that we're bringing to you from Guwahati. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted, putting out a video by a Shivsena MLA who is now in Guwahati. The latest MLA to come in, Yamini Jadhav. He's just put out a video of Yamini Jadhav, one of the MLAs who's arrived in Guwahati, says, we are all in Shivsena, but everyone should understand why it is time to take this decision. So the case is still being built. Yamini Jadhav of the Shivsena, her video saying everyone should understand why this decision is being taken. So the Shinde Sena is holding strong, building its case, building its narrative, trying to fight back the suggestions from the Uddhav Sena in Mumbai that these are rebels or termites who have made the party hollow. It's a legacy war that goes to the core of Balasaheb Thackeray's traditions for the Shiv Sena. Each one not willing to allow the other to stake claim to Bal Thackeray's legacy. Uddhav versus the Shinde Sena with Yamini Jadhav, the latest MLA, whose video has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde, where she says, we are all in the Shiv Sena, but everyone should understand why it is time to take this decision. She's speaking, of course, in Marathi. Saurabh Bhaktania is live with us. Saurabh, break this down for us. Eknath Shinde tweeting a video of Yamini Jadhav with an emotional statement. Take us through what it means.
It's a clear message, Gaurav, a very emotional speech, a very emotional video bite given out by Yamini Jadhav. We need to understand Yamini Jadhav, husband Yashwant Jadhav was the standing chairman of BJP, the former chairman, standing chairman of the BMC. And what had happened over there is that several IT raids conducted on the Jadhav family, and now this video statement coming out from Yamini Jadhav, a very emotional statement. She's holding her hand and trying to speak out the whole thing that the real Sena is this one. We were facing so many problems, and that it.
Yamini Jadhav has spoken out. That video has just been put out. She's folding her hands and saying, we are all in the Shiv Sena, but everyone needs to understand why we have taken this decision. Very tellingly, the video has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde himself. The rebel Sena leader himself has put out this particular video. It's the latest play from the rebel camp in Guwahati. The emotional back and forth between Mumbai and Guwahati is escalating. Uddhav Thackeray has just called the rebel MLAs and Shiv Sena members as insects and rodents who have hollowed out the party. And now the party has hit back and said, we are the Shiv Sena, and everyone needs to understand why this rebellion is taking place. This is getting harder, it's getting more ruthless, and it's getting more emotional. We will have Yamini Jadhav on the phone line with us in just a short moment from now as well. But that's her in the blue in a video that's been put out by her de facto boss for the moment, Eknath Shinde, who has put this video out as a direct reply to both Uddhav Thackeray as well as Aditya Thackeray. Let's get Saurabh Bhaktania back in on this. Let's get our reporters from the newsroom back in on this. Let's get anyone who's willing to come forward, speak to us on this story. Let's play this out.
सैनिक राहणार आहोत किंबहुना हे जग सुद्धा आम्ही शिवसैनिक म्हणूनच सुद्धा यशवंत जाधव मध्ये वयाच्या 17 वर्षापासून शिवसैनिक आहे. अनेक अडचणी आल्या, फायनान्शियल क्रायसिस आले, अनेकदा इलेक्शन हारावी लागली, पण कधीही त्यांनी असा वेगळा विचार पक्षाबाबतीत केलेला नव्हता. गेले काही महिने ऑक्टोबरपासून माझ्या आयुष्यात एक वादळ आलं, कॅन्सर नावाचं. ज्यावेळेला आम्हाला समजलं, माझ्या फॅमिलीला समजलं, पूर्ण फॅमिली तुटली. या कॅन्सर या आजाराचं जी माहिती आपल्या पक्षाला द्यावी लागते, ती माहिती यशवंत जाधव साहेबांनी प्रमुख नेत्यांना दिली होती. एक महिला आमदार म्हणून माझी अपेक्षा होती की माझ्या घरी काही नेते येतील. आपल्या महिला आमदार कॅन्सरने त्रस्त आहेत, हीच गोष्ट मोठी हलवणारी होती. मला स्वतःला कॅन्सर या शब्दाने मी कोलमडून दिली होती. फॅमिलीने, माझ्या बायका, विधानसभेतल्या सगळ्या शिवसैनिकांनी आम्हाला खूप साथ दिली. मी त्यांचे आजही आभार मानू इच्छिते. अपेक्षा होती की माझी विचारपूस केली जाईल, एक आधाराची थाप यशवंत जाधव आणि यामिनी जाधवच्या कुटुंबाला मिळेल, पण तसं झालं नाही. काही ठराविक लोक, जसं किशोरीताई, या माझ्या घरी आल्या, 2 तास बसल्या, अनेक कॅन्सर बाबतीच्या सूचना मला त्यांनी दिली, आध्यात्मिक सूचना त्यांनी दिली. हे कर, याने तुला बरं वाटेल. पण ज्यांच्याकडनं अपेक्षा होती तर कोणी कुठल्याही नेत्यांनी मला या बाबतीत विचारपूस केली.
She tried to console me. She told me many things about the disease cancer and how it should be treated.
नमस्कार, जय महाराष्ट्र. मी यामिनी यशवंत जाधव, आमदार भायखळा. गेल्या काही दिवसातल्या घडामोडी ज्या घडत आहेत, त्यामुळे महाराष्ट्रातल्या शिवसैनिकांचा उद्रेक आम्ही नक्कीच समजू शकतो. कारण आम्हीही अजूनही शिवसैनिक आहोत, यापुढेही शिवसैनिक राहणार आहोत. किंबहुना हे जगसुद्धा आम्ही शिवसैनिक म्हणूनच सुद्धा. यशवंत जाधव साहेब 43 वर्ष शिवसेनेमध्ये झाले, वयाच्या 17 वर्षापासून शिवसेनेत. अनेक अडचणी आल्या, फायनान्शियल क्रायसिस आले, अनेकदा इलेक्शन हारावी लागली, पण कधीही त्यांनी असा वेगळा विचार पक्षाबाबतीत केलेला नाही. गेले काही महिने ऑक्टोबर.
I'm going to translate from the Marathi from what Yamini Jadhav is saying right now. Yamini Jadhav is saying Uddhav Thackeray is talking about his health concerns. I am a person who has suffered from cancer, and that I also expected that some people would ask about my health, but Uddhav Thackeray did not ask about my health. So why is he now talking about this? I also had cancer, but Uddhav Thackeray did not ask about me. So Yamini Jadhav is the rebel MLA with the Shinde Sena representing the Baikala constituency in Mumbai. She has dropped this emotional bombshell from Guwahati this evening in a video that's been put out by Eknath Shinde. Listen in once again. Need to understand why we took this step. We are all shivsenik, she says.
यशवंत जाधव आणि यामिनी जाधवच्या कुटुंबाला मिळेल, पण तसं झालं नाही. काही ठराविक लोक, जसं किशोरीताई, या माझ्या घरी आल्या, 2 तास बसल्या, अनेक कॅन्सर बाबतीच्या सूचना मला त्यांनी दिली, आध्यात्मिक सूचना त्यांनी दिली. हे कर, याने तुला बरं वाटेल. पण ज्यांच्याकडनं अपेक्षा होती तर कोणी कुठल्याही नेत्यांनी मला या बाबतीत विचारपूस केली नाही.
Yamini Jadhav will be on India Today in just a short moment from now. An emotional counter-strike from the Shinde rebel base in Guwahati directed at Uddhav Thackeray. Now it's gotten even more personal, viewer. I don't know if you've noticed, but now it's becoming very, very personal. Uddhav Thackeray tries to invoke the heartstrings by saying, I was sick and that's why I was inaccessible, looking for the sympathy factor. And that, the rebel MLAs are people who are selfish, who have eaten the party inside out. And now the counter-strike comes in from Guwahati, where Yamini Jadhav, rebel MLA belonging to the Eknath Shinde Sena, fires back and says, I had cancer, but Uddhav did not come and meet me, did not even come and ask about me. It's become an extremely personal, very sentimental, very emotional crossfire between Mumbai and Guwahati. Ritwik Bhalekar live with me. Ritwik, what are you making of this Yamini Jadhav video that's just been put out by Eknath Shinde? A very emotional counter-strike from Guwahati. Ritwik.
Whatever happens, they're going to update you about it. That's the thing.
Yes, absolutely. After an emotional appeal made by CM Uddhav Thackeray to all his cadre, to all the shivseniks in Maharashtra, and he's been holding meetings with them now, a video with an emotional appeal has come to the foray. This is from Yamini Jadhav, who is also Shiv Sena MLA from Bhaikala area, and she is the wife of Standing Committee Chairman of BMC, the biggest municipal corporation in India, Yashwant Jadhav. She is saying that she was suffering from an ailment, disease, and she was still working for the party for so many years. She's also saying that ex-mayor Kishori Pednekar, she visited her house, she used to console her, she used to talk to her, she used to tell her many things about how this disease can be cured and it could be treated, and she used to offer help. But never ever the party president Uddhav Thackeray inquired about it. They never asked anything about it, and they were just left lonely all the time. I should tell you here that Yashwant Jadhav, who is also on the radar of IT department, the IT raids were carried out at his place. Several flats were seized. At that time also, we saw Kishori Pednekar visiting his house and consoling the family of Jadhav. But never ever, she's saying that as a party president who claims to be the head of the family called Shiv Sena, he never, or no one from his family came forward and inquired about her, and they never took care of them.
Okay. Ritwik, thanks very much. We've just got some disturbing news coming in that, there is some vandalism that is taking place courtesy Shiv Seniks who are turning their anger against some of these rebel MLAs who are sitting in Guwahati. Some of their offices are apparently being attacked. That's going to be breaking right after this very short break. Continuous rolling coverage on this non-stop unfolding story that India Today broke first on Tuesday morning. No end in sight. Big breaking coming up after this break. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
There's a high-stake contest going on over the Indo-Pacific region. Chinese fighter jets have started to regularly threaten US allies, and the experts are fearing a repeat of the 2001 incident, where a Chinese fighter jet clashed with a US Navy aircraft. What are these Chinese warplanes doing? It was reported that Chinese warplanes regularly buzzed a Canadian reconnaissance plane monitoring North Korea. The crew was forced to alter course to avoid a collision. In another instance, the Chinese fighter jets fired metallic chaff across the course of an Australian surveillance aircraft. The Chinese officials praised its pilots for these maneuvers and stated that they were defending the country's sovereignty. Experts think that targeting US allies such as Canada and Australia might be a means to investigate the coalition's weaknesses. This is not the first time they have tried to buzz past US allies. Most recently, Chinese fighter jets flew close to a Canadian surveillance plane. 60 such reports of interceptions were noticed by Canadian aircrafts. But why are they targeting US allies and not the US? Experts think that the intimidation is to drive a wedge between the US and its allies. The US depends on its allies in scenarios like supporting economic sanctions or a ground war, and China intimidating US allies sends a clear message that the allies will face Chinese aggression if they support the US. This seems like a strategy to demoralize and weaken the US allies and partners.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India.
The centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme has indeed received a lot of flack. We've seen protests unfolding. But did you know that there are some countries that have adopted an Agnipath-like scheme to recruit soldiers in their countries? Countries like the United States and France follow a similar short-term contractual basis. Agnipath scheme will see youths between the age of 17.5 to 23 being contracted for 4 years into the armed forces. Here's a quick look at some of those countries that have adopted an Agnipath-like scheme in their country. America enrolls personnel for a period of 4 years. That's followed by a 4-year reserve duty period where they can be called back again in case the need arises. They are eligible for pensions after serving 20 years in the army. And those who opt out early are eligible for certain allowances and perks as well. China has compulsory induction. Chinese males above the age of 18 have to serve in the military service. As per the law, the term of service for conscripts is 3 years in the army and 4 years in the navy as well as the air force. The country spends about $293 billion on its armed forces. Israeli citizen who is Jewish, Druze or Circassian and over the age of 18 has to serve the Israel Defense Forces. Enlisted males in the Israeli army are expected to serve for a minimum period of 32 months. And women are expected to serve a minimum of 24 months.
Powered by introducing Motorola Edge 30. Co-powered by Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you. In association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ. Apollo 24/7. Download now. NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. SBI pre-approved personal loan in just 4 clicks. JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali. Every single hour, there are rebel MLAs increasing. Despite emotional videos by Uddhav Thackeray to the public, to the MLAs, the impact is still on the Shinde camp, who's boasting of more numbers. Is the clock ticking for Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray? That and more. First, the headlines. All eyes on rebel Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. The rebel MLA now speaks exclusively to India Today, claiming support of a whopping 50 plus MLAs. Says will meet the governor very soon. Meanwhile, Uddhav Sena seeking disqualification of the 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares the rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. 3 days it's been into the Maharashtra political crisis and Team Modi finally breaks silence for the first time. Speaking to India Today, Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Ghari government, calls this an unholy alliance that was set to fall. NDA candidate for the presidential elections. Draupadi Murmu files her nomination today. PM Modi and the bigwigs of the NDA accompany her. The Supreme Court upholds the clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says the plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claiming vindication. Shocker on camera. These left students group SFI attack Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office. Vandalism scuffle due to an alleged inaction by the Congress MP over an order of the court in an eco-sensitive zone. Maharashtra's political crisis is now leading to violence on the streets there in Mumbai and in Maharashtra. The Shivseniks have vandalized the office of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar. This is the big news right now coming in. Remember, many Shivseniks are angry. Until now, remember what Shiv Sena Sanjay Raut had said, that remember that the Shivseniks are not yet on the streets. We are fighting everything by other means, which of course they are referring to appeals and trying to communicate with the MLAs. But now, vandalism, breaking of boards and banners. What you're looking at is Mangesh Kudalkar's office, who is an MLA and has now joined the Shinde camp, and therefore adding on to the numbers. On the other side, you see an emotional video message by Uddhav Thackeray saying, I was unwell, I was dealing with a health crisis, and this is when some of my MLAs decided to desert me. At this point, clearly it has become the Shiv Sena versus the Shinde Sena fight, getting physical, and this brawl is on the streets. Till now, remember, the Shiv Seniks had come out, but only to support the Thackeray's. Remember the midnight entry into Matoshri from Varsha. A day prior to that, all of that was sloganeering in support of Uddhav Thackeray. But now, clearly it appears some Shiv Seniks have decided to resort to initial violence, as it appears. This is vandalism, while one of the MLA is currently in Guwahati. We'll try and get latest from our reporters on the ground as well. But rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar office has currently been vandalized. So banners broken, as you can see, some of those Shiv Seniks, as it appears, which means the Shiv Sena workers or the supporters, breaking the banners and the posters right outside his office. We can also see likely if there are some cops also deployed but unable to stop. Let's go across to Mumbai directly. My colleague Ritvik Bhalekar on the same. Ritvik, what location is this in Mumbai and why precisely have the Shiv Seniks started to resort to this manhandling and resorting to this sort of violence? Ritvik, can you hear me? All right, we'll quickly try and get a word and that audio line back with the reporter on the ground. But this is the first incident, remember, since the past 3 days, in fact 4 nights, since this Maharashtra's political crisis has begun, that for the first time perhaps some of the angry Shiv Seniks are on the ground and have reached out and have also been now vandalizing the office of the MLA who has now joined the rebel camp. Kamlesh Sutar joining me now. Kamlesh, do tell us about the location of the rebel MLA office, Mangesh Kudalkar's, and this is the first time, correct, that the Shiv Seniks have actually gone on the streets to not just show support to the Thackeray's, but also express anger for the rebel MLAs.
Well, we've seen such protests happening in some parts of Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai. Even yesterday, Mangesh Kudalkar, who hails from the Kurla constituency, which is a reserved constituency, he has been an MLA for 2 terms there. And Shiv Sainik, angered by his decision to join the rebel camp of Eknath Shinde, yesterday tore his posters. Today they took out a morcha against his decision, and today again his posters and his office were attacked by Shiv Sena workers. Today we've seen Uddhav Thackeray took a meeting of party office bearers, the smaller Shakha Pramukhs of Shiv Sena, just to keep the party flock together, and he told them that what the situation of party at this point is, and immediately, we've seen protests happening in different parts. But interestingly, Pooja, let me also tell you, a couple of days before there were protests in Dadar, which were led by Shiv Sena MLA Sada Sarvankar. Sada Sarvankar led the protest and said that the party stands behind Uddhav Thackeray. And yesterday we saw Sada Sarvankar reaching Guwahati and joining the rebel MLA camp. But these are the protests that are done by Shiv Sena workers on the ground. We've seen such protests in Aurangabad and other parts of Maharashtra as well. So this is just a reaction that is coming in from Shiv Sena workers.
It's also very interesting, isn't it, Kamlesh, if you remember about just yesterday, Sanjay Raut was saying, remember that the Shiv Sainiks are not on the streets yet. There are other ways for us to communicate with our MLAs. But clearly, some Shiv Sainiks are expressing that anger. What are you picking up exactly happened there? Was it just outside the office? They managed to vandalize the banners and the posters. Could they go inside? Are there cops deployed outside any of these offices or houses of the MLAs?
Well, there have been demands from some MLAs, obviously at almost all the parts in Maharashtra where these MLAs hail from. The police administration is taking utmost care that there should not be any law and order situation in those parts, especially considering that there could be a reaction or anger from Shiv Sainiks, because in the past we've seen when Chhagan Bhujbal he rebelled against Shiv Sena in '92. There were attacks on his houses. Even during Narayan Rane's rebellion, there were protests across Maharashtra by angry Shiv Sainiks. So even today, to avoid any replica of those situation or something that could lead to a law and order problem in street is being avoided. But these are protests that are happening in some parts, not everywhere. Okay. But these protests, the protesters turned violent and vandalized some posters, and also Mangesh Kudalkar's office. Yesterday, Shiv Sena workers had blackened the face of Sada Sarvankar's posters at several places. His name from different Shiv Sena shakhas, there are Shiv Sena local offices, were also blackened. So these sporadic protests are taking place in small parts, in some of the other parts of Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai.
Kamlesh, I request you to stay on with me. So this is not a widespread violence. These are isolated incidents in local unit areas that's happening. The location you're looking at is Kurla right now. The MLA has joined the rebel camp. Ritvik is now joining me on the ground on this live telecast from Mumbai. Ritvik, so there were some protests in Dadar, in Kurla, but these are isolated incidents. What happened exactly here? Do tell us about this specific MLA as well, Mangesh Kudalkar from Kurla, and who were these Shiv Sainiks? Why did they decide to start vandalizing the banners?
Yes, Mangesh Kudalkar is a two-time elected Shiv Sena MLA from Kurla constituency, and he's young. He's been a very aggressive Shiv Sainik all these years, and he is also educated at the same time, and he was very close to Aditya Thackeray because he was also active in Yuva Sena. But now Mangesh Kudalkar, till the time when meeting was held at Varsha, the official residence of CM, Mangesh Kudalkar was present in that meeting. He was sticking to the Uddhav camp, and it happened only day before yesterday night that he just wanted to leave the hotel where they were kept. They were camped in St. Regis Hotel, which is in Worli. There were only 14 to 15 MLAs left with Uddhav Thackeray, and he was one of them. But he was sticking to the Uddhav camp till the last minute. But finally, he had decided that he had to go, and he, along with another Shiv Sena MLA from Dadar. Dadar is an area where Shiv Sena Bhavan is located, and that is considered to be the bastion ground of Shiv Sena. So both these Sada Sarvankar and Mangesh Kudalkar, both these MLAs just left from the hotel, and early morning they were found flying to Guwahati, and they joined the Shinde camp. So this was actually very surprising for all the Shiv Sainiks, because they were from the constituencies which are considered to be the Sena's bastion. Sena's groundwork there is absolutely unbeatable, and they have been associated with Sena for many years. So, and they are from Mumbai. They have
we keep tracking all the latest on that, because this incident, as you can see, though a cop was deployed, but taking sticks in their hands, they decided to vandalize the banners and posters there. This is the Kurla MLA, Mangesh Kudalkar, who was part of the Uddhav camp meeting just about 2 days ago. Today he's reached Guwahati and joined the Shinde camp. Kamlesh Sutar and all our colleagues will be tracking the latest on that, and Ritvik was on the ground as well. Thank you very much for now. Remember, what is the biggest update for the day? This was a second emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray in 3 days. And today he said he has no hunger for power but will continue the fight. And he calls it the right fight that he needs to be fighting right now. Hit out at the rebel senas, calling them pests while calling the BJP backstabbers. So perhaps for the first time taking on the BJP directly, Uddhav Thackeray, this is what he said today. Listen in.
परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडला आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का? महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यान घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत. हे वापरा आणि फेकाई त्यांची नीती आहे. तुम्हाला सुद्धा ते वापरतील आणि काम झालं का फेकून देतील. आज प्रश्न काय येतोय की नाही म्हटलं तरी आपण हे सतत सहन करत आलेलो आहे. ही यांची एक रीत झालेली आहे. त्यांच्यामध्ये आपल्याशी लढण्याची हिंमत नाही, धमक नाही, म्हणून आपलीच माणसं फोडायची आणि आपल्या अंगावरती सोडायची. म्हणजे तुम्ही लढत राहा, आम्ही आमचं काम मोकाटपणाने आम्ही चरत राहू. तुम्ही एकमेकांना भांडण, मग त्या राणीला सोडायचं आपल्या अंगावरती, आता ह्यानं आपल्या अंगावर सोडा, त्यांनी आपल्यावरती आरोप करायचे, आपण त्यांच्यावरती आरोप करायचे, हे आणि हे चरायला मोकळे.
And for the first time since Maha political crisis broke out in the state, Team Modi has finally spoken, breaking their silence. And the first reaction to India today, here's what Modi minister had to say about what really is unfolding in Maharashtra. Some strong words used there. Listen in.
The Shinde Sena in its 5-star fortress. It's been 3 days since the rebel group set up base in Guwahati. The last 72 hours have seen this political nail-biter take every form and shape. But one thing has been conspicuous by its absence. The BJP. That's right. The party perceived almost unanimously as the force behind the rebellion has maintained total silence. Of course, it's on India today that the BJP's silence broke, and it came straight from Team Modi.
Is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party, but you can clearly see the way things are going.
The brutal opening attack at an India Today group event has inflamed an already charged up battlefield.
What we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is, it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance.
The minister's words not only break the BJP's silence, but add to the dramatic twists still playing out. Especially since the man at the center of the Sena rebellion denies any contact with the BJP.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में. उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है.
In Assam, where the Shinde Sena has been cloistered, the state chief minister also dodged any direct entry into the battle.
कोई अगर एमएलए भारत का कोई भी स्टेट में जाके रहना चाहते हैं कि मैं यहाँ 10 दिन रुकूंगा या मैं 15 दिन रुकूंगा, तो मना कौन करेगा? कांग्रेस का दिमाग क्या हो गया है? तो बाढ़ का मतलब ये थोड़े है कि असम में मैं बिजनेस बंद कर दूंगा, होटल बंद कर दूंगा, दुकानें बंद कर दूंगा, ये क्या असंभव आर्गुमेंट बोल रहे हैं।
With the BJP holding back even its TV faces and spokespersons on the unfolding blockbuster, it is clear that the real action of this political thriller is happening over phone lines, WhatsApp chats, and Chinese whispers. Well, the BJP has now spoken, and picture abhi baki hai. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so this is no less than a big battle that we see. Of course, a political battle, but of course also in many ways how this is being seen by the public. There are different sides. There are different players right now, but the defenders is the Uddhav Sena for as long as they can defend the Shinde Sena coming on to them. What are they planning? Trying to bring back the rebel MLAs, stopping further defections, and also trying to ensure to communicate with the incommunicado MLAs and stop the recognition, importantly, of Shinde Sena. Remember, if Eknath Shinde manages to get the logo of the Shiv Sena, that's it. Uddhav Thackeray and the Thackeray Sena, as it was seen, will be gone forever. They will, of course, want to legally challenge the defections in court, and Eknath Shinde will be trying to get as many numbers as you can. So, Uddhav Thackeray, for now, holding ground with the sword, ensuring that nobody touches the territory that he's had, of course, starting with Bala Sahib Thackeray. Let's go across. If they are the defenders, who are the ones with them? The ally? NCP Supremo, Pawar. So we have the Pawar faction, that's the next side in this Mahasena war. And of course, Sharad Pawar will want to ensure that they stand by the defenders because they are part of this big coalition Mahavikas Aghadi government. As you can see, Sharad Pawar, the big warrior, now is out preparing for defeat now, but also ensuring to keep meeting Uddhav Thackeray. They will want to maintain a united front with Uddhav Thackeray for as long as they possibly can. Now let's take a look as if they are not able to lure more MLAs and MPs from the Uddhav Sena to keep in the coalition. Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, is trying to have all the MLAs at their side, and the number clearly working for the Shinde Sena. They will stake claim as main opposition party, that aggressive stand, as you can see, of Eknath Shinde for all right now to see happening in Guwahati. They will join forces with the Bharatiya Janata Party as and when Shinde Sena realizes they have the numbers and do not need the anti-defection law, which is now the rival force, very interestingly standing behind Devendra Fadnavis, but in his full battle gear. They will also want to prevent the Shinde Sena from taking a U-turn. Watching very carefully, they will, in this Maha battle taking place in Maharashtra, will ensure the support of all the rebels, the number constantly increasing from them. And they will, of course, want to hope, considering they had the maximum numbers as the single majority party, unable to form government, they will want to topple down Aghadi government and take that power. Amid all these big warrior players, there are also powerless spectators who could be of use to either side. There is, of course, take a look at some level, the Maharashtra Congress. Nana Patole ensuring at least to give strong reactions because they know that while they have no choice but to wait and watch of what's happening, if Uddhav Thackeray can manage, at least keep their own Congress MLAs together, because what if the Congress MLAs also jump ship and want to join the BJP or the Shinde Sena, or perhaps have another strategy in mind. So that is how the Maharashtra Sena war is looking for you right now. Amid all this, the Member of Parliament from the Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, constantly hopeful that his strategy will still work for the Aghadi government. Listen in now to all that Sanjay Raut has been saying in the past few days.
उनको यहाँ आना पड़ेगा, हमारे सामने आना पड़ेगा। शिवसेना के विधायक है, तो हम तो उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि भाई आइए, यहाँ वहाँ दर दर की ठोकरें खाकर मत घूमिए, महाराष्ट्र आपका है। पहले सूरत में गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी में गए, अब मैं सुन रहा हूँ गुवाहाटी से गोवा में जा रहे हैं। क्या जरूरत है सब करने की? जो बातें आपके मन में है वो आप यहाँ हमारे सामने बैठकर, उद्धव जी के सामने बैठकर भी बात कर सकते थे। इसके लिए आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिक्योरिटी और सहारा लेना पड़ा सूरत से गुवाहाटी तक। ये लगता है ये कोई एक सच्चा शिव सैनिक का आत्मसम्मान नहीं है, ये मानता हूं मैं, ये प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है शिव सैनिक की। आप अपने आप को अगर शेर कहते हो तो ये शेर की इज्जत नहीं है।
2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने ये कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है, क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही है। उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है। हम बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है। हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है। हमारा एक रिश्ता है। वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है। पार्टी का रिश्ता खून का रिश्ता है।
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है। उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे, नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी। अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है।
जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि न सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में है। और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है, क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं।
देखिए, हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है। उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए। जाने दो, कागज पे विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है। विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं। 2 बार बगावत हुई है। नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की। उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया। महाराष्ट्र में उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है। आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए, उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है। ये तो एक स्टेप है, आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है।
आपकी आज मुलाकात हुई शरद पवार जी से, उस मुलाकात में क्या क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या इसके बारे में आप बता पाएंगे? और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है? क्योंकि आपने बयान दिया कि वो अभी भी इस अलायंस के नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, पितामह की तरह हैं वो। क्या उनके सजेशन थे? आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है आपकी?
रणनीति की बात तो नहीं है। हम तो जो विधायक जहाँ कहाँ छुपा कर रखे किसी स्टेट में, वो आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। पवार साहब तो हमेशा महाविकास आघाड़ी की प्रेरणा रहे है, ऊर्जा रहे हैं। और आज भी हम सब लोग एक साथ, कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी, शिवसेना, मुख्यमंत्री, लड़ने के मूड में हम लड़ेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर भी और लड़ेंगे सड़क पर भी।
एक कानूनी लड़ाई की भी आप लोगों ने तैयारी की है? इस तरह की खबरें हैं कि
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार है। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है, वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है, ये देश के सामने, लोकतंत्र के सामने एक बड़ा आह्वान है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, पूरे देश भर का माहौल ऐसा है कि महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दे पर पूरा देश का विपक्ष एक साथ आ रहा है। चाहे ममता बनर्जी हो, चाहे तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री हो, पूरे देश से हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये जो खेल शुरू किया है, ये जो आग लगाई है, इस आग में जलने वाले वही है।
So that is Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut, still very confident. But what about the defiant rebel Sena MLA Eknath Shinde? Shinde spoke exclusively to India today and says that with regard to the threat of disqualification of the 12 Shiv Sena MLAs, he said that this is just a tactic to spread fear, and he's now threatening action against the Aghadi government. That's how confident Eknath Shinde has become. Take a look at this report.
The Shinde Sena is getting stronger by the day. From 34 MLAs on Tuesday, Shinde on Thursday had 38 Uddhav MLAs at his rebel camp in Guwahati. Shinde now claims his Sena's strength could swell to 50 plus. Another Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, joined the rebel faction in Guwahati. The balance of power between boss Uddhav Thackeray and his former ally Eknath Shinde has begun to shift. The Maharashtra Chief Minister is trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat. His recent attempt of seeking disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs has been challenged by the new tiger of the Sena jungle, Eknath Shinde, who claimed that his supporters will not be intimidated by disqualification threats and called it a sinister plot to derail his plan.
माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास एमएलए है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं।
Eknath told India Today exclusively that more than 50 MLAs are backing him in his revolt and many more are waiting to join. The anti-Uddhav camp has reached the critical number of MLAs, that's 37, required to split the party in the assembly without facing the anti-defection law.
लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स और मेजॉरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है, 50+ हमारे साथ में एमएलए हैं और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा। जो है
Meanwhile, independent legislators supporting the BJP, Mahesh Baldi and Vinod Agrawal, have urged the Speaker not to disqualify the rebel Sena MLAs. Eknath, however, claims that it's his fight and not the BJP's.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
The Sena versus Shinde fight is far from over, with many more twists and turns to come. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now remember a question and a point in everyone's mind right now. Bala Sahib Thackeray's legacy and what happens to it. Because today, his son Uddhav Thackeray, also nephew Raj Thackeray, and on another side now, Eknath Shinde, the rebel camp. All of this growing in numbers could prove to be a question mark on the survival of the Shiv Sena as we have known it. This time, take a look at report of what the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray and the Shiv Sena stands to be. Take a look.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving 2/3 majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray.
Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed though in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Vijay Kumar for India Today.
And that remains perhaps one of the most important questions about the survival of the Shiv Sena's legacy. Uddhav Thackeray, meanwhile, has hit out at the rebel MLAs, calling them pests and insects, who are now hollowing out the party. A second emotional message in 3 days, while the rebel camp is only swelling with numbers every single hour. Let's bring you the update on that after a very short break. Remember, the NCP, meanwhile, is set to meet Uddhav Thackeray. We'll get you the updates there.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
watching India Today.
Imagine filling up the 16-digit number of your card, the validity of your card, the name on your card, and the CVV number and the OTP which you will get after that every time you have to make an online payment, regardless of whether you're using a debit card or a credit card. Well, if you don't opt for RBI's new tokenization rules, this is exactly what you'll be doing every time you make an online payment after July 1st. So listen up closely. So essentially, to put it in a nutshell, July 1st onwards, the RBI has said two things. First of all, online merchants cannot store your debit card or credit card details on their servers. Those will be deleted. And the other option that they've given is for the end users. Basically, you have the option of tokenizing your debit card or credit card details. Tokenization is basically issuing you a unique encrypted code which is called a token for each one of your cards. And to opt for this tokenization process, each end user will have to authorize it. Before July 1st, if you were using any one of your cards on a platform like Amazon, those cards would basically get saved on that platform. So next time when you want to choose to pay, you can choose from any one of these cards that you've already saved on that. Now what you'll basically get is a certain notification along with each one of these cards, which will basically say that your card is not saved yet. Once you press on that, you will have the option of saving the card details and then you can proceed with the payment. After July 1st, what's going to happen is that notification will not be there because even those card details will get deleted. So you will have to fill in all those details again and then save them. So this tokenization process will just take a few seconds. It does not cost anything and it's only applicable to domestic online transactions. It will offer more security because your card details will not be saved with the online merchant either. A lot of times your card details get leaked from the merchant that you're interacting with online. So that gets negated. Secondly, you have a token which you're getting. You'll just need to fill in your CVV number and an OTP which you'll get after that. So the process of making that payment will obviously be shorter. But this tokenization process is totally optional. It is not mandatory.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Can the NCP possibly save Uddhav Thackeray and the coalition government? As of now, Uddhav NCP meeting has started in Mumbai. All the top bigwigs of the NCP have reached Uddhav Thackeray's residence. These are the latest visuals coming in from Mumbai. Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo. Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Jayant Patil, who's a cabinet minister. Praful Patel, of course, one of the senior most netas of NCP, former civil aviation minister as well. All of them have reached Matoshri, which is the ancestral house of the Thackerays. And at this point, this crucial meeting has started. Remember, Sharad Pawar has spoken to, been in touch and also met Uddhav Thackeray in the past 3 days. But this appears to be a big meeting because the who's who of the NCP, who matter, whose decision abilities right now will be very crucial on how the coalition government needs to survive. That huddle is on at Matoshri, as you can see. Amid a downpour there in Mumbai and of course a tightened police presence, barricades, media persons, NCP leaders reaching Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, who's right outside Matoshri and taking us through all the latest. So, Saurabh, how should we see this specific NCP's meeting? Because not that NCP can do much. They can only ensure their flock stays and they can only ensure that the coalition government, as long as possible, will have the required numbers. How are you looking at this crucial meeting today, Saurabh?
Well, Pooja, Sharad Pawar himself leaving his house, coming directly to meet Uddhav Thackeray at Maharashtra is giving a very strong message to the rebel camp. It clearly wants to tell them that like the powerful leader like Sharad Pawar is standing with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, not just Uddhav Thackeray, but very importantly, his firm on saving the MBA government of Maharashtra. Now, Sharad Pawar was leading from the front. Behind him, there was Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil and senior most NCP leader Praful Patel. Now, when we look at it, Pooja, why this is so much important? Because Shivsena has lost in numbers. Now it is playing on sentiments, emotional videos. But Eknath Shinde camp is too releasing several of the emotional videos too. But here on ground, we are seeing that directly Sharad Pawar is leading from the front. In 2019 also, do you remember, Pooja, when the government was formed just in a fortnight, like Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis form a government at Raj Bhavan. It was Sharad Pawar, it was his charismatic approach that in just half day, the government had to fall and both of them had to resign. He brought all his leaders, all his party men back together. Even at this age, Sharad Pawar is still very powerful. He's not just giving a message to the rebel camp and the BJP.
Keep tracking all the latest and try and get all the inside scoop from this big meeting, because NCP will want to hope that the coalition government says, but Uddhav Thackeray have no numbers right now to keep the government standing. Meanwhile, here are the top latest developments to keep you updated about what's been happening in the state of Maharashtra and also in Assam, where the rebel camp is. Let's begin. Uddhav Thackeray hits out at the Sena rebel MLAs, calling them pests and insects and rodents who are hollowing out the party. He in fact also called the BJP as backstabbers, shooting down any possibility of an alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party. And for the first time, Team Modi breaks their silence after 3 days of the political drama unfolding in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal spoke to India Today exclusively and called the Sena-NCP alliance as unholy and bankrupt with regard to ideology. Meanwhile, the Sena MLA Eknath Shinde, who has been camping with the rebel clan, cancelled his visit to Mumbai, saying that he will stay in Guwahati for some more time. Meanwhile, the Shinde clan continues to swell. The numbers are rising every hour. They are growing stronger, clearly. One more MLA, Dilip Nande, has landed in Guwahati to join the rebel faction camping in Guwahati's Radisson Blu Hotel. So total number of Sena MLAs as of now, as it appears, stands at 38. That behind Eknath Shinde. But Uddhav faction has now sought disqualification of 16 MLAs of the Shinde faction under the 10th schedule. Maharashtra Deputy Speaker Narhari Zerwal has also been approached with that plea. But that's not all. 2 independent MLAs have also demanded the removal of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zerwal, accusing him of being biased toward the Uddhav camp. What? So the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena is in a firefighting mode so that they can possibly save the Mahavikas Aghadi government. But that looks unlikely because Sena has sought disqualification of at least 15 MLAs. They are stating that this is all that they can do at this point to save itself. Or could it be another threat tactic, as Eknath Shinde is now claiming? Watch this report of how Uddhav Thackeray is coming across with a threatening tone of disqualification.
Public display of might. Massive protests.
मैंने कहा ना, ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर, सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी।
And an ugly warning of a street fight. Cornered, Uddhav is doing everything he can to save face. As his numbers dwindle to the teens, Uddhav is firefighting the rebellion within Sena to save the Mahavikas Aghadi. And after this emotional message on Wednesday,
समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Uddhav has followed it up with another emotional outburst, hoping it'll cut some ice with the rebels.
The disqualification threat by the Uddhav Sena to the Shivsena is a tactics used by them to delay the process. They are trying to get more time so that things can change. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Shinde is a very powerful leader and he knows such tactics. He will be moving for the trust motion.
Uddhav's son Aditya also came to his father's rescue, saying there were attempts to disrupt peace and harmony in Maharashtra. He also wrote that such betrayals have been witnessed before and they've emerged on top despite it. So what is Uddhav Sena's strategy? In a bid to save the toppling MVA government, the party faction led by Uddhav Thackeray filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker, seeking disqualification of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and 15 others. Uddhav's camp is continuing to target the BJP rather than Eknath Shinde. Sena MP Sanjay Raut said the BJP was making below-the-belt remarks against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and even threatening him. Raut further went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers and on the streets now, and that the Sena would win all three. But how would they do that? He never answered.
अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं, चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे.
While political battle in Maharashtra is now turning into a legal battle, Shiv Sena leader and MP Sanjay Raut has threatened that they are ready to fight it out in the assembly as well as on the streets. With camera person Kiran Sakpal, myself Ritvik Bhalikar reporting for India Today, Mumbai.
And as I wrap up 6 p.m. Prime, here's how the numbers stand. At this point, Shiv Sena has come down to 17, NCP 55, Congress 44, and the numbers are increasing on this side in Guwahati. 38, as Eknath Shinde is claiming, showing video evidence, with independents and others at 9, but Bharatiya Janata Party with 106, and this looks like the powerful side, at least for the next few hours. We'll be tracking all the latest on that. Stay tuned and thank you for watching India Today. Take care.
So yes, young people we've seen in today's date are not just suffering from heart attacks, they're having strokes, they're having cardiac arrests. I mean, they're brought dead to our hospitals and nobody knows why. They all just say that, they've always been fit. The definition of fitness is different for different people. Nobody gets their pre-health checkups done. You don't know what's happening in your body. You eat all the junk food and still believe that you're young, so nothing's going to happen to you, but that's not happening. So you might have heard about symptoms like a left-sided chest pain, which is, radiating to the left arm. That is one of the most typical symptoms of a heart attack, but not everybody has those symptoms. You can have profuse sweating just suddenly while you're sitting. You can have shortness of breath. You'll have difficulty in breathing. You'll feel uneasy. You might have nausea, vomiting. So in today's date, a lot of people are having a lot of sugars, a lot of processed foods, packaged foods, refined oils. They have a sedentary lifestyle. There's so much of stress going on, smoking, alcohol. All of these, lead towards more susceptibility towards having a heart attack. So it's very important, I would suggest, to first take control of your diets. Throw those packaged foods.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 km per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 km per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States of America, where annually there are more than 1,000.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're
You're watching our rolling coverage on all that is going on in the state of Maharashtra. Curious developments. Why do I say that? Because well, multiple reasons. Eknath Shinde says he has over 37 MLAs, the prerequisite to buck the anti-defection law, which we all know by now. He's still not coming in, neither is the BJP coming in and saying that this government in Maharashtra is in minority. On the other hand, 3 days ago, nobody quite knew about it, but the Eknath Shinde faction has moved a no-confidence motion. What does it really mean? We're going to break it all down in the midst of the current developments. There's a huddle going on in Matoshri. Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel. We'll get you more. The headlines first. All eyes on Rebel Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. The Rebel MLAs speak exclusively to India Today, claiming support of 50-plus MLAs. Says we'll meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. Three days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks silence. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination today. Prime Minister Modi and NDA bigwigs accompany her. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says that plea filed by Zakir Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claims vindication. Left student group SFI attacks Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office, vandalism due to alleged inaction by Congress MP over an SC order on an eco-sensitive zone. Well, there have been breathless developments that have been taking place in the state of Maharashtra when it comes down to the political crisis as it unfolds. Viewers, the latest is the Aghadi huddle. All eyes on NCP leadership meeting with Uddhav in the evening. Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, all of them meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. This meeting seems important in the wake of declining numbers from the Uddhav camp. Admittedly, Shivsena has just 16 MLAs. Meanwhile, sources in the NCP say that it is more or less becoming clear that majority of Shivsena MLAs are with Shinde. Every day, their numbers are going up. Sources say that NCP senior leaders believe that dragging the matter further would only embarrass the Mahavikas Aghadi in the situation of a floor test. In today's meeting with Uddhav, leaders to review the numbers and draw their strategy for the future. Leadership also likely to give suggestions to accept the fact and move on with the reality gracefully. Well, it's interesting developments. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Kamlesh, who's been tracking the developments and getting us the news first. Kamlesh, you know, what's really interesting in all of this is, till yesterday, it seemed Sharad Pawar's advice was when Uddhav nearly stepped down was to fight it out till the last minute. Is now the writing on the wall for the Mahavikas Aghadi being left with no option but to quit, or rather, you know, seek a floor test gracefully?
The Mahavikas Aghadi is now clear, especially Sharad Pawar, who yesterday said that the final decision would be taken on the floor of the House. But given the dramatic changes in the situation and the way legally the Eknath Shinde team is strong, they've brought in certain points that would certainly not be very well suited to the Mahavikas Aghadi, especially Uddhav Thackeray and the numbers. Sharad Pawar, though yesterday said that the decision would finally be taken on the floor of the House, but the numbers are, for the Mahavikas Aghadi, the numbers are dwindling, and Eknath Shinde supporters, the numbers are growing. That's a reality that everyone has to accept. So rather than dragging it any further, and which eventually would result in an embarrassment to the Mahavikas Aghadi, there should be some decision that should be taken, that should be seen as a respectful exit plan, so that there is no further embarrassment. Sharad Pawar, in his meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, which is now begun as we speak, Sharad Pawar is going to give him a reality check. This is what the situation is. In case we want to move any further, we have to be prepared for the bigger fight, but that doesn't seem, we might be fighting a losing battle. That's one picture that the NCP wants to prove. Also, another section in the NCP says that the battle is for Uddhav Thackeray, it is for him to save the party, but the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly is from the NCP, and again it would be left to the NCP to fight the battle on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray, which many in the NCP are not very keen on. Already the NCP is facing heat from central agencies. 2 of its ministers are inside jail. They don't want any further confrontation here. So they say that given the fact that we don't have numbers, the situation is not very conducive. Legally, the rebel camp seems to be very strong. They have the numbers in the first place. That numbers is something that we cannot battle. Till the time the numbers come down, which doesn't seem to be the case. Not just a big number of Shivsena MLAs, but also the independents are supporting him. So in that case, it doesn't seem that we are moving ahead with any solid plan at this point in time. So better accept the reality and move on is perhaps that the thought that has been decided in the NCP meeting, and perhaps Sharad Pawar might just give that idea, maybe that bitter dose to Uddhav Thackeray this evening.
Well, very interesting. A reality check, Kamlesh, that Sharad Pawar might offer to his ally Uddhav Thackeray. But, how does, we talk about recent developments that have happened where the writing is pretty much on the wall. The tea leaves in Maharashtra politics are clearly, being read by all in terms of sheer girth of numbers that Eknath Shinde has with him. But the fact, Kamlesh, that the NCP really doesn't want to get into what it's always been maintaining, the private matter of the Shiv Sena. Now, the deputy speaker, like you said, is from the NCP. Kamlesh, the reason that he's not accepting the disqualification of those 16 MLAs, does it have more to do with the fact that there is a no confidence motion that has already been mooted, or to do with the fact that NCP is still mulling on what it really wants to do in this situation?
Well, exactly. That is something which the Shiv Sena was relying on. The Shiv Sena thought that the initial letter that was given by the Shinde camp, which had just signature of 34 MLAs, of which 4 MLAs were independent. So they thought that they might just seek disqualification of these MLAs since the required number wasn't there in the letter. The required number was of 2/3 majority. Anything below that would have resulted into disqualification of these MLAs. But yesterday there was a fresh letter that was given, and before that the speaker, the Shiv Sena approached the deputy speaker with disqualification notice for 12 yesterday, and 4 names were added this morning. But that one thought that the NCP and Shiv Sena missed here was there was a no confidence motion moved by the Shinde camp on 21st itself, and today 2 independent MLAs have approached the speaker saying that you cannot take a decision. They have cited a 2016 judgment of the Supreme Court of the Arunachal Assembly, wherein it says that Deputy Speaker cannot adjudicate any decision, especially related to disqualification of members when his own position is contested. So that in a way has put the NCP and the Mahavikas Aghadi into a fix. This would result into a battle because there is a precedence in the Supreme Court. Also, if they want to move ahead, the numbers again are with Eknath Shinde, and even if in the worst come scenario, even if they disqualify all the 36 MLAs or 35 MLAs, even in that case, the number of the House comes down and the majority comes down to 120, which the BJP can easily achieve. So even in that case, rather than facing an embarrassment of losing the no confidence motion and have to quit, there could be a possibility that we should think at this point in time and think of a respectable exit, which would mean perhaps to give up on what is happening. Either it has to stop
Kamlesh,
whatever
by the looks of it does seem,
allow the rebel camp to do whatever they want.
Right, Kamlesh, by the looks of it does seem that it's a full watertight coup that has been engineered, as we speak. Something which was really thought of, orchestrated, interesting. Nobody knew about the no confidence motion that was pushed 3 days ago, but suddenly today those 2 independent MLAs which are allied with the BJP move for the removal of the speaker. It's very interesting how everything is tying in together. But Kamlesh, for someone who's really studied the situation, you know the ins and out of the Maharashtra government and its various allies. I really want to ask you, we know there's a huddle going on. Sharad Pawar is giving Uddhav Thackeray as we speak a reality check. Be graceful, maybe now move out, go for a floor test. The belligerence that we saw today of Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, was we're going to fight to the finish. But having said that, Kamlesh, will the NCP right now, who controls clearly the deputy speaker post, is it hedging? You know, on the face of it, NCP is with the Aghadi, with the Sena. But at the back of it, you know, the NCP is known to pull a rabbit or two out of its hat in the past.
Well, yes, see, as Preeti, as you rightly mentioned in the, at the beginning of what you said that, you know, it's a completely planned coup. You know, in fact, I was just speaking to someone who is very closely associated with the entire coup. He said that we just don't have plan A and B. We have plan A, B, C, D, E, F and G as well. So in any case, if the victory is ours, this coup is going to succeed. But having said that, the way Aditya Thackeray we saw speaking to the party workers, now see, they have no options left. They have to give a pep talk to the party workers. They already seem to be fighting a losing battle in the legislative party. The split is in the legislative party. However, it is going to affect the party at large in days to come. So they have to keep their party workers together, because Shivsena is a party that is based on its cadre and it runs on its cadre. So they have to keep their cadres together. On the other hand, the point you raised about NCP. Now, NCP, though initially was in a way interested in saving the government, but bringing back the MLAs was a responsibility of Uddhav Thackeray, because obviously Sharad Pawar had little to do. When the 2019 coup happened, Sharad Pawar's MLAs had gone with Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar ensured that all his MLAs came back. He sat at his office in YB Chavan Center and almost got every MLA back, including Ajit Pawar himself. But this time, it has to be done by Uddhav Thackeray. But it seems that with almost 80% of MLAs gone, Uddhav Thackeray has little choice left than to just give them offers, which they are rejecting with every passing day. That's not happening. Now, the NCP says if it is just left for the NCP to fend Uddhav Thackeray or fight a battle on his behalf, majority of NCP leaders are not in favor of that. They say that it will again be confronting with the center again. In case there's BJP involved, why should we go ahead with that? And on other hand, when the rebel camp appears so legally sound, the points that they are raising are very legally sound. So in such case, we are left with nowhere, especially the number game, Preeti. The number game hasn't left any choices for Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde has managed this coup. He knew that he needs to have 2/3 of MLAs.
Before I let you go, Kamlesh, before I let you go, I want to ask you a very quick question. You know, I know I'm keeping you, but I want to ask you one very quick question. Are we expecting a possible big announcement after this particular meet? Can we now maybe look at the possibility, which we were delving in 2 days ago, that Uddhav Thackeray might resign, step down, ask for the dissolution of the House? Could either of those be an option?
The announcement, it's all up to Uddhav Thackeray now what he wants to do, because just a while before he addressed some bureaucrats, he addressed that meeting and he was talking about how work should not stop. One of the sentences during the meeting that Uddhav Thackeray uttered was that any good work should not stop for politics reigns and politics are uncertain. So, work should continue. So many bureaucrats who attended that meeting thought that, it was kind of not a farewell, but, Uddhav Thackeray's tone and tenor in that meeting was about thanking everyone for doing everything. So the big announcement might just come, but we'll wait till Uddhav Thackeray takes the final call. The announcement has to come. Even if there's one thing which I'll mention, even if there's small ray of hope, I know Uddhav Thackeray, he will try and explore that as well, but there has to be some loophole that comes for his rescue. But that seems to be a Herculean task for Uddhav Thackeray. Pulling out a rabbit at this point seems to be difficult, but even Uddhav Thackeray or even Sharad Pawar, the kind of legislative experience that Sharad Pawar has, even if a small point that comes to their rescue, they are not going to let it go. That meeting is very crucial. What Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar discuss, even one small point, they are going to use it to their benefit, but that doesn't seem to be happening. The situation is not in their favor. What comes out of the meeting is very crucial.
All right, Kamlesh, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. My colleague Kamlesh Sutar joining us with the very latest, breaking it down so very well, Kamlesh. Thank you there. Join us on the top of 9 p.m. as well. Kamlesh giving us all those details that are going in behind closed doors. Viewers, this is a big news break. It seems now it's time up. And the fact that it's time up, that reality check is right now being given to Uddhav Thackeray by none else than his ally, who till 2 days ago had told him, stick it in, dig in your heels, fight it out. It's been 2 days, and Sharad Pawar, who's the master of political strategy, has now himself come out and apparently telling Uddhav Thackeray, there are no options left, you'll have to now go gracefully. What does that mean? Are we expecting a big announcement at the back of this meeting? Cutting across right now outside Matoshri, my colleague Mustafa, who's joining us. Mustafa, what's the atmosphere? Any Shiv Sainiks there? Because we've seen a fair bit of strength outside Matoshri with a lot of Shiv Sainiks who've been camping. But having said that, a big meeting going on inside, all four of them. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sharad Pawar of the NCP. It's interesting, Mustafa, that there is no Congress, even though it's an Aghadi meeting. There is no representation of the Congress with Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, you're right. We'll just show you the visuals outside Matoshri. This is the main visuals you're getting here. Flags of Shiv Sena flying high, bands, and if you look at the other side, there are women supporters of Shiv Sena who have come out here, and there are various banners which have been put up. The banners suggest that Shiv Sena has been brought down by many people at many times, but it has always succeeded in recovering and getting electoral victories. That said, a crucial meeting which is going on at Matoshri, that is as to how to progress with the strategy of disqualifying the MLAs, because there is what we are hearing, the opposition camp of Eknath Shinde, who is also consulting constitutional experts and lawyers on this entire thing. If you see two independent MLA which are supported by BJP reached Vidhan Bhavan today and gave a letter to the Deputy Speaker saying that your authority is under question after you removed Eknath Shinde as the CLP leader. Hence, you don't have the authority to disqualify any of the MLAs. So this is the legal battle which is going to take place in Maharashtra Assembly, which currently the meeting underway at Matoshri, be it Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, they are the people who are at this point of time strategizing as to how to go about this entire issue, which is going to be turning out to be a legal issue in the future. Back to you.
Right. We don't know if it's going to be a legal issue at all right now, but Mustafa, point taken there. But what is, right behind you, we see the Shiv Sainiks, they're gathered. There is a full band at play as well. Morale boosting, understandably. Can you try and get in a word from the Shiv Sainiks there? What are they saying after the second emotional speech? Because they must have definitely heard it.
बिल्कुल आपसे जानना चाहिए हिंदी में कि जो अभी सरकमस्टेंसेस है, उद्धव ठाकरे ने आज भी भाषण दिया. उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत सारे लोग छोड़कर शिवसेना गए, लेकिन शिवसेना को कुछ हुआ नहीं. किस तरह से ये पूरे क्राइसिस को देखते हैं? एकनाथ शिंदे चले गए, उनके साथ सारे एमएलए चले गए, लोग कह रहे हैं कि शिवसेना खत्म हो जाएगी.
कितने लोग आए, कितने लोग गए, लेकिन शिवसेना को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. लेकिन ये शिवसेना है जो कार्यकर्ता, जो शिव सैनिक है, उन पे आधारित है. एमएलए आएंगे जाएंगे, लेकिन जो कार्यकर्ता है, शिव सैनिक है, वो कायम उद्धव साहब के पीछे ही रहेगा.
आपको क्या लगता है, जो लोग आए थे, छोटे से बड़े हुए, उन लोगों को शिव सैनिकों ने वोट करके जिता दिया, आप वो शिवसेना के खिलाफ हो गए?
अभी वो गद्दार हो गए, अभी बड़े होके वो गद्दार हो गए, सब भूल गए. जमीन से उठा के उनको सर पे बिठा दिया है, लेकिन ये सब भूल गए. जो उद्धव साहब बाला साहब, इन्होंने उनको सर पे बिठाया, अपना बनाया, लेकिन ये सब भूल गए, गद्दार हो गए सब.
ऐसी शिकायत है कि मुख्यमंत्री मिलते नहीं थे, उनके आमदनी निधि देते नहीं थे, इसके लिए वो छोड़ के गए.
अरे मिलते नहीं थे, बीमार थे, कोरोना का काल था, तो मिलेंगे कैसे? अभी तो मिल रहे हैं ना, तो अभी क्यों छोड़ के चले गए? अभी तो मिल रहे हो, सबको समझ लेते हैं. आप क्यों नहीं समझ लेते कि वो बीमार है, कोरोना का काल था, उनके ऑपरेशन हो गए. ये आप जो खुद को शिवसैनिक समझते हैं, तो ये उनका दुख नहीं समझ सकते क्या?
So that's the sentiment which we are getting from the ground at this point of time, which is saying that the morale boosting of Shiv Sainik on the ground continues.
Well, understandably so, and that is right.
So Eknath Shinde camp taking so much.
Right. Mustafa, that's what, even Uddhav Thackeray had said in that emotional message that he gave out the second time around, that there are plenty of Shiv Sainiks who will take to the streets. Well, that is what's happening right now. And this is right outside Matoshri. Appreciate you joining us, Mustafa. But the fact is, time is running out. And that has been told to Uddhav Thackeray by none else than his own ally. I want to now cut across for this exclusive conversation with Shiv Sena Rajya Sabha MP Priyanka Chaturvedi. She joins us. It's been a harrowing time for most of Shiv Sena MPs, MLAs, either side of the divide. But Priyanka Chaturvedi, thank you for taking out the time and joining us. Ms. Chaturvedi, as we speak, we are given to believe by strongly placed sources, ma'am, that Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, all three of them are talking to Uddhav Thackeray and pretty much reading out the political tea leaves as they stand in the state of Maharashtra, saying time is up, go gracefully. Do you think, be it the kind of girth of the MLA strength that Eknath Shinde has in Guwahati, be it some of your MLCs, be it one MP at least, all of them have now gone away from you, leaving you very little moral authority to rule? Time to step down.
Of course we are in a moral authority, because all these MLAs, MPs or whatever videos that are being featured, they all need to come to Mumbai, the state capital of Maharashtra, to show their show of strength. They cannot be issuing these videos from a 5-star hotel in a city like Guwahati, where unfortunately Assam is seeing the worst floods in the recent years, where 32 of the 36 districts are flooded, over 101 people have died, and we have ministers and some MLAs who are elected by the people of Maharashtra enjoying the 5-star hospitality in Assam. So even if they want to prove anything, they will have to come to the city of Mumbai. They will come to the capital of the state and do whatever they have to and prove their numbers.
Madam, they are not coming to Mumbai as of now, but the fact is what they have done, and it seems to be a very well scripted, you can call it a coup, but the fact is the majority lies now not with Uddhav Thackeray where the Shivsena is concerned, but with Eknath Shinde. What's happened? 3 days ago, a no confidence motion is mooted by the Shinde Sena, if I can call it that, or the Eknath Shinde faction. And then today, 2 MLAs, which are with the BJP, come across and ask for the removal of the deputy speaker. It's all being thought of, very well choreographed, because it is the same deputy speaker who hasn't till now accepted your demand of sacking or disqualifying, I beg your pardon, those 16 MLAs.
So 21st is when that notice was given, right? He has no authority to give that notice because he was not the chief whip of the party. So this again, I will repeat, all these letters that are coming from Guwahati in a language which is very BJP, in a language which is not of Shiv Sena, they do not have a legal leg to stand upon. On the 21st, he was removed as the chief whip of Shiv Sena. And the Speaker of the House had acknowledged that Ajay Chaudhary ji is our chief whip. So whatever letter he can keep issuing, they do not have a valid stance in any court of law.
Madam, that's where the lacuna lies, is what Eknath Shinde says. He says he is the real Shiv Sena. He says they have majority, and they do. 38 of your 55 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. He is contesting the very fact of you removing him as the chief whip, saying you have no authority to do that.
No, absolutely not, Preeti. That is where all these, these things have been spread, that we do not have a majority. All that will be proved on the floor of the House. So even if we stand to lose on the floor of the House, we will accept it. But at this point in time, from Guwahati, they cannot be just issuing videos. Again, and I will also repeat one more thing to you. Under the 10th schedule, even if they have the so-called majority, they will have to merge into another political party to be able to save themselves from disqualification. But since they are claiming to be an independent bloc, all those MLAs that you see in that video show that they're doing will stand disqualified. They will have to go back to the constituency to win and get a right to vote in the assembly. So 2/3 majority does not just work inside the assembly, 2/3 majority across the organization for them to even try and stake a claim over the party is how it works.
Ma'am, because the legal loopholes are so tightly knit and so complex, because the fact is, Eknath Shinde saying you can't disqualify us, we've already mooted a no confidence motion against you. The man who has to do it, we want him removed. That's what 2 MLAs associated with the BJP says. But having said that, ma'am, you say the so-called majority. As we speak, you have your own allies who till 2 days ago have asked you, madam, have asked Uddhav Thackeray to dig in his heels, stick there and fight to the finish. Today is what we are getting to understand, telling Uddhav Thackeray that it's game up. The question is, will Uddhav Thackeray now step down or ask for the dissolution of the House?
Shri Uddhav Thackeray will not step down because his majority will be proved on the floor of the house, not from a 5-star hotel in Guwahati. Step 1. Step 2, Shri Uddhav Thackeray has categorically said he is willing to step down if any one of his MLA, the ones who are sitting cooped up in Guwahati, can come to tell him on his face that they have lost confidence in him. They cannot issue videos and say, oh, we have lost confidence. They come to Mumbai and say this. Now, step 3, dissolving the assembly. Again, do they want to bypass the Supreme Court order which says dissolving the assembly can only happen after your floor of the dissolving of the assembly cannot happen till you do not prove your majority on the floor of the house. So even if there's a no confidence motion of any motion that is passed, it has to be done on the floor of the house inside the assembly. And unfortunately, we cannot ask them to vote from Guwahati. They will have to come to Mumbai.
Ms. Chaturvedi, the fact is, the MLAs, the 38 of them out of the 55 that you actually have, which is the lion's share. And Sanjay Raut has also admitted on camera that you only have 16 MLAs. They have also come out and said that, Uddhav Thackeray never met anyone. The cause of Hindutva he strayed from the cause of Hindutva. This was an unholy alliance, an unnatural alliance. But that all aside, you keep talking about the BJP. Why do you think, ma'am, in all of this, because it's a curious question, the BJP is quiet? We're not hearing really much where the BJP is concerned. If the numbers are there, do you think they would have already gone ahead? Because in this case, it would be the BJP that would have approached the governor saying that the government has lost majority?
I don't know why they're silent, but they're silently engineering this defection. They are silently supporting this gathering of all these MLAs. They are also sponsoring their stay, sponsoring their chartered flights, and that is not something I am saying. It is something that Shri Eknath Shinde ji in the video that was released was saying there is a superpower party which is helping them, which is a national party. So they are not silent. Their role has been pretty active, right from the Goa police to the Assam police to the Gujarat police. Treating them like a bonded laborers, and people have seen visuals of that, should prove that.
Ms. Chaturvedi, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. We understand tough times where the shivsena Uddhav faction is concerned. Appreciate it, and hoping that you'll join us on the top of 9 p.m. as well. With that, I want to quickly cut across to what is going down outside Matoshri. There's a meeting going on there. But viewers, these are the 3 big images of the day. Uddhav's emotional appeal number 2. Many would suggest, today, while he was not addressing the rebels, he was addressing his loyalists, he should have been a little more aggressive. It seemed to be a lot, again, he played on an emotional pitch. Many would say a far cry from what possibly his father, Balasaheb Thackeray, would do. But, that's all conjecture. But he chose to go, the emotional path by making an appeal to his loyalists this time around. When he spoke at the district party president meet, you had, on the other hand, Aditya Thackeray, who also addressed trying to motivate, because he was there physically, Uddhav chaired it virtually. Aditya trying to morale boost, and on the other hand, viewers, the sheer muscle flexing by the strength of numbers by Eknath Shinde in Guwahati.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
muy bien, ya no hay restricciones, no tenemos que llevar mascarilla, nos sentimos libres.
You.
And we have tested that on large animals, sheep and pig, and that data shows that the technology is safe for use. In fact, that data has been shared with the FDA, who have granted us 2 accelerated designations last year for the first 2 conditions we want to treat. For localized conditions such as cancer tumors, stroke, atherosclerotic plaque buildup, localized pain, and many other conditions, there is a real need to have a microrobotic, precise, remote-controlled mechanism that can treat a condition only at a specific point and nowhere else.
In association with JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage. The latest, let me quickly get our viewers up to speed. There's a huddle right now which is going on at Matoshri. What is interesting is it's a huddle where the Mahavikas Aghadi comes into play, but there is no Congress. Why there is no Congress? We're going to get in a word from my colleague Moshmi. But right now, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Uddhav Thackeray locked in, where our sources tell us, viewers, that Sharad Pawar is pretty much telling Uddhav to read the writing on the wall, that his time is up to go gracefully. What will come out of this meeting is very, very interesting, and we're going to keep a keen eye on those developments. Meanwhile, what happened today? A second speech happened by Uddhav Thackeray. Earlier on, he was talking to the rebel MLAs, emotionally appealing them to come back. This time around, viewers, he was talking to the loyalists, his loyalists. His pitch remained emotional. In his second emotional appeal, Uddhav Thackeray says that he has no hunger for power, but will continue what he calls the good fight. He hit out at the rebel senas, calling them pests, while calling the BJP backstabbers. Listen in.
परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडला आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत, की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला, पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का? महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही? आमदार नेल्यान घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत.
Now there's a train of thought which seems to suggest viewers that maybe Uddhav Thackeray should have been a little more aggressive talking to his loyalists. Chose to go the emotional pitch. Many said not like what possibly Bala Sahib Thackeray would have done, but that's all conjecture. I want to now cut across to our two reporters who are joining us live. One right outside Matoshri. I have Mustafa, who's joining us from Matoshri, where this meeting is going on, a huddle between the NCPs, Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. On the other front, I want to bring in my colleague Moshmi, who's also joining us. Moshmi, you know, one question that beckons to be asked at this crucial meeting, which is pitched to be very crucial, where Sharad Pawar is pretty much reading Maharashtra's tea leaves to Uddhav Thackeray, saying your time is up, you've got to go now. Why isn't there any representation from the Congress? The Congress is missing here.
You know, the Congress perhaps doesn't have much to do, Preeti, you know, because yesterday, after what Mallikarjun Kharge said and the Congress leaders were huddled in a meeting, they really feel that the ball is in Shiv Sena's court. And importantly, it's very interesting that at a time when there is speculation that the Congress MLAs could be the dark horse, you know, and perhaps having cross-voted during the MLC elections, there could be a handful of Congress MLAs who could switch sides or resign, or could actually be the reason, the Achilles heel for the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government. That's the sentiment within the Congress in the Mumbai unit. They really feel that Kamal Nath's short stay didn't serve well for the interests of the Congress, and perhaps the in charge of Maharashtra wasn't doing too much to ensure that the MLAs still stuck around together. Kamal Nath, when he came here, was talking more about the municipality elections in Madhya Pradesh and saying that I'm heading back. 15 minutes with Congress MLAs, 15 minutes with Sharad Pawar, and another 10-minute conversation with Uddhav Thackeray on the phone, because he said he was COVID positive and couldn't personally meet him, and Kamal Nath flew back to Madhya Pradesh. So perhaps he came reluctantly, and many said he couldn't save his own government and was sent as a messenger of Sonia Gandhi. Yet the Congress is the weakest link, Preeti. I really feel if it comes to the floor test, or before the floor test, they've cross-voted, and that's the sense in the Congress that
Moshmi, very interesting point.
Much to plug in the loopholes.
Moshmi, a very interesting point you've thrown there, because now everyone is fixated on the MLAs of the Shiv Sena. Moshmi, they're saying that the Congress MLAs are now possibly also very, very vulnerable, because when it comes down to the floor test, they might say they have banded together, all 44 of them, but when it comes down to the floor test, it might be a different story. Moshmi, you know, as we take in the latest news break that is coming in, we see a lot of band baja, very quiet right now, people behind you. Would you go and ask, you know, I'm sure it's the show of strength outside the Matoshri while the meeting is going on inside, on what they are saying, but taking that quick news break and coming right back to you. Shiv Sena has now called a meeting of its national executive tomorrow at 1 p.m. What does that mean? Interesting developments. We'll get a word in there, but Moshmi, as we go through this news break, can you get us reactions? Because there was a call by Uddhav Thackeray, as emotional as it might be, but he said the Shiv Senics will take to the streets. They've taken to the streets with a bit of band baja in tow.
Preeti, let me tell you, there's been a change of mood, because I've been stationed at Matoshri ever since Uddhav Thackeray came here. Yesterday all day, a day watch, and a day watch today till the evening. And this is the band baja that you see completely silent right now. It did enter with a bang, and there was a lot of rolling of drums, but they are quiet right now. Apparently the cops stepped in, and there has been a beefing up of security, not only at the Matushri, but also at the Sena Bhavan, on all the important nerve centers of politics. Supporters are here. You can see the Shivsena flag, and that's a departure from the past few days, because when Uddhav came yesterday, there was a silence, but after his meeting with the state unit, with his cadre and the office bearers, here the supporters have been ferried in buses, and they're right here. आप लोग शांत हैं. आज उद्धव साहब ने आप लोग से बात की. क्या मूड है आप लोग में, और यहाँ क्यों आए?
See, Shivsena will forge ahead. We are strong, we were strong, we are strong, and we will be strong. It's eternal. Shivsena is eternal.
I see posters of BJP ki Lanka in Marathi. What does that mean?
It's all BJP game, and we are well prepared to fight it out.
And why are the drums silent just now?
No, because the meeting with Sharad Pawar Sahab and Ajit Pawar Sahab, along with our Supremo, Uddhav Sahab, is going on. Okay. We don't want to make any disturbance in the meeting. Yeah, noise, yeah.
Okay. And the sloganeering will start after they are out.
Yeah, definitely. Our spirit is very high.
So here the Shiv Sena cadres for the first time after the Varsha display have come out, Preeti, and clear messaging and public posturing now happening on ground zero in Mumbai.
All right. Maushmi, I'm going to come right back to you. We're expecting this meeting to go on for a while. But interesting, I am joined right now by Tushar Gupta, Senior Editor, Swarajya, Ravi Srivastava, Political Analyst. Mr. Gupta, I want to begin with you. You know, it's been rather ominous with the kind of visuals that are coming through right outside Matushri. Drums beating, you know, at a time when inside what we are getting an indication of that Sharad Pawar is pretty much telling Uddhav Thackeray that, that this is the reality, it's time to go, do it gracefully.
Absolutely, Preeti. It appears that Uddhav Thackeray is refusing to read the writing on the wall for some odd reason. The writing on the wall was obvious on day one when the crisis unfolded. By the time the MLAs made it to Surat, the government was gone. By the time they made it to Guwahati, the CM chair was gone. Now the question is, by the time they come back to Mumbai, will Uddhav Thackeray be ousted from his own party? That's the big question. The problem is that Uddhav Thackeray never had the moral right to rule. The mandate was for Fadnavis Thackeray government. But what Uddhav Thackeray is also not realizing is the anger which his own party MLAs has against him for giving the NCP and the Congress a larger free hand within the government. That's one part he's not realizing. The second aspect is Sanjay Raut has clearly overplayed his hand against Eknath Shinde. We spoke of the magic number of 37, 38. Shinde appears to have had that. Now the question is, how long is Uddhav Thackeray willing to continue this battle? He can rile up the public sentiment. He can get some Shiv Senics on the ground. He can do all those shenanigans. But the question at the end of the day is, are the MLAs with him? And that appears to be his weakening ground. The ground is slipping below him.
You know, and that, Ravi Srivastava, would you think that the body language pretty much displayed that today? Not just outside of the cadre, because they clearly seem a little demoralized now outside Matushri, but also of Uddhav Thackeray. It was his second speech, Ravi Srivastava. The first one can understand you want to go on the emotional pitch, you're trying to appeal to your rebel MLAs. Today he was talking to loyalists. Instead of, taking that emotional route down, maybe a little more aggressive, a little more, asking them to go ahead, a little more Bala Sahib Thackeray.
Preeti, first of all, Uddhav Thackeray is not Bala Sahib Thackeray, and Aditya Thackeray is not Bala Sahib Thackeray nor Uddhav Thackeray.
True.
So you can always feel that this is a generational change. Everybody has got his own qualities. Everybody has got his own strength. As far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, I think he is absolutely a clean man and is coming out emotionally very strongly. And his appeal to the cadres, to the loyalists, to the public, I think it's a very in any uncertain terms. He has offered these MLAs, I am ready to quit. You come, you become a chief minister. He went to the extent of that. You come on and join me and come before me. Not from 2,600 kilometers by a video call or by taking some signatures on a piece of paper. And this number game of showing is absolutely farce, as far as myself is concerned. It has got no meaning. It will prove only on the floor of the house. Everybody is asking, Uddhav Thackeray should go, Uddhav Thackeray should quit, Uddhav Thackeray will resign. Why should he? Where is the need? It will be on the floor of the house when the MLAs express that they don't have confidence in Uddhav Thackeray, the government will go. Why there should be a hype created that no, he should immediately go, he should quit? Why? He will not ask for the strength on the floor of the house. It is the opposition has to do it. It is the opposition who has to ask for a floor test on the assembly. It is not the ruling party which will ask for a floor test. So they are waiting, and 4 days have already passed. This number game to 38, 39, 40, 41, 52. I don't have any sanctity of this. And the way BJP is playing its game from the backside, first day he says, Eknath Shinde, no, I'm not supported by anybody, I'm doing it at my own. Then second day he says, Mahashakti is behind me, and Mahashakti is a national party. I mean, BJP should rather get exposed. Hey, we want to bring it down like Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Arunachal, Manipur, Goa. Right. We want to do it.
Well, okay, but Ravi Srivastava, the fact is, if you look at it, the BJP would say the mandate was anyway ours. It was for the Sena and the BJP. That's what, the BJP will say here. But yes, is it going down the Madhya Pradesh way, the Karnataka way? We can count 3 other states, Puducherry, for example. But Tushar Gupta, I want to bring you in, on this. Do you see now, ultimately, yes, if one can fast forward all the way to a floor test, that's different, but we can't really do that. Now, how do you see things unfold after this particular meeting? Do you see Uddhav Thackeray now, because it seems Sharad Pawar is telling him that, go gracefully. No point digging in your heels, kicking and screaming. On the other hand, do you see the BJP now come in? Because the numbers are forming up with Eknath Shinde. Or do you think the BJP is not going to come in at all?
Okay, 3 things, Preeti. First thing you asked a very important question about Uddhav Thackeray being aggressive. Now, that's a very interesting catch-22 situation. Sanjay Raut was being aggressive yesterday, and what did he say? He said, we are willing to give up on the NCP and the Congress alliance. The rebel MLAs should come back to us. So if he has to be aggressive, if he has to evoke the memory of Balasaheb Thackeray ji, he has to go hard on the Hindutva ideology, which the NCP and the Congress will not agree in. If he wants to go aggressive about the government, the rebel MLAs will distance themselves from him. So it's a very catch-22 situation. The second point about the NCP, what Sharad Pawar would ideally want. See, for NCP, there are 2 points here. One, either they save the government with a weakened majority, a wafer-thin majority, but then by virtue of the number of MLAs and the strength on the floor, NCP installs one of its own chief minister, probably the daughter of Sharad Pawar. Or else, they pin it on Uddhav Thackeray's weakness to unable to keep the party together and hence the government together, have something about the BJP causing the downfall. No, this political bickering, they let the government fall, which probably is what Sharad Pawar telling Uddhav Thackeray. The third point, and the most important point, what is BJP doing in all this? See, BJP is once bitten, twice shy. They've had a bad experience earlier. They would always want to firm up their numbers with 200% surety.
True, they've been burnt before. They want to be very sure and they don't want to be the one pushing for it. But Ravi Srivastava, you wanted to make a quick comment. Come in, sir, and then I'm going to close the show.
Yeah, I'm just telling that what is the real issue? Is the Hindutva a real issue? For 2.5 years, Eknath Shinde was running the cream ministry of urban development. Today, he realized the Hindutva is the issue. Or the rise of the Aditya Thackeray is the issue. Or these Uddhav Thackeray not listening to MLAs is the issue. None of these are the issues. The issue is only one, that he is being prompted by BJP to bring down this government, which he should shamelessly accept on camera. That is the way. It is not Hindutva or any other thing. That's all bogey.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate you both for joining us. What we're going to do is, it's strange, and it's a little ominous with the way things are going on, but we're going to leave you with the visuals outside Matoshri. The Shivsena band in full swing, playing the drums right outside Matoshri at a time when, of course, Sharad Pawar is allegedly, that's what we are hearing from inside, telling Uddhav Thackeray, read the writing on the wall, it's time to go gracefully. A quick break, do stay with us. Up next is my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
This testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching
There's a high-stake contest going on over the Indo-Pacific region. Chinese fighter jets have started to regularly threaten US allies, and the experts are fearing a repeat of the 2001 incident, where a Chinese fighter jet clashed with a US Navy aircraft. What are these Chinese warplanes doing? It was reported that Chinese warplanes regularly buzzed a Canadian reconnaissance plane monitoring North Korea. The crew was forced to alter course to avoid a collision. In another instance, the Chinese fighter jets fired metallic chaff across the course of an Australian surveillance aircraft. The Chinese officials praised its pilots for these maneuvers and stated that they were defending the country's sovereignty. Experts think that targeting US allies such as Canada and Australia might be a means to investigate the coalition's weaknesses. This is not the first time they have tried to buzz past US allies. Most recently, Chinese fighter jets flew close to a Canadian surveillance plane. 60 such reports of interceptions were noticed by Canadian aircrafts. But why are they targeting US allies and not the US? Experts think that the intimidation is to drive a wedge between the US and its allies. The US depends on its allies in scenarios like supporting economic sanctions or a ground war, and China intimidating US allies sends a clear message that the allies will face Chinese aggression if they support the US. This seems like a strategy to demoralize and weaken the US allies and partners.
Oh, sorry.
is now for the control of Shiv Sena, and Uddhav Sena insists this battle will be fought not just on the floor of the House, but also on the streets of Maharashtra. Is that a threat to Eknath Shinde that claims to have the support of more than 38 Shiv Sena MLAs? It's the battle for the control of Bala Sahib's legacy. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get to the latest on News Track at 8 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachai. Powered by NECC. Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Will the real Shiv Sena please stand up? Uddhav Sena banks on legacy. But Shinde Sena has the numbers. It's now a fight for survival. Which Sena will win this Maha-war? Big focus on News Track.
Is Uddhav Thackeray actually preparing to throw in the towel? Has Uddhav Thackeray read the writing on the wall? Is this what Sharad Pawar is advising Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time? There's a very important meeting that's on at Matoshri, and this meeting between NCP leaders and Shiv Sena leaders has been on for 1.5 hours and counting. What's cooking? I'll get to the latest. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines at 8. New twist in Maharashtra Game of Thrones. Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources say the NCP have told Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he doesn't have the numbers and move on gracefully. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who've eaten the party hollow. All eyes now on rebel Eknath Shinde's Ghar Vapsi. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Shinde claims support of more than 50 MLAs. Shinde writes to the Maharashtra governor seeking removal of the deputy speaker. Three days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks their silence. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Mahavikas Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. This is an India Today exclusive. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination papers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and NDA top brass accompany her. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Supreme Court says the plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP says this is vindication. Is the Uddhav Sena now a sinking ship? A number of Sena MLAs continue to move in the direction of Guwahati. Crucial Pawar Uddhav Thackeray meet underway at Matoshri, and all eyes now on the NCP top leadership that's meeting Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources in the NCP are telling India Today, more or less, it's clear. Majority of Shiv Sena MLAs are strongly with Eknath Shinde. Sources say NCP leaders believe that dragging this matter further will only embarrass the Mahavikas Aghadi in the situation of the floor test. Now, this is what top sources are telling India Today. NCP leadership is learned to have suggested to Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he doesn't have the numbers anymore, that he's lost control of his party MLAs and the party effectively, and accept this reality gracefully and move on. The information is tomorrow at 1300 hours, at 1 p.m. tomorrow, Shiv Sena has called a meeting of its national executive, and a decision could be announced after that. Now, this meeting that's currently on at Matoshri, so Sharad Pawar, Ajit Dada Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel, the top leadership of the NCP are a part of this meeting. Of course, there's Uddhav Thackeray there. We are told a short while back. Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP, has also reached there. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Kamlesh Sutar joining us with the latest on this big story. And Kamlesh has very, very strong sources both in the Shiv Sena and in the NCP. Kamlesh, has Sharad Pawar, have NCP leaders advised or suggested to Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel since he no longer commands majority or respect of Shiv Sena MLAs?
Well, 3 points, Gaurav. 3 points that are going to be discussed in this meeting on whether that will decide on whether the Shiv Sena and NCP and the Congress, the Mahavikas Aghadi, will continue with this battle, or they should draw a conclusion that we are fighting a losing battle.
Okay, it's a losing battle that the Shiv Sena or the Mahavikas Aghadi is fighting, but the battle continues still. And joining me now is Deepak Kesarkar, Shiv Sena MLA, who's in Guwahati. Deepak Kesarkar, the Shiv Sena may be advised to throw in the towel, but they continue to fight. Sanjay Raut has made it very clear the time for talks is over. Shiv Senics are now on the streets, and this fight will happen not just on the floor of the House, but also on the streets, sir.
Being the constitutional head of the state, it is Honorable CM's responsibility to see that law and order is maintained in Maharashtra, and he is solely responsible for this. And I think Uddhav Sahib is a very strict administrator, and as a CM of Maharashtra, he will control what is going on the streets, and he will advise. I'll also request him to advise Sanjay Rautji to not to make such comments. Had such comment made by any opposition party, by this time police could have taken action against them. But since he is a representative of the ruling party, I think Uddhav Sahib should tell him not to make such statements by which violence has erupted in Mumbai. And Mumbai is a financial capital of India. Okay. And Mumbai's progress should not be hampered in any case, and that is the duty of Honorable CM.
Deepak Kesarkar, you heard both Uddhav Thackeray and his son Aditya Thackeray. The impression is that, you know, they've been stabbed in the back by insiders. Aditya Thackeray says outsiders who joined the party or who became a part of the alliance just 2.5 years ago, they are still with the Mahavikas Aghadi, and insiders have abandoned them. It's the lure of the lucre, sir. It's for a few rupees more, sir.
Do you believe that statement? Because who broke Shiv Sena? 3 times Honorable Pawar sir has broken Shiv Sena. Has he forgotten the history, what has happened previously? And you are saying he is loyal to Shiv Sena. I don't want whatever statement he wants to make, but don't forget the history. He is instrumental in bringing Chhagan Bhujbal into his party, and Honorable Chhagan Bhujbal has used very insulting words against Babasaheb Thackeray. Can anybody forget that? The person who loves Babasaheb will never forget it. And in spite that, due to some compulsions, you have made an alliance with them, they should have been loyal to you. They are supporting the number 2 candidate in each constituency, in each parliamentary constituency. They are supporting the person who is defeated, and they are trying to finish Shiv Sena. Have you ever studied this? And
sir, you are saying it's the NCP and the Congress that's trying to finish the Shiv Sena. The Uddhav camp says it's actually the BJP that's trying to finish the Shiv Sena, and you are siding with the BJP, sir, or the Eknath Shinde faction is siding with the BJP. Sanjay Raut says you wake up and sleep on the commands of BJP leaders.
Is it possible? 5 years we were together. We have fought the election together. This election also we were together. Then how Shiv Sena was not finished? Shiv Sena was still very much in power. There was a dispute on who should become the CM, and Uddhav Sahib was telling that BJP has agreed for 50-50%, that is 2.5 years. That didn't come through, and that was the dispute between Shiv Sena and BJP. There was no question of finishing anybody. We were still partners in Maharashtra, but whatever decision Uddhav Sahib has taken, we have taken it in the true spirit. We have supported that decision. But after that, what act was there from NCP and Congress, and NCP has broken Shiv Sena 3 times. In spite of that, if you call them friends, they are truly friends for me, because I was a part of NCP earlier. I respect them. But whatever they have done against Shiv Sena, nobody should forget that. And that's why if you rely totally on them, I don't know what is the future of Shiv Sena then. People
Deepak
like us,
Sarkar, the Congress seems to indicate that of how many leaders do you have with you of the Shiv Sena? How many MLAs of the Shiv Sena in Guwahati? Because Congress seems to indicate that some of them are actually emissaries of Uddhav Thackeray trying to woo at least 21. That's the figure that Sanjay Raut seemed to indicate. 21 Shiv Sena MLAs in Guwahati want to come back to the Uddhav Thackeray fold, and this so-called, Eknath Shinde Sena will collapse the moment there's a floor test, sir.
Then let them have the floor test. Why are you disqualifying people who are elected by the people of Maharashtra? Why you are afraid of floor test? We are ready for the floor test. Let peace come back to Maharashtra. All of us will come there. We'll give a floor test. We are not at all afraid about floor test. And Pawar Sahib has mentioned that there should be a floor test. Then go for the floor test. Why are you telling that you are coming on the street? You are burning the offices. You are burning the homes of MLAs who are elected by the people. Why you are doing that? Don't you have a faith in the democracy? Then keep that faith intact. That is what I want to tell them.
Sir, what are your numbers right now? How many MLAs are supporting Eknath Shinde?
They are more than 2/3. They are 38. So you will have to accept the verdict. And few more are joining. So they are joining in spite of them loving you. Why you forget that they were your own men? And due to your decision of joining BJP and Congress, they were not satisfied. They are telling this to you for the last 1.5 years. Still, if you neglect them, then there was no other option left with them. Eknath Shinde was a staunch Shivsenik right from the beginning, from the days of Anand Dighe and Honorable Babasaheb Thackeray, who has groomed him as a leader of Thane. So how he
Sir,
could go
what is your
against Uddhav
roadmap,
sir?
sir? When do you get back? Deepak Sarkar, when does the Eknath Shinde Sena with these 38, as you claim, sir, 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, when do you get back to Mumbai? Do you have a roadmap and a time frame?
As soon as they recognize us as a separate group, we'll be back in Maharashtra because that is our constitutional right. When we cross two-third figure, it becomes mandatory on the speaker to give us recognition. But the kind of tactics being adopted by Shiv Sena leaders, local leaders there, trying to disqualify the elected members for not attending the meeting. Nowhere in India it has happened that for not attending meeting, people's representative is being disqualified and not given a chance of natural justice, which is their choice by the right by the constitution. So I think that those tactics they should not adopt. Then we'll have to go to the court and quash those orders. Otherwise,
so is
we
that
are
your
always
next
ready.
strategy?
Our
Because
application
Narhari
is-
Jirwal, the deputy speaker, he's already issued notice for disqualification against 16 Shiv Sena MLAs as part of the Eknath Shinde camp. Point one. Point two, instead of Eknath Shinde, there's a new leader who's already been appointed as the legislature party leader of Shiv Sena in assembly.
His decision, this decision is going to be challenged in the court of law. He is acting like he is a constitutional authority. He should not act like a party worker. He is a constitutional authority. We have all the respect from him. If he asks for an explanation, we'll give him the explanation. But when it is two-third majority, it is clearly mentioned that we are a separate group. And if you keep our application pending, then you don't have the right to keep it like that because everything is interlinked. You cannot disqualify people like that. And whenever such act is done anywhere in India, they are restored by the court. So,
Sir, that's a
Maharashtra
very
is
grave
natural
allegation
state.
that you level against Narhari Jirwal, the deputy speaker of the NCP. You are saying that he's working as a Karyakarta of the NCP. Is that what you're saying?
No, I have never mentioned that. He should not and he will not because he is a constitutional authority. He should be act like a judge and give opportunity to everybody. And whatever decision he has taken, 16 allowing 16 people to issue whip was a wrong decision. And for that, he will have to be non-partial. We respect him and we expect justice from him. And if he don't give the justice to us, we have every right to go to the court. So there is no question of having dishonor. When you get elected as an NCP candidate, you are then the NCP candidate. But when you sit on the chair of the honorable speaker, your role is different. One cannot act like that. That is what I am telling. I am not saying that he has acted like that. That
So
is
two
the
independent
difference between
MLAs
what I tell and what you are asking me.
Okay, two independent MLAs have already have said they have no confidence in the deputy speaker. But the Shiv Sena is saying that leaders who are currently sitting in Guwahati on the orders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are like insects and rodents who are eating the party from within. Response, sir.
How you can say that we are influenced by BJP? We were speaking to the Honorable CM. He is the head of the party. If he didn't listen to us, is it our fault? We have always put forth. We have arranged for very important meetings, which Honorable CM Sahib has attended. And he could have come to any conclusion. He knew everything. In spite of that, he could not come to any conclusion. That is not my fault. I have tried my level best to see that he don't come into trouble. I have always seen to it that Shiv Sena prospers. And for that, I have a number of meetings. Last 6 months, I was seeking his appointment for telling him what is happening in Maharashtra. He never gave me the appointment to a person who had fought the battle, which was dream of Bala Thackeray.
So who, according to you, actually inherits the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, if not Uddhav Thackeray? Because Uddhav Thackeray says, I have never compromised on Hindutva. I am following a common minimum program.
See, the legacy of Bala Saheb, he will have to carry because he is his son. It is his duty to do that. And we respect him because he is carrying the legacy of Bala Saheb. But had Balasaheb compromised with Congress and NCP like this, he would have never. And had Balasaheb sit on this chair, he would have been never. But sitting Uddhav Sahib on CM's chair is always a pleasure for us. Why will we feel bad about it? But when he has given so much of support to NCP and Congress, why they should bent upon in finishing our party, defeating our MLAs, defeating our MPs. They want to grow their party. Okay, there are other constituencies where NCP, Shivsena MLAs or MPs are not there. There you can try your luck. You can put your efforts there. Why you are putting in efforts in only those areas where Shivsena has either MLA or MP?
Deepak Kesarkar, at this point of time, Sanjay Raut is saying, is Eknath Shinde going to become Chief Minister in an alliance with the BJP or will it be Devendra Fadnavis? If he will be number 2 man, why upset the apple cart? Because he's already number 2 man with Uddhav Thackeray as Chief Minister.
This election was fought with BJP and Sena together. What was the grievance of Sena? That you had assured us 50-50% tenure of the Honorable CM. So if your 2.5 years are over and had BJP agreed, then by this time that tenure would have been over and then Shiv Sena could have stepped into Deputy CM's post. Isn't it right? And in that case, what would have been the situation? Somebody could have occupied Deputy CM's post only if that BJP and Sena Yuti had continued in Maharashtra. That was the position which was supposed to come any day. And there were negotiations going on between BJP and Sena also. Is it not true? And then if it is true, then in that case also, Shiv Sena would have occupied Deputy CM's post after 2.5 years. Then who
is there merit in Sanjay Raut saying that you first went to Surat, then you went to Guwahati, and now you will go to Goa? All of this running around, cross-country running around at BJP's behest will continue. Sir, do you have a roadmap? Should you not be accepted as a separate group in the state assembly? Will you not go back to Maharashtra? Is that not, as the Shiv Sena, as the Uddhav Sena alleges, taking away from your right as serving your people in Maharashtra?
Of course, they are taking our right to stay in Maharashtra, to lead our constituencies. Why they should disqualify us for not attending the meeting? On the 22nd, you take out a agenda for the meeting, asking the MLAs to attend it at 5 o'clock. 12 o'clock, you issue a letter. How big is Maharashtra? 3 European countries are equivalent to Maharashtra. From one end of Maharashtra, if you want to come to Mumbai, it takes minimum 14 hours. And you are well aware of this fact. These are just tactics. And is the Honorable Speaker of the House is not aware of these facts? Have we not checked that there are only 16 signatures on the letter that was supporting Mr. Chaudhary to become the leader of the party? Should he not confirm?
Enough. Deepak Kesarkar for joining me here on the news track. Many thanks.
Yes.
I now want to cut across.
Thank you.
I now want to cut across to India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Few people understand Maharashtra and what's happening in Maharashtra better than Rajdeep Sardesai. Also with me is India Today's national affairs editor Rahul Srivastav. Rajdeep, where do you see this go? The Eknath Shinde Sena say they are the real inheritors of Balasaheb's legacy and they have the numbers.
Well, they certainly have the numbers. Let's make no mistake of that, Gaurav. The numbers are firmly stacked in favor of the Eknath Shinde camp. No doubt about that. They also have the political momentum. The fact is, like it or not, this rebellion is being fully supported by the center. The center has put its full weight behind Eknath Shinde at the moment. And options are running out for Uddhav Thackeray. He's just clinging on by his knuckles, really, to power at the moment. So if you looked at the larger picture, it's clear that this rebellion has significantly diminished Uddhav Thackeray, his stature within the Sena. One reason why today he had to address the district chiefs in Maharashtra is because the fear is the rebellion at the moment is confined to the MLAs. tomorrow it could spread to the districts, and that's the fear, because then Eknath Shinde could well claim, as you just said, that he is the real Shiv Sena, the real inheritor of Bala Sahib's legacy. Look, the final stretch of this battle will have to be fought in Mumbai. You can go across the country to Surat, Guwahati, Goa, or wherever. Eventually, you have to come to Mumbai. That's where the final battle will be fought. But the stakes are heavily loaded at the moment against Uddhav Thackeray. Let me also say the role of the enforcement directorate. The fact is, a close aide of Uddhav Thackeray was yesterday questioned. Anil Parab, minister. Today, another former Sena minister, Arjun Khotkar, his property has been attached by the ED. So there is a fear of the ED, which is also driving some of the MLAs towards the Eknath Shinde camp, as well as the belief that some of them feel that if they go into an election in the near future, whether it's a BMC election or an assembly election, they can't be part of a Congress-NCP alliance, given the fact that in large parts of Maharashtra, these two parties, the Congress-NCP on one side, the Shiv Sena on the other, have been adversaries for a long time. So, every indication, Gaurav, is that it will be very difficult now for Uddhav Thackeray to save his government. What he really is now attempting to do is save his party, because it's his party that he's worried about losing, the possibility of even losing the symbol, which he's worried about, because in the Goa case, which was heard about 6 months ago, it was said that it's, while you can 2/3 of the MLAs defecting on the floor of the House and merging with another party is fine, is it enough for you to declare it as a split? And for a split to take place, the entire party has to split, not just the legislature party. That is one interpretation. Given that, Uddhav Thackeray now is at least trying to maintain his hold over the party, the district level party. And just one final word on this, Gaurav, at this moment, which is that, look, this has been building up for a while. There was the original manner in which the Shiv Sena was seen to have betrayed the BJP, or that's how the BJP and Fadnavis see it, meant that at some stage the chickens would come home to roost. And the chickens have come home to roost. State power has been used. The Sena MLA's own disenchantment with Uddhav Thackeray's style of functioning is also a factor, plus the practical realities on the ground. So,
the fact remains, why would Uddhav Thackeray not be able to read this writing on the wall?
On the floor of the House.
Absolutely. Why that Sharad Pawar, now Rahul Srivastav, that is what sources in the NCP are telling India Today, that Sharad Pawar is telling Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel. Rahul, is that what is actually happening? And the point that Rajdeep was also talking about, Eknath Shinde, is he only trying to split the MLAs, or is he also trying to split the Zilla Pramukhs and split Shiv Sena right down the middle?
Till now, we have a very clear indication that Uddhav Thackeray, in his legislative unit, has been reduced to a minority. Mr. Sharad Pawar's party, it seems, is very clearly working in one direction, Gaurav. It does not want to precipitate a crisis in which the government comes down and the assembly gets dissolved. It does not want elections. And that is why Mr. Sharad Pawar wants to save his flock, that they don't have to go to elections. So he's working in a direction that if there is a crisis, let's stave it off. Let's save our MLAs right now. The motives of Mr. Sharad Pawar are very clear. And that is why I will say that the Deputy Speaker, who is of the Assembly, Mr. Zirwal,
Narhari Zirwal,
his actions will be very important. One point, Gaurav, which I want to make is that Rajdeep hinted on it. Remember the case of Uttar Pradesh, Gaurav, when Akhilesh Yadav was fighting a battle with his father for the party symbol. In January 2017, the Election Commission ruled that 205 of the 228 MLAs, 15 of the 24 MPs, 28 of the 46 National Executive members, 4,400 of the 5,700 National Convention members were with Akhilesh Yadav. So that is now the battle. The battle has moved from the government to the party. That's why Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has called a party National Executive.
The National Executive. Anand Dubey.
That's where lies the crisis. कि अब legislature party चोरी हो गई है, अब party चोरी होने से बचाना है.
Party चोरी होने से बचा लो, because the advice apparently, and Sharad Pawar has just left Matoshri, is what we are being told. Anand Dubey, is the game set and match? Is it lost? Has the kingdom been lost?
गौरव जी, आज चौथा दिन है
जी,
आज का 4th डे है
हम 3 दिन तक बैकफुट पे थे, हम बातचीत करना चाहते थे, हम भावना में थे कि हमारे लोग हमें छोड़कर गए हैं, अगर कोई पद के लालच में गए हैं तो आइए, मुख्यमंत्री बन जाइए, पार्टी का सर्वोच्च पद ले लीजिए। लेकिन जब हमने देखा कि ये बातचीत करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, कोई महाशक्ति है जो इनको मदद कर रही है, ये हमसे 2600 किलोमीटर दूर बैठे हैं, तब हमने अब फ्रंट फुट पे खेलना शुरू किया है। हम अपने लोगों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं, हम अपने शिव सैनिकों से मिल रहे हैं, हम अपने जिला प्रमुखों से बात कर रहे हैं। सब लोग एक ही सुर में कह रहे हैं कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी और आदित्य ठाकरे जी हमारे नेता हैं। ठीक है, विधायक छोड़कर हमें गए हैं, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है,
विधायक बचे आपके और 16 बचेंगे कि
गौरव जी,
ये भी नहीं पता।
सुनिए, पहले सुनिए
जी।
देखिए, ये पिछले 4 दिन से कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास 40 हैं, 50 हैं, 60 है, 70 है। मैं एक बात नहीं समझ रहा हूं कि भारत के संविधान में यदि आपकी किसी दुश्मन की सरकार, जो हम इस समय दुश्मन हैं बागियों के, और वो सरकार अल्पमत में आ गई हो और उनके पास पूरी बहुमत हो और 2/3 से ज्यादा मेजोरिटी हो, जिसमें एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ में वो पास हो रहे हों, उसके बाद भी वो दावा न कर रहे हो कि ये सरकार अल्पमत में है, फ्लोर टेस्ट पर आइए, ये बात थोड़ी सी हैरान कर रही है गौरव जी, क्योंकि वक्त पे वक्त बीतता जा रहा है और वो हमें चैलेंज नहीं कर रहे हैं कि
एक सेपरेट ग्रुप के रूप में रिकॉग्निशन माना है, बट वैभव अग्रवाल रिस्पॉन्ड टू द शिवसेना सेइंग दैट इफ द रेबल्स हैव द नंबर्स, व्हाई आर दे नॉट स्टेकिंग क्लेम और सीकिंग अ फ्लोर टेस्ट?
Well, Mr. Dubey, Gaurav has to realize that in politics, it's all about timing. And just because I have the numbers, I shouldn't just go out blazing all guns on everyone else. I mean, we definitely understand politics is all about sitting and playing. Politics is not about, politics is not about going all guns blazing from the top of the roof of the building and saying, hey, I have the numbers and I'm going to shoot you now. That's not the way it works in politics. Politics is all about timing. So you be there at the right time, at the right place, and it's all yours, even if you don't have the numbers. So it's a given. Now we have to understand that Mr. Dubey, I just had a debate with him, and Mr. Dubey doesn't seem to realize that the real fight here is of the ideology, the spiritual ideology behind the spine of the party. The real fight is not any Mahashakti that he calls. And for the sake of Dubey ji, मैं उनकी respect करता हूँ, मेरे से बड़े हैं गौरव, लेकिन हमारी पहले भी डिबेट्स हुई हैं, and I always call a spade if I have to. देखिए, आप पॉलिटिक्स में, राजनीति में कोई भी जगह खाली करेंगे, आप गैप क्रिएट करेंगे, तो कोई दूसरा आके वहां पे कदम तो रखेगा ही रखेगा। इससे कोई इसमें कोई अपने को भागने की जरूरत नहीं।
राजदीप, what do you make of Deepak Kesarkar saying that Uddhav Thackeray has more faith in the Congress and the NCP, who are actually trying to defeat Shiv Sena leaders in election after election or not letting them expand their base, than the BJP, who've been their alliance partners with whom they've fought elections?
You know, Gaurav, it appears that Mr. Kesarkar has got wisdom in hindsight. It's not as if this is a sudden revelation for Mr. Kesarkar. When they formed the government in November 2019, the likes of Mr. Kesarkar, Eknath Shinde were firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray and the decision he had taken. They also felt at the time, amongst others, that the Shiv Sena had been humiliated in the manner in which the deal had been done, and the BJP was insisting on the chief minister's post. What has changed in these 2.5 years? Few things have changed. Yes, there is little doubt that the NCP in particular has been seen to monopolize certain key resources, particularly in northern and western Maharashtra, where there were a few Shiv Sena MLAs this time in a traditional NCP bastion. And the fear was that the NCP was growing in these areas once again at the expense of the Sena. That is true. But that was something which the Sena had presumably accounted for in November 2019. Then what it wanted was the chief minister's chair. So when you wanted the chief minister's chair, when you wanted your Bhagwa to fly atop the Mantralay, you struck this deal with NCP Congress and, dare I say, betrayed the BJP. Now, 2.5 years later, the center has used its machinery to target various Sena ministers. Half a dozen of them have ED and other cases against them. There is fear in the Sena. Many of those who have gone to Guwahati have ED cases against them. What happens now? Their hope is that they will be given a clean chit or those cases will be kept on hold. Also, what has changed clearly is that Uddhav Thackeray's own leadership is being challenged and questioned, because there's a sense that as Chief Minister, Uddhav Thackeray at times was not the kind of communicative Chief Minister that is needed. When you're running an alliance, you have to accommodate people. Uddhav failed to do that. And yes, therefore, there was a belief that the Congress and NCP, and the NCP in particular, because the Congress also has a grievance that the NCP was monopolizing the resources in Maharashtra. In a way, Sharad Pawar had emerged post-November 2019 as Neta number 1. Now, Devendra Fadnavis has decided that I will do Nehle Pe Dehla. I lost out in November 2019. Now I want to emerge as Neta number 1. And Eknath Shinde has realized that while he is in this Thackeray-led Sena, he can never be Neta number 1. But
because he would end up being Neta number 3 with the focus being on Aditya Thackeray
be a deputy chief minister.
Okay.
May I take an opportunity to add on to it?
Okay,
please?
but I quickly want to bring in Anand Dubey, क्योंकि आनंद दुबे ये शिवसैनिक और जितने शिवसेना के नेताओं से बात कीजिए जो इस समय गुवाहाटी में है, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि एनसीपी को ज्यादा तवज्जो दी जाती थी, उसके बाद तो कांग्रेस को तवज्जो दी जाती थी, अपने ही नेताओं के लिए उद्धव ठाकरे के पास समय नहीं था, मंत्रालय में उनको कोई सम्मान नहीं मिलता था, एनसीपी और कांग्रेस को सब मिलता था, तो उद्धव ठाकरे ने अपनों की अनदेखी की बाहर वालों के जरिए।
ठीक है, सारी बात मानने को हम तैयार हैं। हम में बहुत कमियां रही, हमने 2.5 साल में कोई अच्छा काम नहीं किया, हमने अपने विधायकों का दिल दुखाया, इट्स ओके। लेकिन इसका तरीका क्या है? आप सूरत जाएंगे, सूरत से गुवाहाटी जाएंगे, वहां से बार्गेनिंग करेंगे। आप हमसे नहीं, मुंबई में बात नहीं कर सकते थे? आप यही काम जो वहां से कर रहे हैं।
नहीं तो दीपक केसरकर कह तो रहे हैं कि कितना प्रयास किया।
दीपक केसरकर जी के बारे में बताता हूं। दीपक केसरकर जी को वरिष्ठ नेता है, उनकी जो भावना दुखी है ना, 14 से 19 जब वो मंत्री थे और 19 में जब सरकार बनी वो मंत्री नहीं बन पाए, इसके लिए उनको थोड़ी सी पीड़ा हुई है। अगर वो मंत्री हो जाते तो इस 2.5 साल में एक शब्द भी नहीं कहते, और इस 2.5 साल के बाद आत्मज्ञान हुआ इन नेताओं को कि ये सरकार अच्छा काम नहीं कर रही है, राष्ट्रवादी को तवज्जो दे रही है। जो चिट्ठी आज लिखा गौरव जी, जो चिट्ठी अगर 2 साल पहले लिख दी होते तो हम उस पर काम करते।
Has the NCP advised Shiv Sena to throw in the towel, Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel because he doesn't have the numbers?
Gaurav, the picture is not very clear yet, but what our Bombay team is reporting very clearly is that there is an attempt by Mr. Sharad Pawar to ensure that all is not lost. I think that's the kind of advice which is coming his way. See what happens, Gaurav, that once things start moving, there is a momentum. Who has a leverage right now? Say, for example, the latest MLA who has gone there, Yamini Jadhav, somebody from the Shiv Sena, she has an ED case. Her husband has an income tax case. There is a leverage. Mr. Eknath Shinde has larger number of MLAs. He has a leverage. Now, what if they approach the election commission and get recognized as the real Shiv Sena, get the symbol? The momentum would be totally different. The idea of reaching the assembly will come much later, because eventually this issue is going to go to the courts. But what if these groups get legitimacy as the real Shiv Sena? I think Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's last battle now is to save his party through the national executive tomorrow, in which he will have to ensure that the party stays with him, if not the legislators.
Okay. Ratnakar Mahajan, clearly it would appear as of now, whoever is pulling the strings has managed to outsmart not just Uddhav Thackeray, but also Sharad Pawar and the Congress party?
It may not be possible to come at this conclusion because right now the situation is very fluid. There are two important things. One is nobody has from the Eknath Shinde camp has yet said that we have left Shiv Sena. Their claim is we are the real Shiv Sena because
absolutely.
We have
they said they are the real Shiv Sena.
Yes, they are the real Shiv Sena, and they want to inherit the legacy of Bal Thackeray, that of Marathidom and Hinduism. Secondly, the ultimate decision about split in a party is not that easy, that it will happen in a week or two, because according to the Anti-Defection Act, the split in the legislative party is not sufficient But the corresponding split has to happen within the original party as the Act states. The original organization party outside has also to split. Then only the split is legalized. Now, for the party outside the legislature to split, you need an affidavit by 2/3 of its total membership. Suppose if Shiv Sena has 10 lakh members in the state, then they need affidavits addressed to the election commission from 2/3 of 10 lakh. And that
clearly isn't happening right now. But Sanjay Jha, the Shiv Sena or the Eknath Shinde Sena alleges that the role of the deputy speaker, two independent MLAs have already moved, have said they have no confidence in the deputy speaker, indicating he's working more as a karyakarta. They expect him to work independently and impartially, and that doesn't seem to be happening. Is that counter pressure being mounted on the deputy speaker, sir?
Gaurav, let me tell you, it is as clear as daylight that if Mr. Eknath Shinde and his team, which is hiding in Guwahati in a 5-star resort and probably having some great buffet meals, if they are confident that they have 38 people or more, what are they waiting for? I mean, they have the support of the BJP. They should just come here under whatever security they can manage and force a floor test. If they have 38, they will be recognized as an independent unit. Thereafter, the battle for the Shiv Sena emblem, etc. can continue. So clearly, there are cracks. You know, Gaurav, let me tell you this, 2 points here. If they had the confidence that none of those, other than the 16 who are getting the disqualification notice, the other 22, trust me, are going to be highly susceptible. Politics is the art of the possible. Please remember this, Gaurav. These are the same 38 people who were there with Uddhav Thackeray till a week ago, right? And then they suddenly decided to abscond with BJP's escort support. Now the question arises, what makes you think they can't do a U-turn? It's as simple as that. And the second point, I've lived in Maharashtra since I was in school, and I have been living here continuously since the last 3.5 decades. Let me tell you this, even if the legislators were to successfully force a 2/3, kind of break of the Shiv Sena, the party is unlikely to move away from the Thackeray's.
Interesting point to make. Rajdeep, you concur with that opinion? I know you're on vacation, and I'm sorry I'm coming back to you once again before I let you go. But respond to this. Merit in this contention, yes, 2/3 split may happen in the MLAs. That writing may be on the wall, but not in the party.
2 points, Gaurav. First, to tell you that a number of files are being cleared at double quick time in the last 24 hours. Clear indication that there are many in this government who believe this government is on its way out. And many of these files, I'm told, will eventually be on controversial issues that will be possibly reversed when there is a new government, if there is one. But on your larger point, and I think that's a good question, because the legislature party appears to be heading inevitably for a split, will the Shiv Sena itself split and will the Thackerays lose control of the Sena? My sense is in Mumbai, the Thackerays will continue to call the shots at least till the BMC elections, which are scheduled for October, November. If the Shiv Sena was to lose that, or the Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena was to lose that, and that I believe is the game of Devendra Fadnavis, not just to capture power in Mantralay, but also capture BMC, which over the last 3 decades has really been the heart, the citadel, the fortress, the cash cow, call it what you will, of the Shiv Sena. So I think that question of whether the Thackerays can control the Shiv Sena could well be answered A, by the BMC election, and B, what we've got to recognize, and I think this is significant. In the last 15 years, the Shiv Sena has spread into rural Maharashtra. A number of its MLAs come now from northern Maharashtra, from western Maharashtra. These were areas where traditionally the Shiv Sena was not a force. The Shiv Sena was a party of Mumbai Konkan. This new Sena, I don't think, has the same affiliation or affection for the Thackerays that perhaps a generation ago the earlier Sena had. Even Eknath Shinde will have an affection for Bala Sahib, but I can tell you there are MLAs in North Maharashtra and Western Maharashtra which will go wherever the wind blows. A number of them have even switched sides and got tickets from the Sena and are first-time MLAs. These first-time MLAs have no great affection for the Sena, nor do their supporters. So I think we've got to recognize that there is a new changing Sena. Sanjay Jha is right that in Mumbai, for example, I do believe that the Thackeray's still have an emotional appeal. But outside the Mumbai Konkan belt, huge question mark. And once the BJP tries to capture the BMC, they are also trying to capture the larger Hindutva space. And that was the original plan, Gaurav, of Pramod Mahajan when he had tied up with the Sena.
In fact, that's the point I was coming to. Did Uddhav Thackeray actually compromise on the Hindutva agenda because he was pursuing the common minimum program, and did he then end up shooting himself in the foot, sir?
You know, that, Gaurav, very quickly, this compromise of the Hindutva agenda also is a bit of a red herring. Because I think the Shiv Sena knew what they were getting into in November 2019. He went into this with his eyes open. They wanted the Bhagwa over Mantralaya. They wanted control of Mantralaya. Now, 2.5 years later, the disaffected group are primarily those who want the loaves and fishes of office or are scared of the ED. Please understand, Eknath Shinde's son is a member of parliament. Eknath Shinde controls urban development, which is one of the most prized portfolios in Mumbai. Eknath Shinde did not, his grievances have been exaggerated, Gaurav, at one level. The fact is, most of these MLAs have now skeletons in their cupboard, which the Fadnavis-led BJP is exploiting. It's not as if this is suddenly a discovery of Hindutva. It is personal ambition and personal concerns which have led them to rediscover Hindutva, in my view. Hindutva was always going to be put on the back burner once you tied up with the Congress NCP in November 2019.
You know what happened with the Palghar sadhus, the manner in which justice, as some Shiv Sainiks say and the BJP says, continues to evade the victims.
The Palghar Gaurav, I am sorry, but Palghar sadhu sadly was unfortunately completely misinterpreted by the media. It was a crime. But it was not a Hindu-Muslim issue.
No, it wasn't Hindu-Muslim. It wasn't Hindu-Muslim. But Hindu sadhus being lynched and justice not being done with Uddhav Thackeray being chief minister was the complaint.
Gaurav, my friend, people were arrested in the Palghar case. You have to recognize that Uddhav Thackeray, yes, you are right, tried to moderate the Shiv Sena away from the strident Hindutva towards a more moderate view without sort of resorting to bulldozer politics. Now, we can debate that separately. There were a section of the Sainiks who felt that this is not the core of the Sena. But my point is, this was something you were buying into when you decided to do this deal in November 2019. Now, 2.5 years later, the likes of Eknath Shinde or Deepak Kesarkar are only waking up because their individual ambitions are being affected. No other reason.
Okay. And what happens next? Before I bring in Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, you wanted to come in, but I quickly want to bring in Rahul Srivastav. Rahul, what happens at the National Executive at 1 p.m. tomorrow?
Saurabh, I think Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will try to get his flock together. He needs to, like I stated the example of Uttar Pradesh, where Akhilesh Yadav proved that his father was not the party president and he owns the symbol. He got the national convention, the national executive. I think Uddhav Thackeray will try to hang on to that because party nahi chori hone denge. There is a logic that without the Thackerays, the Shiv Sena is slightly a problematic issue. And that is why, Gaurav, I will say that the Hindutva element should not be ignored. What Mr. Eknath Shinde and the BJP in the backdrop are not doing is not going for a kill. They are not wielding the knife. They are not going in for a floor test. It is being placed on an ideological template. That ideological template, they want to force Uddhav Thackeray to return to what Eknath Shinde is saying. And that's what the idea is.
Is that even possible at this stage? And I'll come to that question. Rajdeep, you're most welcome to stay on. It's always awesome to have you on the show. But just in case you need to go, many thanks for joining me. The Uddhav Sena Shinde fight. Now, this becomes very interesting. Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena fight. It's actually the fight for Bala Sahib's legacy. There is also Raj Thackeray. He's waiting in the wings. This is the third rebellion within the Shiv Sena. Perhaps one of the toughest battles that Uddhav Thackeray is fighting. Who'll win? That remains to be seen.
Raj or Eknath Shinde? Who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's